8 years after Dungeons & Dragons came barreling into the lives of tabletop enthusiasts, 24-year-old British game designer Rick Priestley was asked to cook up a new tabletop game to help promote the burgeoning production of miniature figurines. At the time, Priestley was interested in the idea of creating something in the vein of science fiction, a spaceship war game that integrated numerous factions into a gritty mix of fantasy and future. Unfortunately, that wasn't the task. Given the very Tolkien-inspired backdrop of D&D, Priestley was charged with something closer to those ideas. What the young designer came up with alongside Brian Ansell and Richard Hallowell in 1983 took the industry by storm, establishing the Warhammer name and beginning to build a legacy. But Priestley wasn't able to resist planting the tiniest seeds of something more futuristic into the bones of the more medieval universe. Something that hinted at the presence of an ancient spacefaring race whose artifacts and technology now lie dormant across the various Earth-like continents which spanned Warhammer's setting. The gambit paid off when Warhammer sales skyrocketed, and Priestley was given the keys to create the space game that he always envisioned. Initially simply called Rogue Trader, Games Workshop decided to have the developers take the pre-existing seeds of technology in the Warhammer universe and grow them into something much more directly intertwined with Priestley's new setting. And so in October of 1987, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader released as an offshoot of the original tabletop game, quickly becoming Games Workshop's most significant and dominant IP in the company's catalog. Down the line, different iterations and editions of the tabletop game made various sweeping changes to both how 40k was played and the lore tone that accompanied it.
Space Crusade takes you into warp space to fight the force of chaos. Deep in a parallel universe where nightmares are real. Space Crusade, the ultimate adventure game where you must use all your skill and weaponry.
Plasma gun, dreadnought!
To battle through infested starships, emerge the victor, and win the highest rank. The ultimate encounter is here. Space Crusade.
The original edition of the game wasn't as serious. It was a goofy jumble of rules, ideas, and art styles, all of which served to cement Rogue Trader as a less coherent and more roleplay-focused endeavor. Players were encouraged to mix and match alien races, making for a game with less emphasis on humanity compared to later releases. The role of a Rogue Trader in the first edition was a framework for what their portrayal would be later on, but took on a looser and more whimsical vibe. It was the second edition, which released 6 years later, where things got more dark. Andy Chambers was the chief architect in this refocusing, who decided to take 40k's disorganized chaos and pull it into a more somber direction, much to Priestley's chagrin. The main differences between the two editions' tones primarily centered around the amount of optimism humanity had at a time when they found themselves surrounded by hostile alien races. Whereas the first edition had a definitive ray of hope and a solid goal for humanity to survive, the second edition stripped that hope away, creating a doomed race of people who were waiting for that final grain of sand to fall through their hourglass. This less tongue-in-cheek and more dire approach to humanity's plight persisted through to the 8th edition, where humanity's Imperium began crusading and reclaiming lost worlds while serving their emperor.
I can enter a catatonic state to recover from mortal wounds.
It's this grave environment filled with triumph and loss where Owlcat Games landed when shaping the content in 2023's Rogue Trader video game. This is a game that I've kept an eye on since it was first announced after seeing how well Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous was received. It was the first classic CRPG in the Warhammer 40k universe, and that alone raised my eyebrows when the game dropped. Apparently I waited long enough because the team over at Rogue Trader decided to sponsor this video while agreeing to let me criticize the game fairly as I usually do on this channel. So in this video I'll be taking a thorough look at Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader and evaluating what it does well and where it stumbles. I'll be covering the main story and a fair portion of the side content while analyzing its characters, choices, mechanics, and story overall. Rogue Trader's heavily stylized menus do a fantastic job at immediately immersing you in the world of 40k, even with little to no knowledge of what the universe entails. Character creation brings about an onslaught of extracurricular information that helps you to understand what exactly the Imperium is all about. And quite a bit of relevant information is attached to a slew of flavored attributes and abilities that correlate to which homeworld you choose for your trader. You can pick out a player model that seems built specifically to serve the Imperium, or one more ripe with physical deformities, a byproduct of growing up on a void ship. And of course you can mix and match and do whatever you want to do, but the creation menus are very roleplay forward, planting the expectation of playing a very specific character throughout the game in your mind. It's hard to summarize almost 40 years of lore, and I'm not sure if diving into it as a precursor for this game is a necessity, but I'll keep things semi-simple for now and brief you with this. The Imperium of Mankind is more or less the main force that we can translate into what humanity as a whole became. They're united under a single emperor, which every subject under the Imperium swears fealty to. Rogue traders are no exception, despite frequently operating on the cusp of both humanity's claimed planetary systems and stringent rules. Likewise, you can choose to have your character born on a death world, a harsh planet filled with hostile life and races that are still valuable due to their resources. You might imagine a character born here as a natural survivor, someone with unrivaled toughness and will to live. And likewise, the traits that you garner as a result of this mirror that flavor. For my guy, I went with a forge world, a planet riddled with machinery, manufacturing, and industry. These key planets are inhabited by a subsystem of the Imperium known as the Cult Mechanicus, or the Cult of the Machine. This makes them hubs of technology that provide the Imperium with technicians, scientists, engineers, and so on, although the main population tend to be used for intense labor required for that much output. And to instill that vibe into my character, I threw a few tubes and plates on the side of my face. Still a handsome boy, but with all the rugged poise of a KitchenAid toaster. Meanwhile, the talents and attribute adjustments that I received from growing up in this land of industrious smart types include boosts to my intelligence and toughness, and a decrease in fellowship, the game's charisma value. Next, we have our origin, which encompasses what we were before turning to trading. Many of these are relatively self-explanatory, with options like noble, navy officer, priest, and so on. Each of them grant attribute bonuses and talents as you might expect, though I will say that after playing through this game, this choice doesn't seem to affect a whole lot in the long haul. Still, the flavor is nice, and there's one origin in particular that I feel stands out as having more of an impact than the others: the Psyker. This is an entire facet to the 40k universe that I may as well mention now, but psychic abilities do exist as a form of pseudo-magic, and are generally treated with caution and distrust by higher-ups in the Imperium. Still, those blessed with psychic abilities have been deemed to be too useful to be outright ignored. Likewise, this latent energy can be picked up in character creation and channeled into the likes of divination, biomancy, telepathy, pyromancy, and sanctic powers. This seems like the most powerful choice of these 7 origins, until you realize that the Crime Lord has a kick-ass coat. Logic tends to go out the window after that. You can choose a corresponding Triumph and Darkest Hour from here, which grant you a buff and debuff to 2 particular skills while fleshing out your background story a bit more. After this comes your archetype, which is more or less your job, and what it evolves into is dependent on what you first choose. I wasn't exactly sure which flavor of rogue trader I was going for when I made my guy until this very moment, as the base archetype really helped to cement how I intend to play throughout the game. The 2 that I narrowed things down to was the Officer and the Operative. The former is more willpower and fellowship based, which my Forge World background clashes with a bit. This leadership role has you taking extra turns, buffing allies, and controlling the battlefield, whereas the Operative is more directly a damage class that polishes you into a high DPS type. Despite the Forge World background though, I did feel that the Triumph that I chose played the biggest role in picking my archetype. In my case, my Triumph involved rallying an entire star system under my banner, corrupting them into my personal band of thieves. Which, come on man, that's gonna take some charismatic leadership. So I went with Officer, keeping my Triumph in mind as my cornerstone. And I point this out because if I wanted to go full min-maxing with my character, I think the better choices would have been to boost my fellowship. So Hive World into Noble Origin or something to that effect. But that's just not how I want to go about this, and I don't have to, at least not on normal difficulty. From here you get 6 sets of 5-point volleys to toss into your attributes as you move towards finalizing your character. My stats wound up looking pretty well rounded, with slightly more emphasis on ballistic skill and willpower overall. Your final step is naming your Void Ship, a sword-class frigate that houses 26,000 souls and looks like a castle built atop a long shoe with eyes and cannons. Now unfortunately, all of this pouring through text and assembling your background story doesn't really have a huge effect on the game's events as you might expect. Kind of hard to create a game that gives you this many options with character creation and then accounts for every little detail, but it does help you to acclimate to the universe as mentioned previously. Everything kicks off with you finding yourself brought aboard a rogue trader vessel and being told that you were discovered to be a distant relative of the Lord Captain who commands it. Your previous life and duties are stripped away, and you're now to serve the Imperium as a rogue trader effective immediately. You probably have many questions as someone who is just crime lording over his own personal system, and those questions are best saved for the Lord Captain herself. Of course, before we can get to her, the game jumpstarts you into combat when a few servitors go nuts and kill some of the workers on the bridge. Servitors are hybrid monstrosities of human flesh and robotic tech that are used to carry out menial tasks for the Imperium. Many were actually once human, but many were lab-grown subhuman clones created by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Combat is turn-based and performed on a grid, with standard movement points and action points dictating what you do every round. The game starts out very light when it comes to these basics and appears to be nothing too crazy. This does change a little bit as time goes on, but I'll get to that when it comes up. When you're through with the battle, you link up with the Lord Captain Theodora, who oozes eloquence and power with every phrase that she utters.
My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all.
For now, all of the spoken dialogue in the game is voiced in this way. We'll get to what "for now" entails. Inner thoughts and narration, on the other hand, are written with the same degree of fluency and diction, but with no vocalization, which I actually prefer more often than not. It makes me feel like I'm doing something that I haven't done in 5 years, reading a book. The answers that the Lord Captain gives you amount to you being one of several potential heirs to her position as rogue trader. While sharing her blood is a requirement, it isn't a guarantee of receiving any kind of position in her ranks, be it her direct heir or an advisory role. She makes it abundantly clear that she's rich and powerful beyond belief, and that she's particularly interested in your background of operating outside of the Imperium law. It's a nice nod to your background, but again about as deep as we're going to get at this point in time, as we'll always be facing down this test of usefulness no matter our background or answers here. This introduction 100% leans into and relies on the spectacle of the 40k universe, which is completely fine, but stripping that away leaves you with a relatively predictable set of tasks and circumstances that aren't terribly inspired. You're a fish out of water on a big ship, you're escorted towards the big boss and jumped by enemies along the way. The boss tells you that you're potentially destined for greatness but need to prove yourself, and then right at the tail end of this conversation, a horde of enemies burst into the chambers for another round of fighting, giving you the ample opportunity that you need to prove yourself worthy of a bigger task. Again, there's nothing wrong with that, but the heavy lifter here is the depth of the universe itself rather than the plot, at least so far. After another round of combat, which eases you into the cover system, AoE attacks, character buffs, and accuracy, we're sent to help secure the upper decks and hopefully get to the bottom of whatever is happening aboard the ship. The theory right now stems from warp madness, something that happens often enough for the superiors here to not bat an eye at the potential mutiny aboard the ship. Think of the warp as the dark space on the other side of real space, the stuff that's used for jumping between systems and all other manner of sci-fi media. 40k's warp takes that a step further though, and can be likened to all 9 circles of hell compressed into an endless sea of torment, psychic energy, demonic beasts, and actual gods that comprise all manner of terribly fucked up happenings. This is where psychers draw their power from, and what ships must breach in order to navigate their way across space. While there is a line of protection in place to keep out these monstrosities and navigators to help ease the process into and out of the warp, you never know what's going to happen when the sheer oppression of the warp is going to seep through the cracks and influence the weaker minds aboard your ship. So our goal here winds up with us being tasked to track down another one of Theodora's relatives named Edelthrad, who she's been particularly excited about as the potential to become her heir. The issue is that Ed seems to be right around the area where the mutiny is strongest, and pulling him out is going to be tough. Oh yeah, and with how organized this whole attack is, these guys have decided that this is likely a pre-planned assault. My initial thought was that it was going to be Edelthrad who was behind the mutiny, But it turns out to be another potential heir and the Lord Captain's Master of Whispers, the guy who first showed us around named Kunrad. After getting you alone, he knocks you out and carts you over to the chamber where the Warrant of Trade is housed. This would be the all-important document which grants the rogue traders license to conduct business for the Imperium, the very fiber that allows them to exist without being marked as renegades by the Emperor's forces. I always found this notion to be kind of interesting in how it's presented. For as advanced as technology in the 40k universe is, aspects like the Warrant of Trade is extraordinarily old school in the way that it works. If someone steals your warrant, then you're fucked. There's no database that can override that theft or reissue the warrant in case of your ship exploding or something similar. It'd be like if stealing a sheriff's badge meant that the sheriff was no longer considered part of the law system. Regardless, the choices that you make here only have minor consequences depending on your overall playthrough decisions. Kunrad needs your blood to unlock the vault and steal the warrant. You can resist him and tell him to kick rocks. You can tell him that you don't care about the Lord Captain and would like to join him. Both result in you either being mind-controlled with psychic energy or willingly approaching the servitor and offering up your blood. When you do so, it asks if you'd like assistance, identifying you as an heir to Theodora. The only answers here are a yes or an emphatic yes, and defense systems were to life, torching the intruders and missing Kunrad. Even if you told him that you want to join him, he takes off full speed, leaving you alone with the Warrant of Trade's vault. I get that all of this is a prologue, and it's admittedly pretty harsh to demand an alternate route where you willingly comply with your captor and help him to seize the warrant. But that's always going to be the double-edged sword when you have heavy amounts of dialogue options in your game, and the alternative would amount to a rather long cutscene with low amounts of input. After checking out the warrant in question, we reseal the chamber and link up with the Lord Captain Seneschal Abelard. I won't get too much into who and how he is at the moment, but think of him as a paladin stereotype. I know that's overly simplifying his character, but I guess he's the type to say, "Oh my goodness gracious, by the holy light of the God Emperor," unironically.
Oh, holy God Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny.
We get another taste of the combat as the game trickles more and more CRPG mechanics into the mix. Your leveling system is actually a lot more direct than you would expect it to be, foregoing sprawling webs of interlaced skills that require a magnifying glass to grasp the scope of and instead opting for a simple circle. The cool part though is that many of the milestones along the way come with a choice of a skill improvement here, a talent there, an ability over here, a characteristic there. It has a lot more depth than what meets the eye, and I found running through these circles to be pretty fun. This is definitely one of those games where I found myself pulling out a pen and paper to draft out potential builds, particularly when you start gaining access to a torrent of potential talents. Heading further into the bowels of the ship has us encountering another companion, Adira.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
That should be a pretty good summary of her character, but she does snap between that pseudo-drunken elation and a monotonous chanting of ambiguity when it comes to letting said voices guide her speech. Being an unsanctioned psyker in the middle of the warp will cause that, and right now her visions are so strong partially due to our travel state and because of the happenings aboard the ship. It's worth noting that a psyker officially sanctioned by the Imperium will generally be able to handle their emotions better. What Adira tells us is that the main navigator whose job it is to pull the ship into and out of the warp has perished, something that she can tell due to how in tune she is with the voices that she hears from the warp. However, there's one more navigator who still remains, although they are potentially wounded. If we're getting out of this intact, it'll be via helping the remaining navigator. Again, this whole endeavor relies on some pretty damn cool lore from the 40k universe, but I will say that at this point I'm not passively thinking about the cliché factor when moving through the scenario. It's enjoyable, and the little chunks of knowledge are integrated in a way where I'm not overwhelmed and feel the need to head to a wiki article to help me fully understand everything. Stumbling into the navigation chamber has us finding the remaining navigator who's in bad shape. As a quick rundown, navigators are humans who have been mutated and have specifically been bred to help the Imperium with traversing the warp. The gene that they harbor is important for humanity to maintain and utilize, and always results in a physical third eye opening on the forehead, which helps navigators to perform said traversal. Beyond that though, the most fascinating physical attribute that navigators possess is the potential for a completely random mutation due to centuries upon centuries of breeding a gene that is inherently in tune with the warp. A lot of navigators are born looking like an average human, just with a third eye. Others might be grotesque, fleshy monstrosities which are rendered more or less immobile due to their disfiguration. And yet others still might possess immense strength or some other superhuman boon that makes them a powerful threat. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits on the center of its forehead. Suddenly, the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back onto the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated but leans as forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous screaming mouth-like pits.
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Let's talk about talking heads. This was a loving name given to Fallout 1 and 2's models, which were crafted in real life out of clay before being uploaded into early 3D modeling software, touched up, squished down to 2D animation frames, and then outfitted with some lip syncing. It was a horrifically pricey endeavor that tried to skirt the limitations of 3D tech at the time by doing something much more unique. But despite the awkward, grotesque, uncanny, distinctly 90s animations that were produced, they really helped Fallout to stand out that much more. These stints of strikingly illustrative narration would be Rogue Trader's talking heads if it was developed 3 decades ago. The words tumble off the screen and paint a deeply involved image in the reader's mind as they negotiate their way through the game's content. And these descriptions really help the game to stand on its own 2 feet, mixing the classic CRPG sensation with a more modern interface. But the other side to this coin is that this entire notion that's played out in my mind, the stretched skin bound to the chair, cracking and splintering bones as this thing tries to move, it all becomes blunted when I zoom in and see, well, this. The reality is that this navigator is here for a fraction of the amount of time that it will take you to complete the game. Spending time on a cutscene would have been a nice feast for the eyes, but it's the complexity of the imaginative description that's causing me to put any semblance of importance on visualizing this husk of a being afflicted by the warp. The written narration that was conveyed here does a fantastic job of allowing you to imagine what this very minor part of the game looks like. And that's the beauty of what games in this genre are to me. You can create beautiful scenes with cutting-edge technology, and of course, that will stand out in the final product. But these verbose portrayals are the very essence of what causes me to desire a scene like that. And they do a lot more for my own personal immersion when shuffling from point to point in Rogue Trader. Okay, time to head back to link up with Ethelthrad and the Lord Captain, which has us meeting with...
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these men!
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
Here's our obligatory nun with a gun, Sister Argenta. Those with a very particular and elite taste for being pushed down and stepped on by a woman who would snap your femur for not being enthusiastic enough when praising the Imperium will be immensely satisfied with this white-haired Sister of Battle. My tastes are more pedestrian, so while I appreciate her gumption and inclusion, I find her to be a little overboard with how she speaks at times. Kinda hot though. With Argenta rounding out our squad, I guess now's about as good a time as any to talk about alignments. It might not surprise you to hear that we've basically got good, bad, and neutral here, but there is a bit more depth to those ideals in Rogue Trader. Let me ask you this. If a fellow human needed help after tripping and clinging for dear life onto the side of a cliff, would you help them? What if it turned out that they were actually someone who recently spoke out against the Emperor publicly? No? Congratulations, you're a great person. In the eyes of the Imperium. If you chose to help them because you can't stand the sight of someone dying, then you're a disgusting centrist who has no spine. And if you chose to help them because you agree with their philosophies and maybe they invited you to a recent blood orgy, then you better watch your back because the Imperium will get you one of these days, you traitorous scum. There's obviously more to it than that, but the long and short of it is that dogmatic people will do whatever they can for the Imperium, iconoclasts will do everything they can for the good of people in general or themselves, and heretics, well, they're more selfish free-thinker types who tend to value power a bit more than the average person. As you might have guessed, each party member falls into these categories nicely, though Abelard mixes a good dose of iconoclast and dogmatic just because of who he serves. Speaking of, Theodora is seemingly here in the next chamber, and this is where one of your big choices come as far as deciding your own alignment goes. All three of them are great and even hilarious in their own ways. The idea of being an Imperium yes man who's basically a 5-star ultra xenophobe is just amusing to say the least. Likewise, deciding to go full heretic has got to make for an interesting playthrough. But as always, I feel like going with the baseline actual good guy route where we help people and try to save everyone is best for better appreciating later playthroughs. I know that's probably much more safe and boring, but what can I say? I'm safe and boring. My first character in World of Warcraft was a human priest. Those just exist in real life today. Oh yeah, the Lord Captain. Something's wrong with her, and by something I mean she's on fire. She doesn't care about it though, so I assume that's just a thing she does sometimes. Argenta believes it to be an illusion set on by heresy and tells me that I should just walk through the fire because the Emperor will protect me if I do. Meanwhile, our Psyker tells me to accept the offer of power from the clearly demonic visage imitating Theodora's form. Obviously, the most sane thing to do is to take the 2,000-degree flame bath, but the boring option is going, oh no, we gotta help the other people here. So yeah, I'm doing that. Human priest. When the illusion dissipates, we break away from the survivors to check the Lord Captain's personal quarters, where she lies slumped over dead with her personal guardsmen. Idira loses her goddamn mind here, which I know we just met her and it's hard to know what her relationship to the Lord Captain was, but after gaining insight on the heretic alignment, I expected her to be surprised, not distressed. Unless Theodora was a heretic, which I guess is possible. Did you hear how she talked? But if she wasn't heretical, this kind of further paints the idea that someone can naturally be more heretical, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're flat out evil and devoid of human emotion. Still, Idira's outburst leans more into that emotional immaturity that she showed shades of previously, though most of it seems to stem from the fact that she didn't feel Theodora's life being severed because of all of the ongoing chaos. Investigating the scene reveals the remnants of some kind of glass vial or canister, the shards coated in an oily substance. Idira looks through the warp to investigate further, claiming that whatever the shards belonged to was evil in nature. The final words of this conversation further help to shape your perception of the three alignments. Argenta is like, well, time to get back to killing heretics, boys. Meanwhile, Idira is going on about tracking down the traitor and ripping their heart out. And of course, Abelard is trying to calm Idira down and prevent any infighting. It further pushes away the idea that heretic equals evil and dogmatic equals good, and really just shows the potential for heretical behavior to stem from passion and emotion. Making it to the bridge at last has us finding Ethelthrad, who has no portrait. That should tip you off as to his longevity. Kunrad is also here, and he seems to be performing a ritual that involves sacrificing 3 people. We don't give a fuck about that, and talking with Theodora's chosen heir has us getting a little blip of information, one that hints at the idea that our iconoclast choice to take the time to save people caused us to be too late when it came to helping the wounded Ethelthrad. This is, a trick of sorts, I suppose, because upon seeing this I reloaded and chose the dogmatic choice of charging headfirst through the wall of fire. Ethelthrad is on the other side, but even if we try to ignore the Lord Captain's chambers in favor of accompanying him to the bridge, Abelard bluntly tells you that you're too injured from the fire to properly help and that we should go to the Lord Captain's chambers anyways. As you can imagine, this means that we wind up finding Ethelthrad in the exact same position, making the previous choice meaningless despite the game hinting that your action had this direct consequence. Again, I don't think this is an unreasonable way to structure a prologue, but I do wish that they hadn't brought up the idea that my decision influenced the outcome when it didn't. I'm okay with the choice only affecting my alignment. Either way, the ritual winds up transforming Ethelthred into a void beast, though Kunrad does seem distraught that someone killed Theodora, pointing towards a third party being involved in this whole ordeal. That doesn't matter at the moment though, seeing as this monstrosity is bearing down on us. This is pretty much your final tutorial fight and lasts just long enough to showcase most of what this game's combat has to offer when combined with all of your previous battles. If I went through every facet of combat, I'd be talking about it for at least 15 minutes, and it would be more boring than usual. There are a lot of systems in place that define your character's chance to hit and crit, your chance to dodge, deflect, and parry, and all of the fun little 40k systems that align to make this tactics game what it is. The main things that I'll mention come up in this final battle with how I chose to proceed through it, sticking Abelard up front to tank, keeping my guy in the back to grant extra actions, shooting with Argenta, and debuffing with Idira. Firstly, the concept of momentum now comes into the fold. If things are going well, our momentum resource builds and we can spend it on heroic acts, which can only be activated once per character per battle. The same applies if we're getting beaten back and instead have to work with desperate measures. It's a cool system that had me granting an entire extra turn to one of my guys and then later unleashing a barrage of bullets with Argenta's heroic act. Secondly, we have Veil degradation. Psykers are fucking powerful, man, but their power comes from a very erratic source. So instead of tuning them down so that they do less damage, every psychic attack you use brings with it the chance to cause a detrimental side effect. This stems directly from the Tabletop's rule set, which has players rolling a D100 and seeing what will happen every time a psychic phenomenon is invoked. In the video game, the best case detriment will cause your momentum to drop, and at worst your party can lose a turn, they can be damaged by a psychic backlash, they can be pushed away to a different part of the battlefield, or a powerful demon can be summoned onto the field. I actually never got that one, but I also didn't use psychic powers too much. This is far and away better than the Tabletop's consequences, which, well, let's see here. Vortex can appear and move randomly, killing everything in its path. Gravity can reverse suddenly. Oh, and your Psyker can just straight up be sucked into the warp, dying on the spot. So yeah, a little bit more forgiving in the video game. The more that you use your psychic powers without repairing the Veil, the more that the Veil degrades to a point where every psychic attack becomes a risky gambit. It adds that much more depth to fighting, and can eventually be built around if you choose to bring along someone who has the capability of repairing the Veil. When the beast finally falls, the prologue is basically over. You assume control of the rogue trader vessel as the Lord Captain's remaining living heir, and are immediately thrust into Chapter 1 where you're addressing various crew members and hearing out their concerns. And this is where the game ceases being fully voice acted, which I guess on one hand is really jarring after being used to hearing these people give it their all for the prologue. Like, I almost want there to be a warning about it at the start of the game with how badly the sudden silence threw me off. But on the other hand, I've played my fair share of PS2 Final Fantasy games, and I'm used to voice acting only occurring for the bigger scenes. As long as the written dialogue keeps up its eloquence, I personally have no issue with it. Honestly, it's almost soothing to just listen to the pipe organ music while thinking about the dialogue. And some conversations with your party members are still voiced. But I do know people who would dislike this shift immensely, so I imagine it all winds up being personal preference. Regardless, we're hit with many objectives from multiple sources all at once. We lost about 2,000 men, about a tenth of our forces, so we'll need to recruit more there. We also need a navigator and an engine seer, both necessities for warp travel. Of course, we're not sure what else might have been destroyed on the ship, so getting to a planet where we can diagnose the damage is crucial. And then comes the matter of following in the footsteps of the deceased Lord Captain, who is charged with a critical mission by the Imperium's secret police unit. And finally, your companions also have their own requests, which you can discuss with them in private.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
It's a lot to take in at once, but it's also kind of fun in a way. I mean, you were just handed the reins of a supremely powerful vessel, and you got to witness firsthand just what that power means, what it entails. And instead of just receiving it with no strings attached, you now have to get it up and running at full capacity again. A lot of games would have cut forward a couple of months, putting you in the shoes of the Lord Captain who's overcome trials that extend beyond combat without actually feeling like you've earned that accolade. Nothing really hammers home the gravity of the position that you found yourself in than seeing how the now orphaned children on the ship react to your presence. This is Argenta's task, her knowledge of how high up a rogue trader really is in society being applied to help the orphans overcome the loss of their parents. Some react with awe or even a little bit of fear, and a few seem to be pissed and blame you and all nobles for the deaths of their loved ones. You can lean into cruelty here and have the upstarts punished for their impudence, or you can try to win them over a bit, really giving you some variation in how you as a rogue trader will become. Talking with Argenta afterwards has her filling you in on what a Sister of Battle really is. It's another well-documented staple of 40k lore, but one that's always been really damn cool to me. None with a gun really is an apt description, and takes the zeal and fervor of someone wholly committed to a religion and uses those tenets to fuel their battle lust. They view their cause as righteous and infallible, and when they do show weakness, they're forced to make up for that by stripping their armor, donning robes, and equipping a ridiculously large two-handed chainsword. These newly titled Sisters Repentia then fanatically rush to their deaths, creating absolute carnage against otherwise insurmountable odds. It's a supremely fascinating chunk of the universe that oozes flavor, and I wonder if Argenta will have the possibility of becoming a Sister Repentia down the line. There's even a setup for it when questioning her background. It starts relatively simple. The faction of battle sisters that she represents are those that are charged with the protection of relics sacred to the Imperium. She was sent to protect one such relic, got jumped on a planet, and then was rescued by Theodora. To the layman, that doesn't really sound like a terrible fall from grace. But to her, she failed in her duties by being too lax on a relatively undocumented planet. She doesn't seem torn up about it enough to go down the Sister Repentia route quite yet, but the seeds of that seem to be planted. Your chat concludes with her stating that she'll stick around because she feels obligated to, what with the cultist attack that happened while she was here. And if you reply by telling her that you enjoy her company, she seems genuinely perplexed by the sentiment, her capacity for camaraderie stunted by her love for the Emperor. Next up is Abelard. His no-nonsense attitude seems perfect for the mantle that he's taken up, consistently planning for contingencies while generally running everything in the background for you. He was a naval officer, and that calling still rings strongly in his mannerisms and decorum. But let me tell you why I like this guy. I can relate to him. When the Navy had to link up with the rogue trader to conduct business, Theodora took a liking to Abelard and pulled some strings that would allow him to abandon his post and work for her instead. Despite his love for the Imperium and its navy, Abelard was prone to, well, telling it how it is. When meetings occurred, it became a frequent event for Abelard to be reprimanded for being too harsh when stating his opinion, and it would rub people the wrong way. Here's a quick anecdote from my own life. When I finally got a job at GameStop when I was 19, I was really amped up and was ready to be the best damn minimum wage employee that you've ever seen. But they wouldn't let me on the register for the first 2 weeks. I was confident from my previous experience at the gas station and even took the time to memorize all of the various codes for video game systems so that I could be efficient. After a week went by, I asked if I could hop on the cash register and was told that I wasn't ready for it yet. And instead of just going, "Yeah, okay, boss," I told my manager that anyone could operate a cash register and that it was no big deal. My hours got slashed to a point where I was working 4 hours a week by the end of my time at the store. And that's why I like Abelard. There's nothing wrong with telling it how it is, and I stand by the fact that anyone can operate a cash register. Anyways.
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11.
The rest of what Abelard has to tell you involves the Coronis Expanse itself, the area that this game is set in. It's basically outlaw territory with interest from the Imperium and eventually colonizing it. For now though, the Imperium's power is limited, and rogue traders carry much more weight to the average outsider within the Expanse. A smattering of info follows about the various factions at play, but I'll bring them up as we encounter them instead of introducing them now. So finally we have Adira. For as much as the Psyker has going on for her, I find her to be the most boring of our 3 current companions if I'm going to be honest. There's just something about her mannerisms that are predictably erratic. She has no problem talking with you and answering your questions, but nothing she tells you is compelling. She was an orphan on a small planet, was sold into slavery, trained up, and then sold into the service of some royal family before being busted out by Theodora. She also constantly hears whispers from the warp in her head and uses them to read into the future.
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. If you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
I don't know, maybe I'm just not into Psyker lore and concepts. I could see someone being as enamored with Adira's background as I am with Argenta's, and I'll circle back to the seer when I can properly assess her. Firing up a map of the expanse around you is a pleasant surprise, as there seems to be some form of ship combat within the game, which kinda makes sense given its roots. You can upgrade your individual ship parts, spend scrap on upgrades, and assign your companions to different operations. It's really cool even if I can't do a ton with it at the moment. The game tends to do this pretty well, introduce a concept to let you explore it at your leisure, and then eventually hit you with a few spread out tutorials so as to not overwhelm you with a flood of information all at once. For now, I chose Rykad Minoris as my first landing point, which seems to be engulfed in the flames of civil unrest. You're once again given another example of how important you suddenly are when a sergeant starts swearing at you, asking where the fuck you came from and why you're here. Answering that question has the color draining from his face, and he straightens up real quick after that, giving you proper yes sirs despite grenades landing 10 feet from him. Choosing to head here immediately has the game telling us that these guys are holding out against the rebels quite well because of our haste, making me wonder what flavor of timeliness we'll get with later endeavors. Making our way through the starport to speak with the governor here has us fighting rebels as one would expect. It's the first time a few of my party wind up downed, sustaining injuries that need to be healed immediately with a medkit or later at a proper healing station on the ship. I thought about reloading, but it was my own shitty positioning that led to this, and I kind of wonder how badly these various limb injuries will wind up affecting my mission here. It doesn't really affect it. They just get cured when you go back to the ship. I probably could have reloaded, but nothing happened. Further in, we encounter a tech priest named Pascal, who takes out a slew of rebels by self-destructing a nearby machine. Tech priests are part of the cult Mechanicus, which worship machinery to a staggering degree. They're heavily augmented with bionic components, but still retain their humanity unlike servitors. Additionally, tech priests believe in and spread the idea of the existence of machine spirits, which dictate whether a hunk of technology works or not. If a machine malfunctions, its spirit is mad. If a machine works fine, it's happy and must be kept happy through ritualistic maintenance and/or sacrifices. So basically, these guys are batshit crazy, but in a cool way. And this belief has spread to a point throughout the Imperium where most people seem to believe in it. The funny part about the belief is that it can easily be abused. If you don't want your laser rifle to be mad at you, then you better pay homage and perform ritual maintenance on it at regular intervals, soldier. Ironically, any actual artificial intelligence is viewed as heretical and a blatant threat to the Imperium. I fucking love these guys. Anyways, Pascal makes up our 5th party member and was also on a mission to meet at the governor's abode. He seems confused about what he actually did to cause the machine to implode earlier, and even looks shocked that he caused its death in this manner. As we make it to the outskirts of the city, we're met by a soldier who fills us in as to why this rebellion might be happening. It boils down to the greed and uncaring of nobles paired with natural disasters that cause the nobility to clamp down on the little guy even harder. Tale as old as time on that front. The cool part comes from this private who just happened to survive when his squad was ambushed. We can grill him quite a lot about how he escaped with his life, what he did to escape, and so on. And no matter what he says, it's easy to look at him and go, this guy is suspicious as hell. When you make it to the area where his unit was ambushed, you can sift through the carnage to identify that they were pounced on so efficiently that most of them didn't even have the time to draw their weapons. So at this stage, it looks like this kid is a traitor. But because of my background as a crime lord, I can read his acting and mannerisms to interpret his words as truthful. I have no idea how this goes with other backstory jobs, and I'd be pretty disappointed if every backstory had some method of determining this guy's innocence. But for this playthrough, seeing interactions like this unfold helped to really reinforce my guy's prowess and character, keeping me in the role of a criminal who might be in the process of turning over a new leaf. Fighting further into the city has Pascal pretty consistently telling you, man, the government here is woefully incompetent. Eventually, Adira pipes up by getting mad, stating that terrible leaders are everywhere no matter where you look. I don't know what she was trying to say here. Is it more of a every organized leadership sucks, or you shouldn't be viewing the lives of the innocent that way? I mean, probably the former, but it feels like she said this just to say something. Like, I have this knowledge that vaguely applies to what you just said, so let me school you on it. I don't know. It's like she needed to get her Redditor comment in somewhere. Eventually we get to a pretty strange presentation that further makes me wonder if the devs stretched a little too far with how much they wanted to cram into this game. When you enter a room in the ruins below the governor's mansion, you're suddenly presented with a choose-your-own-adventure storybook kind of graphic. I thought I hit a button by accident at first, but no. You have a lengthy description of a scene unfolding before our Lord Captain's eyes. A mass of rebels huddled in a room facing towards a gigantic lens of sorts. As you continue through the scene, your choices affect the outcome, most of which are based off of your current stat rolls. Which is an interesting way to present the scene, but starts to make this game feel like an art project at times. Sometimes there's the usual overhead view of events unfolding, sometimes you get a more head-on cutscene, sometimes characters are voiced, other times they aren't, and now you add this book presentation to the mix. Again, if you know that it's coming, it's really not a huge deal, and it does have that same charm that the rest of the game has. Honestly, picking your engagement choice and then watching it unfold is kind of fun, and I did wind up liking it more after the initial perplexity wore off. The rebels, or cultists I suppose, seem to be drawing power from this lens which reflects energy from the void and charms those around it. If you pass your checks, you can either shoot the lens to break the charms and whatever buffs that they bring, or you can blast some explosive barrels and thin out the ranks. The music in this game is really good, and helps these scenes, battles, bosses, and so on to feel that much more fun. I could have said that sooner, but I really like this boss scene much like I loved Dark Tide's Disposal Unit song. Killing these cultists and shattering their funhouse mirror has us realizing that the lens was made from the same material as the oily shards back on the deceased Lord Captain's desk. Putting two and two together has the group coming to the conclusion that Theodora must have tried to use whatever void-ridden artifact that she had found in order to gain an advantage over her enemies. Abelard goes on the defensive, pissed that anyone would suggest that Theodora would fall to some sort of heresy. Adira and Argenta aren't surprised in the slightest, though Argenta's lack of surprise comes with her praying for me to be better than my progenitor. Thanks, nun. Adira, on the other hand, knew that that was just how the late Lord Captain was, and accuses Argenta of being heartless upon the discovery of a mistake in her eyes. That quip makes more sense to me, and Adira does a pretty good job at voicing her thoughts about how Argenta would follow Theodora around like a puppy, and then immediately discards her memory when the slightest hint of heretical behavior is whispered about the late Lord Captain. From here, it's just more fighting. Fight after fight after fight. To a point where I fought a mini-boss, walked to a new chunk of map, got into a 12 or so person battle, walked to the right a little bit, got jumped by 16 more people. I mean, I'm all for a good round of tactical combat, but the nature of that system is naturally very slowly paced. So when you finally get through that good half-hour-long battle and breathe a sigh of relief, only for there to be another block of enemies a stone's throw down the road, it just feels like things could have been spaced out a little bit more. Thankfully, there's a bit of comic relief after all of this fighting. So you get to this one small group of rebels, and it seems like the leader has taken his own family hostage. You gotta understand, these cultists have been proclaiming the end of the world throughout this entire field trip. They've been scratching out their own eyes, prophesizing about the final dawn fast approaching, and how the only way to be saved from the end of the world is to follow the teachings of the prophet Aurora. It's kind of a lot to make sense of without all of the details, so that's gonna have to do as a summary for now. Anyways, this crazy old fuck is about to blind his own children in order to help them quote-unquote see the light, and you get a set of speech options as you might expect. The option that I chose amounted to, "Hey, come on, don't do that, you're being silly." And he's like, "Wow, goddamn, you're right. I was just trying to save them from the end times, but this got out of hand quick." And then he just walks away with his family. My guy's off to enjoy awkward silence followed by an attempt to fix his family dynamic with a Happy Meal. So we finally make it to the governor, who's holed up in his personal bunker along with roughly 400 soldiers and 2 priests. I can't count, but I'm pretty sure that I'm close on that one. I waltz up to him and demand a full replacement crew for my ship, and the governor is like, "Yeah, sure, no problem, buddy. I'll throw in a full stock of my finest goods, too." Man, being a rogue trader is sick. After exchanging pleasantries, the governor claims that he'll have the rioting under control soon, and that his forces recently destroyed a cannon that was shooting at incoming shuttles such as ours, meaning that we're free to leave or to head to another part of the planet. Coincidentally, the person who Theodora was slated to meet with was last seen heading to a nearby monastery. But I'm gonna bookmark that and head to the other areas around the system first, just because this seems like the main story route. We can get a lot more out of Pascal now that he's joined us properly on our ship. Pascal's a member of an order of tech priests called Explorators, who are sent to explore both lost and uncharted planets to research any technology and bring those findings back to the Cult Mechanicus and the Imperium. Explorators operate a lot like rogue traders in that regard, which does make him a good fit for our crew. The way that Pascal talks is very, well, I guess the way that you would imagine a stereotypical AI-imbued robot to speak.
The request is approved. I am ready to provide the necessary information.
And he lends you a little insight into his mannerisms when you ask him about the mechanical tendrils which are lovingly integrated into his flesh. Because of their attachment to his brainwaves and neurons, they'll often react to threats before his conscious mind can even comprehend them as such. But the whole machine spirits idea comes into play with how he then processes that information. If his tendrils reacted by blowing up another machine in order to take out an ambush, then those machine spirits must have sensed that the quote-unquote victim machine wanted to be helpful one last time. All of this ties pretty heavily into that spiritual fusion of religion and technology that tech priests embody. And it's pretty damn amusing to hear how they justify different actions revolving around machinery. Honestly, I don't think I've laughed more to myself over a character taking themselves seriously than Pascal. He's not saying anything off the wall by 40k standards, but that's just it, it's 40k standards.
Organic tissue is an imperfect replica of the machine, transient and vulnerable. Metal is more stable, more effective, and more durable. Flesh speak is flawed next to binary language. Meat begets weakness. It softens the mind and undermines discipline. But you can replace metal when it wears down.
This Cult Mechanicus bars people that they've deemed to be unworthy from using more advanced technology, only allowing them to use the most common fragments of it. They forbid common people who haven't earned the right from seeing what's going on beneath their robes, and the horrible abomination of flesh and metal that they've become. They hoard tech, pray to it in pursuit of higher clarity, shun those who misuse it, and obliterate any shred of alien technology because they've deemed it to be impure. And that's just really funny to listen to. I don't know why, but it is. Pascal reverently parts the robe's scarlet folds on his chest. You see emaciated white meat, gnawed through by metallic shunts and flexible wires. Blood runs through transparent pipes, enriched with the nutrients required by the pallid flesh. But what about Pascal's mission? The way that he tells it, he was sent to Rykad Minoris to meet with his mentor, who seems to have gone to the same monastery that we were pointed towards just moments ago. Beyond that, his goal seems to be hazy for now, and it hasn't been revealed why his mentor wanted to meet. On our way to the next objective, we have a companion quest that pops up involving Abelard. As you might expect, the proud seneschal has continued to serve in the background, ordering people to do whatever needs to be done and trying not to bother me in the slightest. This worked exceptionally well up until this very moment, when a lieutenant bursts onto the bridge to request an audience with me directly. Turns out that Abelard's methods of rooting out heresy from the lower decks has whipped up the workers into a frenzy. I really like the angle of this narrative because you always expect your right-hand man in these types of scenarios to wordlessly take care of business without any issues. But this quest delves into the idea that even the most experienced people can fuck things up without intending to. Basically, a cultist amulet was found on the body of someone who died in a drunken bar fight. When this happened, people naturally reported it to the proper authorities, who then began to investigate to make sure that no other cultists were on the ship. When Abelard heard of this, he immediately began to make the workers' lives hell, seeing as he lost his last Lord Captain to cultists. Things got so bad for the workers that some of them began to strike from working and now have gotten to the point of rioting. Instead of looking at things from their perspective, Abelard basically goes, yeah, fuck that, and orders the workers to be put down right then and there. If you haven't grasped one of the primary themes of the Imperium, it's that those without power obey and worship those who do have it. And technically, Abelard is in the right when it comes to enforcing that philosophy. They're threatening the sanctity of this ship? Kill them, they're expendable. So we head down to see what all of this is about. Actually, we could have just told them to fuck off and stop bothering us if we wanted. When we make it down, some locals throw some sort of rancid substance onto Abelard before fleeing further in. If asked what that was about, Abelard bluntly tells you that this is the kind of stuff that he has to deal with. People see his name and face as being attached to every bad thing that happens to them, whether it be their rations being cut down in times of food dearths or their heating being restricted when the Lord Captain is trying to throw a sick rave on the bridge. Electricity has to come from somewhere, peasants. The fact is that Abelard is just doing what he feels is best, but in doing so has completely forgotten that these people are, well, people, and they're miserable because of him, or so they feel. Talking to the workers directly has them initially treating you with the same awe that you've become accustomed to as the Lord Captain. That is until one of them pipes up by boldly claiming that all they're trying to do is work and survive, but the investigation has taken a toll on them. If they talk back at all, they're punished, sometimes getting their heating shut off for a week or more. It's led to the deaths of multiple children, which explains the woman's demeanor when addressing someone that most think of as a demigod. The key question here, though, is why a worker had a cultist medallion, and the answer is simple and pretty obvious. It was shiny. I love this very small side quest because it brings up so many ideas and thought processes that have never crossed my mind until it happened. It's easy to go, oh, well, the workers had some cultist jewelry? Execute them, we'll get new ones. Because I mean, you can't risk the ship going down again to more cultists, right? And that's the angle that your seneschal is approaching from. It's easy to think the worst of people when they're made to be so desperate by their lot in life. Who knows what they could be thinking, what they're capable of doing? Abelard even offers up an anecdote from his past, claiming that someone once looted a knife from the body of an enemy which later twisted with warp energy and killed a whole unit. The rabble here simply want the enforcers to leave them be and to stop punishing them, though one of them does take it a step further and demands that we give them guns and completely remove enforcers from this area of the ship. Which, I can talk about how human these people are all I want, I would gun them down before arming them. Thankfully, I could pass the coercion check required to get them to drop those last demands, and that's the end of that. When you're done, Abelard is pissed and basically tells you that you undermined his authority and made your position as Lord Captain look weak. Which is probably partially true depending on how these workers spread and retell this story. You can back down and agree, apologizing to Abelard for not trusting him, you can tell him that he's worthless as a seneschal, or you can tell him outright that you're not Theodora, and that you're not going to make the same types of mistakes that she did when she was alive. I like that last one because not only does it mean that you stand up for yourself without verbally thrashing your right-hand man, but you also earn the respect of Abelard and get him to focus on the idea that you're your own person, that he needs to stop living in the past and move forward from Theodora's reign. It's honestly an awesome set of choices, despite appearing mundane, because oftentimes when I'm playing RPGs, I just tell people what they want to hear. Oh, I'm sorry, Lae'zel, I didn't mean to completely ignore your people this whole time despite telling you that I was going to see them. You're right, Morrigan, everyone is a stupid asshole besides you. And usually that just works. You can tell them what they want to hear, they approve, and you move on. But that's not the only route with Abelard, and he does actually start to shift and change because of how you stand against his decision-making here, which I appreciated a lot. Our next task is to find us a navigator. Fortunately for us, there's a station around here that specializes in pumping out navigators. Unfortunately, it looks a bit like the busted city that we just left from. Turns out that another rebellion has occurred, although this one is less of a taxation is theft rebellion and more of a hostile warp entities have busted into the area and have taken over the minds of the lesser workers in an effort to consume the whole station as a direct result of a navigator who was too stubborn to retire despite being too old to effectively manage the warp without going nuts, sort of rebellion. You know, your average rebellion. This is the first time that we're not greeted with any sort of reverence and are instead met with borderline hostility by a navigator named Felic, who appears to simply be trying to put out the fires in this whorehouse. When he eventually realizes what it is that we're here for, he's willing to bargain with us to see if we can repel the warp influence on the station and help to rescue his mistress, who he simply calls Lady Cassia. Forging a path forward reveals all the warpy, purple fun times that you've come to know and love. Those under the influence of the warp here keep mentioning something about protecting a child of sorts, but are pretty easy to steamroll. Getting to a computer has Pascal doing his thing and appeasing the machine spirits within. My guy ran Windows Defender and called it a sacred prayer. The results that we get from the computer allow us to proceed further in, but it also denotes some peculiarities about how all of this went awry. Obviously, we were told that the senior navigator allowed the warp to affect his mind, but all of the superfluous information in the terminal points towards this mystery child as being capable of melting the minds of those around them. The superiors here even sent for more servants when one batch was reportedly wiped out. Upon returning to the front, Idira warns that the warp's whispers are vaguely telling her that whatever we choose here will lead to some sort of tragedy, and that one of the two available paths involves some sort of treachery, meaning that Felix here might just be plotting something. Heading up the elevator has us encountering an exceedingly pale woman with elongated limbs and simultaneously elegant and haunting facial features, another prime example of what a navigator can become after extensively interacting with the warp. Also a pretty good AI prompt if you ask me. This is Cassia, the child who was mentioned repeatedly up until this point. Her connection to the warp as a navigator appears to be on another level, and her mood swings affect everyone around her. As it's told to you, when she weeps, everyone sheds tears with her. When she's happy, everyone dances in elation. And when she's angry, it's near possible to resist a bout of bloodshed. Awesome. Talking to the navigator who's watching over her reveals that the so-called elderly man who lost his shit is actually trying to protect Cassia with his dying breath. Yeah, it turns out that Idira's hunch was correct, and Felix is in the process of a hostile takeover of this navigator station. You can choose to not believe the old man who's been grievously wounded by Felix, or you can team up with him and take the fight to the younger navigator who lies in wait below. It's a pretty easy twist, but this whole area is very small and takes about 30 minutes if you check every nook and cranny, which is a far cry from Rykad Minoris and makes me think that I chose the quote-unquote wrong route. Either way, we head down to Felix, kick his ass, watch as Cassia's protector dies, and then are left to deal with the so-called divine child. Her attitude seems, well, a bit selfish and spoiled, which makes sense given what we've heard about her this entire time. She's been worshipped, praised, and tended to at every step as the treasure of the station. That's going to give you a bit of an ego no matter who you are. You can reinforce that kind of coddled behavior in Cassia if you choose to white knight for her and exclaim that you'll protect her aboard your ship. Or you can gear her more towards being stronger and less dependent on others by claiming that you're willing to restore her house if she's willing to navigate for you. Or I guess you can keep her agitated with you by forcing her to sign a contract. But what kind of playthrough do you think this is? Human priest, that's what. Cassia is another officer type, which is fine because officer has been busted as a support class so far throughout the game. My guy hands out extra actions and turns left and right, and having more of that can't be a bad thing. As for Cassia herself, I had the opportunity to inhibit her powers of emotional control, but only if I had chosen to side with Felix. So she'll still occasionally leak her feelings into everyone else's minds, which has the potential to have really fun consequences later down the line. Before getting to know Cassia a little bit better, we have to install her officially as the navigator, which involves a complex set of rituals that are particular to the house and station that she hails from. But as always, however you dress up this song and dance, the long and short of this formality is Cassia plugging a SATA cable from the ship into the ports on her shoulder so that she can guide the ship. Now let's get to know her personally.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Well, that was fast. Anyways, this girl loves to yap away. Respectfully. If I had a word to describe her, it would be sheltered. She had no friends and hardly any source of fun, instead being pushed to study her ass off so that she could be the proper heir to the dynasty that is her noble house of navigators. And that's kinda just what she knows. She doesn't yearn for more because she hasn't had any exposure to more. So when you ask her about her life on the station, she'll say shit like, well, it was quiet, like all the servants had their vocal cords removed to preserve their vows of silence. Then she asks why you haven't done the same to the people around here because they're so rowdy and rambunctious compared to dead silent workers. So you kinda get a lot of perspective just from that comment. To be fair, she actually does see the emotions exuding from each individual as they speak, describing their words and emotional states as colors. This pairs with how she sees the warp, something that Cassia details as being different for every navigator. As such, she has a much more direct insight into the emotions and mindsets of every other companion. She claims that Argenta's emotions are full of pride and bright color, but with a trailing cloud of gray in the background. She states that my boy Abelard is the only one that she would trust with her life, and his intentions are honest and direct. Pascal is seen as a confusing array of brightly mixed pigmentation, which varies heavily from the other tech priests that she's encountered. And Adira, well, you can guess what's going on there. A torrent of colors which mimics the warp. So much so that Cassia is unsure if she's in control or if the warp is.
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control.
Being the resident art hoe that she is, Cass is most in tune with the warp when visualizing it as a blank canvas, harkening back to her habit of painting that she picked up when she was younger. So her idea of silencing the lower ranks isn't born out of sheer ignorance as much as it comes to her own personal discomfort. But she also talks a lot for someone who wants to silence others, which is yet another example of the attitude of treating lower class people like dirt. Starting a romance with Cassia is as easy as telling her that you think she's hot as hell, which was sudden, yes, but also kind of hilariously appropriate given her lack of experience. Nothing comes from it for now, but we'll see how that pans out. Okay, so we're going to this small rock now. I'm not sure why, but it exists, so I'm going there. Said small rock houses a space prison, which is a prison but in space. Of course, something has gone wrong, as has been the tradition with every location thus far. Now hear me out. The issue at hand is a prison riot. Boring, right? However, the warden himself has decided to band together with the inmates to declare the prison as a sovereign nation independent of the local system's law. Now that's interesting. Don't know how much sense it makes. I mean, we're on a gray rock, with the resources being minerals and no reasonable way of sustaining food. But hey, maybe the warp is calling again. I do gotta give credit to the writers on this one though. I typed those last sentences out before reading the rest of the conversation, and Adira does point out that there is no way for these people to sustain themselves on this barren rock. I like when media comes up with absurd situations and then has characters pointing out the flaws in said situations. So this whole thing becomes a sort of rescue operation in addition to heretic cleansing, as another prominent rogue trader who runs the House Winterscale has sent his son to deal with the uprising. Unfortunately, the son hasn't been heard back from in quite some time due to the order of operations that I've chosen. Pressing into the prison has us fighting your standard crazy people, but the notes here are what really stuck out. A diary is found in pieces detailing the beginnings of what happened here. Firstly, a handful of prisoners were designated as optimates and had much more privilege than the other inmates. They ate better food, were treated better by the guards, and were generally allowed to do what they wanted to do within reason. As time went on, the warden would drop by to ask questions, but eventually started to lapse into cultist talk about the end times. The optimates were now looked towards as the chosen few, prophets who could lead and spread gospel to others. The guy who the diary was written by didn't quite understand it, but noticed that his fellow optimates were beginning to spout out nonsense also. The culmination of the events outlined in the diary entries involves the writer beating an inmate to death and everyone around him praying to him as he did, something that rightfully scared the shit out of the diary writer. On one hand, yeah, this is just literally another area where the warp activity has influenced the weaker-willed people, and that's not particularly compelling when we're 3 for 3 or 4 for 4 if you count the prologue. But if the writers can continue to make the flavor of corruption stand out more with fun new ideas and perspectives, then I don't really have an issue with it. At least, for now. I imagine if literally everywhere that we land has this same thing going on, then well, I'm probably going to grow bored of the concept no matter how nicely it's dressed up. Eventually, we meet with some prisoners who want nothing to do with this, and they plead with us to spare them so that they can just serve out their sentence in peace, away from all of this heresy. Having Cassia along makes reading their true intent trivial, and she claims that they aren't lying, but they are looking out for themselves first and foremost. I decide to spare them despite the protests of Abelard and Pascal, and then send them to go work for me on my ship. After all, what kind of ex-crime lord would I be if I didn't forgive a few criminals? Probably a smart one, but that's not what this is about. The apex of this prison journey has the now crippled Winterscale boy lying on a medical table, his eyes burned out while the warden looms over him. Interrupting this insane ritual has the warden referencing the prophet Aurora once again, tying a lot of these happenings to them. Around the vicinity are more of these glass lens that we saw on Rykad Minoris. The fight that ensues makes use of these intact lenses, and it becomes apparent fast that if we don't destroy them, the Warden will revive using their power. It's a fun fusion of all of the things that we've witnessed coming together in a cohesive way, and it's kind of cool to inherently understand what's going on just from looking at this room. I imagine if we had come here first, then Winterscale's son would have been in one piece, but as things stand, we have to usher the mangled man back to our ship and pray that we'll still be rewarded for our rescue of him. For now though, we're pretty much done with Chapter 1 of the game. There are a couple of side bits that you can handle if you choose to, both of which consist of derelict ships found around the system. In a fashion that we've become accustomed to, we can choose to handle the exploration of the first vessel however we choose, either by exploring it for scrap and dealing with its defenses, or by leaving it be in a demonstration of xenotechnology being unholy anathemas that are wrought with misfortune and counter to the Emperor's divine way. The other ship winds up being a pirate vessel which has been shot to shit and left for dead. If you want to, you can blow it away, but you can also trade with it, offloading all of that crap that you've been stockpiling in exchange for reputation. Having enough rep with a merchant makes it so that you can just wholesale take whatever you want, which was a little bit confusing at first but became clear quickly. Basically, the more cargo that you trade to a merchant, the higher that your rank becomes. You take all of the random bits and bobs that you've accumulated through your looting and repackage them into tidy little bundles of categorized loot, and then dictate what kind of loot that you want to sell. Of course, each merchant rewards you with more reputation depending on what they personally want. So I decided to keep a lot of the junk that they had less interest in and focused on Xeno artifacts, armor kits, weapon kits, and so on. Once you have your rank up to where you want it to be, it's a matter of flexing your rogue trader status and using it to take whatever you fancy, so long as it's within your profit factor. You gain or lose that depending on what you've done in whatever system you're in. So in my case I had a +5 and was able to take the majority of these goods that these pirates were offering. It's actually kind of a cool system, and I like the flavor of it compared to your standard sell for space money, buy with space money affair. Alright, back to Rykad Minoris. The monastery here shows signs of battle that the rest of the planet has displayed, and approaching the daunting church with its glowing pylons that hum with the crackle of electricity lends a feeling of finality to this chunk of the game. This is the Electrodynamic Cenobium, or the Zappy Church as someone once called it. It was me, I called it that. Not everything needs a grandiose name. Stepping inside the Zappy Church, or ZC as someone once called it, has us bearing witness to the bodies of the usual suspects littering the floor, their corpses thoroughly ravaged by electricity presumably from the church's defenses. We can discover a tech priest here whose body has long started to decay, but whose mind is still attached to technology which allows him to live on through a trance-like state. Convincing him to help us has him imparting a buff, which... I can't help but laugh at some of the over-the-top phrasing in this game, followed directly by a more down-to-earth synopsis. Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse II's blessing is a promise of protection from the fury of the motive force. Grants 50% armor against shock damage. The buff at least comes into play quickly as we figure out what the defenses that these cultists provoked entails. Electro priests swoop down from the ceiling and proceed to attack us for a staggering 0 damage. I assume because of the protection that we received, but it was still kinda scary watching them smack the party with fat AoEs. Eventually we find the Inquisitor who Theodora was meant to meet with, one Heinrichs van Kalox. I would have said Heinrichs, but I'm assuming that the guy knows how to pronounce his own name. Anyways, Heinrichs is fucking scary. But in a, hey officer, I know I was speeding, but I swear there was a good reason for it, kind of way. This guy has a terrible amount of power as an interrogator who works directly for the Imperium at one of its highest and most prestigious posts, and he knows it. He tears into you immediately when Adira begins babbling about how nasty the warp seems to flow around him, and his grilling instantaneously sets a tone where he could potentially have you killed for the slightest perceived whisper of heretical behavior. Of course, Abelard tries to puff up your role as rogue trader, hoping to salvage some semblance of respect from the interrogator. This doesn't do too much to sway Heinrichs' behavior, but the presence of Cassia does, with him noticing her house's crest and recognizing her as the important navigator that she is. Regardless, Heinrichs joins the party and states bluntly that he's here to put a stop to the cultists once and for all. Their leader, Aurora, is here and is attempting to obliterate the church by causing a chain reaction within its main core. So it's time to put an end to the so-called Final Dawn cult once and for all. Interestingly enough, Heinrichs is a Psyker warrior, which I was surprised by. Though if I had to put him in a base archetype, it would have been operative, which we kind of already have two of. Still, the Psyker aspect takes Heinrichs and sets him wholly aside from how I would build Abelard. At the center of this maze of electricity is a swarm of cultists who are in the process of torturing a tech priest. This would be Pascal's mentor, Amernat, which causes Pascal to immediately spring into action, hastily pointing out the prospect of using the clothing of the bodies nearby and disguising ourselves as cultists so that we can overload the machinery around here and electrocute everyone without getting his mentor killed. So we press some buttons, overload this, tinker with that, and ta-da! Everyone in the room gets fried. I mean, we do too, but we can patch that up with medkits. Confronting Amernat has the guy turning out to not be Amernat after all, but he was definitely regurgitating the mentor's various hymns and teachings. Fully comprehending what happens at any given time with Pascal is a chore due to the religious technobabble that accompanies nearly every phrasing that he utters. But the long and short of this interaction seems to involve this strung-up tech priest sharing the same last name of Hanoiman with Pascal. And I know that doesn't really seem far-fetched, but for Pascal, and tech priests in general, it is. Last names aren't usually family names in a conventional sense to them, and are treated more as an ID number than a lineage. Pascal came searching for who he thought was his mentor because someone was using his last name and was dropping little hints and sayings that he would be able to positively identify as coming from Amernat. So Pascal was convinced that his mentor was summoning him directly and secretly to this church, and it turned out to be someone completely different who was adamant that their last name was the same as his. After some words back and forth, it becomes apparent that this guy's in no condition to properly hold a conversation, and that the warp has infected his code. Which is a thing, I guess. Apparently the warp can even take solid coding, run it through JavaScript, and then vomit it back into a perfectly working soldier of the Emperor, resulting in them corrupting like any other flesh and blood human. So Pascal gets to work trying to fix him. I grab some nearby jumper cables and beat him until he overloads. It's all great fun. I mean, it worked. So now we're at an impasse with Pascal, and he's still on his quest to find his mentor and figure out what's going on with this impersonator. Here's my guess ahead of time. Pascal is Amernat, and he's trying to reach himself after he reset his brain to forget about it. It's not terribly inspired, but it's got potential, I'd say. The Electro Priests we fought earlier simply viewed us as more intruders, but there are more that have sealed themselves away behind a door and recognize that we've been fighting off heretics on their side. Their leader greets you and fills you in on the specifics. Turns out that Aurora has made it to the so-called sacred artifact down below, which seems to be a massive generator that was found over 4,000 years ago and is capable of immense amounts of power output. It's the reason why this monastery was built, and it currently powers several hive cities on this planet. Hive cities are exactly what the name sounds like, gigantic underground cities packed with millions to billions of humans. So you can imagine the sheer power that this generator can exude, and what it would mean for it to self-destruct. The Electro Priest leader then tells you that his brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering Aurora's efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. Which is the funniest fucking way of saying, yeah, so Aurora is screaming at the main console and telling it to explode over and over, and our guys are screaming at it to log in over and over to stop her. God, I love tech priests. Meeting Aurora down below has you getting some half answers that are enshrouded in mystery, as you might expect at this stage of the game. It might be my own attention span lapsing, but I've always had a bone to pick with overly convoluted rambling about the end times as a vehicle for pitching your villainous writing. Because beneath the layer of tangled doublespeak lies a very simple truth. The bad guy wants to corrupt everything by utilizing the warp. There's no further reason given at this time, and there doesn't really need to be. Because the warp is hell, and hell doesn't need a reason to be evil. The most important illumination that we gain from Aurora here is that there's an even bigger bad guy known as Urlon the Cruel, who we'll likely have to deal with next. So let's focus on the positives that stem from this scene. Firstly, the way that Aurora has gone about this has had her and her men forcibly stabbing the priest's hands to the keyboard and corrupting them enough to make them type. Their minds are their own, but their hands aren't, and that's a cool-ass visual. Secondly, the Final Dawn cult seems to stand against the Imperium and has gained traction specifically because of how the Imperium operates. As Aurora puts it, in their minds, the Emperor doesn't give a fuck about his people. They've resisted the required brainwashing of the Imperium's teachings and have instead opted to take a stand against it through violence. Which, after seeing what the average peasant has had to deal with in this universe, I can hardly blame them. It might have been their original intent, and made the upstarts easier for the warp to corrupt, which is a cool way of having evil take root. My issue is that you have a pretty interesting set of circumstances naturally with how the Imperium operates. Seeing a group of disgruntled peasants labeled as heretics for wanting better treatment is just a really cool way of turning the tables on who's the good guy and who's the bad. But then you just wholesale sweep away any legitimate reason that these people might have when you introduce the influence of the warp immediately. If these guys only started to turn towards the warp in the final throes of the story, then you'd have the opportunity for a genuinely good set of character development for our more dogmatic types. Whether they would continue to mindlessly serve what they know or begin to think differently about the value of life. But that's not a rogue trader problem, that's a 40k problem. It's a universe that operates entirely off of the old school definition of good versus evil, of humanity versus everything else. The warp is so basely evil that it just corrupts things without them asking for it. People don't often choose to rely on its power, it just invites itself in and twists them into something more nefarious. This is the caveat that allows the Imperium to continue operating the way that it does, the way that it needs to. There are so many twisted, fucked up depictions of what humanity has had to become and do to survive. It's what makes the universe so alluring. But it also makes for a lot of cop-out moments where it's like, oh hey, the super devil took over the bad guys who were fighting to feed their families. Oh well, another day, another orphan. Praise the Imperium. Now that said, it is possible that I'm looking at this whole thing and taking the events that occur as infallible logic. The poor peasants are starving and are likely to turn to the warp, so keep enforcers on them and put them in the ground if they act out. But this whole scenario is a bit of a self-inflicted wound that stems from the fact that these people are being treated like scum from birth. If they weren't, then would they need to turn to the warp? Probably not. In a way, these quote-unquote black and white scenarios that derive from people turning to evil in order to get ahead are a direct result of the Imperium being the tyrannical dictatorship that it is. And sometimes it's hard to pull away from the humans equal good guys idea to grasp the concept fully. Still, I'd have to say that overall this is a weaker point for me personally when it comes to the motivations of bad guys in the 40k universe. It's kind of a necessary evil when you structure humanity the way that it was written, and I'm not very upset by the overall result given how amazingly unhinged the Imperium is due to its nature. Anyways, this fight is pretty straightforward and puts you on a time limit of 2 rounds. Every time you kill one of the 6 priests scattered around the room, you get an extra round. Once they're all gone, you win. The corrupted Aurora dies on the spot, basically allowing the warp to take her life so that she can't be interrogated further. We ensure that the sacred artifact generator doesn't explode, Heinrichs decides to join us on our ship, and Pascal intends to accompany us in order to search for his lost mentor. After this, we loot and leave, with a scant amount of fanfare coming from the Electro priests on the way out. Not that I was expecting a Star Wars ribbon ceremony or anything of that sort. It just felt a little weird walking back out and onto the ship with only one phrase of a goodbye from anyone here. Back on the ship, Heinrichs apologizes for his treatment of you earlier, which is a good step towards making him likable. I mean, as much as I'm ready for our resident tough guy with a hidden heart of gold, it does make more sense for the interrogator to simply have been locked into doing his duty, and wasn't expecting a friendly face after witnessing the atrocities on Rykad Minoris. Further info can be squeezed out of Heinrichs after this, which ultimately sheds more light on the idea of what happens to a member of the Imperial Knights when they're discovered to have psychic abilities. Think of the Imperial Knight House as medieval warriors who pilot mecha suits. I know, right? Awesome. Well, it turns out that they aren't allowed to be pilots if they have psychic abilities.
My great-aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great-aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
And that's the kind of thing that makes people fear psychers. So Heinrichs had to forego his destiny as an Imperial Knight, now treading the same path as any other psychers that the Imperium gets a hold of. The backstory does a really good job at defining what a psycher is, and what they have to go through. I'd argue much more so than the way that Adira explained it.
Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psychers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers.
While Heinrich seems surprisingly open about his past, his trials, how old he is despite his appearance due to his skills as a biomancer, and so on, he absolutely refuses to answer any questions about the inner workings of the Inquisition beyond a surface level. Even asking questions about the whereabouts of other Inquisitors or for intimate details about his duties causes him to more or less roll his eyes at you for even asking. So the full brunt of what we wind up getting out of Heinrichs winds up simultaneously being peculiarly detailed and unsurprisingly vague. Anyways, remember the lack of ribbon ceremony? Yeah, that's fixed fast when returning to the governor to tell him that his planet is not going to implode. The ceremony is described as a march through the street with Aurora's body in tow. People will praise us, shower us with affection, and eventually rush to pay their respects and show their gratitude. This is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us. Members of the military, young people attractive and physically fit. A few healthy children. Damn right, no sick kids near the rogue trader, fucking peasants. The ceremony goes a little something like this. And then the sun explodes. We don't have time to deal with that, seeing as we're now surrounded by absolute chaos and carnage, the contingency plan of the cultists coming into full effect. So it's back through the streets of Camden, New Jersey for another set of battles, now with chaos-spawn monstrosities. It's a little wearying, but the event at least stems from a fun idea, the interruption of what would have been a celebration of our gleaming triumph over evil. The final sprint has us encountering the sergeant who we met at the start of Rykad Minoris, who's currently in the process of killing the governor in a bout of madness. His reasoning at least makes sense, as he sees the governor's cowardice as an affront to his service. And the fact that he wanted to abandon the sergeant while he escapes with the rest of the nobles sent the soldier over the edge, embracing the chaos permeating the air. Before we can even react to that, in comes the real boss of Chapter 1, a Chaos Marine who has taken up the mantle of Aurora. Those who know what a Chaos Marine is understand the severity of the foe that we now face. But for those who don't, you have to understand what a Space Marine is. Space Marines are, well, superhuman amalgamations of intensive training, psychological conditioning, and genetic splicing, all wrapped up in a shell of power armor that makes them capable of unfathomably Herculean acts of strength and endurance. They're basically demigods to the average human. So a Chaos Marine is, well, a corrupted Space Marine. Someone who's chosen to abandon the Imperium and dedicate their services and strengths to the Warp. And that's what just came lumbering in at nearly 300 health. Everyone is positively flabbergasted when the hulking load of flesh and steel finally falls, a battle that was easier than I anticipated on the game's normal difficulty. Still, I imagine this fight would have been unreasonably hard on the tougher difficulties if that's something that you went for. When it's time to leave, the culprits behind the disappearing star appear to be a faction of Xenos from the Aldari race. To simplify a rather complex topic, the Aldari are space elves, and they come with all of the smug superiority that their medieval counterparts exude in nearly every other scrap of media that they infest. Though, to be fair, these ones do have a bit more claim to behaving that way than the average elf, as their race once unequivocally dominated the galaxy with disgustingly advanced technology that would make humanity weep if they were still in full control. Long story short, they got so full of themselves that they birthed the chaos god of hedonism, perfection, and excess with their lust for decadence. And that kind of, well, it set their society back by a lot. Anyways, the faction of the Aldari which just wiped out the sun are known as the Drakari, which are the universe's drow or dark elves. To clarify, their skin is very pale white due to the lack of sun where they live, you know, just in case you took the comparison literally. And their philosophy generally tends to be to inflict as much pain and anguish as they can in order to siphon the unadulterated energy produced by the suffering that they cause others. In this case, the events of Aurora's final attack and the star disappearing are likely unrelated. It's explained by Heinrichs that humanity is still unsure of how Drukhari do stuff like steal a star. That's just how advanced the remaining tech that they have is. Also, they apparently despise the warp the same amount or more so than humanity does, due to the background of having their original home sector of space wrecked by a chaos god. Regardless, the decision falls on me regarding what to do now that everything has gone to shit. The cultists are spreading at an alarming rate, with peasants converting on the spot for a chance at salvation. This means that Rykad Minoris will likely become a demon planet soon, and we can choose to use that info to justify nuking it from orbit. On the other hand, we can simply leave it to its fate. I mean, my guess is that the sun going away is going to cause the planet to freeze within a few days. I can't remember if it had a warm core or if it was just a rock. Kinda just looked like a rock. Maybe there's an artificial atmosphere, so it doesn't matter as long as the generator is in place. Or maybe it becoming corrupted by the warp makes silly things like temperature fluctuation a moot point. But anyways, that doesn't matter. Our iconoclast option comes in the form of saving people and the generator. But even then, you can only choose between 2 of 3 options: commoners, nobles, and the generator. I went with not nobles. We have enough of them around here. The following scenes depict the strange and solemn circumstances that we find ourselves in. The planet that we fought to save is swallowed by a swirling purple maelstrom. The ship that we've inherited is still a scrap heap that desperately needs repairs. The former Lord Captain's corpse is given a final farewell before being shunted into space. It's a pretty melancholy ending, one that oozes the grimdark fantasy world of 40k nicely. Chapter 2 begins with another round of tasks. Heinrichs insists that he'll be leaving once we get to the only real port in the expanse called Footfall. Footfall is home to many unsavory types who hail from the same criminal background that my guy does, though their crime lords seem to be much more well off than I ever was. In addition to Heinrichs' departure, Argenta demands that we visit a very specific reverend who she worked for before being picked up by Theodora. We've also been summoned by the Liege of Footfall, who runs the port and urgently wants to see the current rogue trader for some unknown reason. And finally, we're told that my guy hasn't officially been recognized as a rogue trader and that the formality of a ceremony must take place when we're done with Footfall. See the pattern from the last chapter to this one yet? Bombarded with tasks and ending in a bout of triumph? How much you want to bet that the ceremony will end in chaos before we transition to Chapter 3? Our first decision is actually pretty fun though. Either we arrive or announce our presence, throwing a parade and trying to shake up the local political influences at play by tossing our hat into the ring, or we arrive incognito and get the lay of the land, learning quietly who affects what and how we can use that information. I chose the latter. But before we get to that, it's time to take all of those stats, equipment, and so on which have been affixed to the ship and put them to use in battle. In true Rogue Trader fashion, the screen with all of these ship assignments comes into play in a tutorial battle where some smaller vessels engage you. Rather than it simply being a standard battle but with everyone moving at once, Void Ship encounters have their own set of rules revolving around how a ship behaves in battle. For one, your vessel needs to move a certain amount every turn. Being the big bulky load that it is, this makes turning quite a tall order, and currently only allows us to turn around 90 degrees every round. That said, our arsenal is quite formidable and we have around 6 attacks depending on which direction that the enemy is compared to our location. Each ship has shields that you need to chew through, which will regenerate if you don't continue to lay it on thick. It's a really fun shakeup of the traditional combat and it makes me want to upgrade my ship's maneuverability and weaponry. Landing on Footfall has a merry gang of assholes attacking us outright, which honestly felt a bit like a filler fight, but it did give me a reason to test out my new archetypes with Grand Strategist, Master Tactician, Vanguard, and Bounty Hunter all coming into play nicely. I won't go too much into them, but Tactician gives my guy the capability of spending stacks that are derived from momentum buildup, channeling them into a crazy powerful single attack. I didn't use them because I was saving them for the entire battle. Vanguard is just a more powerful soldier and/or warrior. Bounty Hunter has my backline singling out individual targets and blasting them for more damage. And Strategist is probably the most interesting one for me, allowing Cassia to designate different parts of the battlefield which will impart strong advantages for us and disadvantages to the enemy. That one's really neat and I wouldn't have been displeased if I had chosen it for my guy. When the smoke clears, we're told that the gang that attacked us has no fear of the ruling liege or nobility in general, as we obviously just witnessed firsthand. And now we get to explore this absolute monster of a hub. Workers shuffle back and forth, hauling heavy cargo across the thoroughfare. Shoppers line up at stalls, ragged and weary from the harsh environment. Machinery clinks and pipes bellow with steam, the sound of whirring and humming and whistling filling the air as you plod through these markets, shipping containers rife with contraband, dilapidated structures, and ramshackle gathering areas. Hiding just beneath the weathered surface are the remains of elegance, stained marble that's been long forgotten about, intricately designed windows which peek out to the murky hues of space, embroidered etchings that have been trampled and maimed over the decades of mistreatment. Marvelous pillars stand side by side with haphazardly thrown together awnings made of scrap metal and rusted bolts. The hodgepodge of sterile beauty mirroring the cold reality of a population who doesn't care for anything besides profit is appropriately watched over by looming billboards of the Golden Throne, of proclamations that the Emperor will protect them. This menagerie of people range from the lowest working class dregs to the cutthroat bandits who are liable to jump you on the premise of fresh loot, to marketplace guards, criminals, drunkards, and information brokers of varying stature, relevance, and allegiance. It would take me a very long time to retell every hostile encounter, every scrap of information, and petty interaction that I experienced when wading through this mass of humanity and industriousness. But I will say that my guy was better known as a crime lord than I gave him credit for, as one of the merchants recognizes my face, shocked that someone of my repute would wander into the dusty bar located in the back of the shadow quarters. Also, looting every little thing that I find makes a lot more sense in a game where you're a respected lord. Because I mean, who's gonna stop you? Actually, there is one side quest that I think is very worth mentioning. At the back of one of the main atrium's halls is an open casket funeral for some old fossil or another. Stumbling into it has the receptionist mistaking you for someone known as Fidelio. You can roll with that lie and claim that you are, or you can outright state your title as Rogue Trader. After watching the funeral unfold, it's clear that something's weird about the guests and the ceremony itself. Abelard recognizes the dead guy's face as a notorious pirate who once terrorized parts of the galaxy, his main move being to torch people to death with fire. And after looking around at a few of the other guests, it becomes clear that those associated are gruffer, stronger-looking criminal types. The thing is, this pirate, known as Dens, has long turned over a new leaf, retired from piracy and had begun living on footfall with his ill-gotten riches. He was a contributor to the church, spoke to a pastor about his past deeds, and was more or less living a peaceful life. The problem is that this Fidelio person who you were initially mistaken for is someone that no one here has even heard of, and yet was named the sole benefactor of Dens' fortune. The receptionist was his first mate, and he thinks that Dens was just going senile when he chose Fidelio as the recipient of his fortune. His son is someone who has never gotten along with his dad, and saw this action as a slight against him personally. And his granddaughter seems to be completely innocent and is sadly mourning the passing of her grandpa in the corner of this area. The more that you sleuth around, the more that you begin to fully understand the bigger picture. It turns out that quite a few of the funeral goers want this Fidelio person dead, and they all seem to understand that Dens was obsessed with the word repentance in his final days. The word seemed to occasionally get scrawled all over his home, which he laughed at whenever he saw it appear on the walls. But towards the end, the word stopped triggering laughter as much as it seemed to trigger fear and anguish. No one really bothered trying to figure out where it was coming from, instead thinking that the old man was doing it himself. That's when the story of his assassination attempt comes into play. Dens was not a good person for the vast majority of his life. What caused him to finally hang up his pirating hat was the attempt on his life, which nearly killed him outright. The attempt came from the daughter of someone who Dens killed via fire. And it turns out that after his recovery, Dens tracked down the daughter, lobotomized every part of her brain that processed positive emotion but retained the capability to think and move. And then he turned her into a servitor who he forced to clean his estate. This would be Fidelio, who he initially was amused by whenever she was able to act out by writing the word repentance on his walls. But as Dens got older and changed as a person, he felt nothing but crushing guilt, resulting in him leaving her his fortune despite being nothing but a husk now. With the mystery solved, you can use your rogue trader standing to reward the first mate or the son with the fortune. But if you're an iconoclast, you can reward it to his granddaughter, who he loved dearly. That's what I went with, but it doesn't end with a nice little humble scene of warmth. It instead ends up with the father of the girl, Denz's son, pulling a gun on his own daughter and demanding that she give up the fortune. The girl, who has no concept of what to do with that kind of money, instantly agrees, willing to do anything to not see her dad angry. And that's when Fidelio, in her final moments as a servitor, cuts the father down, short-circuiting immediately afterwards. The daughter cries over her dad's body, and the pastor steps in to look after her and manage her fortune appropriately. It's such an amazing ending to a seemingly typical mystery quest. And it was one of, well, I think maybe 5 or 6 results, depending on who you chose, if you decided to kill everyone here for being pirates, if you decided to pose as Fidelio, or if you chose to completely abstain from participating in the funeral. The aftermath has the pastor sending out Denz's body the way that the old pirate sent out many other souls, lighting him up with a jerry can of fuel and watching him crumble away in the blaze. This quest snuck up on me, if I'm gonna be honest with you. It went from me wandering into an area, and I could not have been more uninterested in what was happening. Some guy mistakes me for someone else, who cares? Okay, it's a funeral, fine, whatever. Well, Abelard recognizes him. Alright, let's see what other people have to say. And before I knew it, I was invested in figuring out what had happened in this old pirate's past. And right as I was pretty content with the simple act of figuring everything out and revealing the punished servitor to everyone else, that ending note of tragedy just caught me off guard in a way that I wasn't ready for. It's really the perfect harmony that encapsulates the grimdark universe of 40K so well, and the fact that the writers managed to pull it off in a back area side quest really speaks volumes to their capabilities. After getting my fill of the local life and a few more leads on the gang that attacked us, the first objective that I decided to tackle was clearing Argenta's task of meeting with her Reverend. Funnily enough, the Reverend claims that he's heard of my guy's vast intellect, and then admonishes it as a gateway to becoming a heretic. In other words, smart people tend to begin thinking that the Imperium is bullshit, realizing its flaws and beginning to slip away from the dogmatic nature that it demands. I placate him by mimicking the correct ninja hand signs and telling him the secret password.
神があなたと共にありますように。
そしてあなたも。
This conversation boils down to Argenta going, "Hey, so I want to go kill heretics with the rogue trader." And the Reverend going, "Huh? What? Yeah, sure, fine, whatever. Oh, also, before you go, can you go kill some cultists in the Shadow Quarter?" We almost got away with it. Fortunately, taking out the cultists really doesn't take too much or too long and results in a conversation with Argenta when we're through. This is the conversation that really helps you to mold Argenta into what she'll become while venturing alongside you, and it does have that Sisters Repentia option that I had hoped that it would. Basically, Argenta discloses exactly how she came to be in the employ of Theodora, and it isn't super far from how she presented her background before. Instead of being jumped on a random planet, it seems that Argenta was on a personal pilgrimage at the time, seeking out the long-lost ship of her patron Saint Argenta, who she was named after. Not much is told about who Saint Argenta was, but judging from the fact that our Argenta was named after her, I imagine she was really fucking good at killing cultists and hailing the Emperor. Anyways, it was said that the Saint's ship was lost on an uncharted planet and would only appear and open to those most committed to the Imperium. Argenta, lost at this stage in her life, decided that her new purpose would be to find this ship and prove her fealty to the Imperium by gaining access to the interior of the ship and its hidden relic. When she got there, she was jumped by cultists from the same faction as the ones that we just killed for the Reverend, which is how this whole conversation came up. To her, it was her greatest defeat, and one that came because of her own hubris. You can cause her to lean into that need for repentance, which will push her down the path of punishing herself for that mistake. But you can also tell her that it wasn't her fault for seeking what she felt was her destiny, which will cause her to continue to tread down the holier-than-thou, kill-em-all path. If you want something a little more extreme than that, you can push her to begin harnessing her anger against the Imperium's enemies by claiming that this task is her choice and her right as a Sister of Battle. I gotta say, the replayability of this game is staggering with how many little options there are. It's definitely a huge bonus for multiple playthroughs. Regardless, I decided to go with the vanilla option of keeping her holy, pushing her towards getting to that ship, which is described as containing a holy banner, armor, or a chainsword. Next we go to meet up with the head honcho, the Liege of Footfall. After some formalities, he claims that the constant disruptions in the warp jumping as of late has led to a food shortage for the station. Seeing as it's a trading post first and foremost, producing food is not feasible in the slightest. So he's basically asking us to step in and use one of my family's farming planets to send the station food. This is where that human priest thing is gonna bite me in the ass, because basically we've got several options. 1, tell him to fuck off and deal with the chaos of the station's residents attacking randomly along with the food shortage. 2, demand that he beg for my help. 3, tell him that we literally want every red cent of profit in exchange. 4, agree to the deal outright and gain a fair profit for the food. Or 5, tell him that we love humanity so much and we would love nothing more than to just eat shit and grin at the prospect of giving away profit. Honestly, I would have made most of the same choices that I've made so far throughout this playthrough without trying to be an iconoclast, but in this case, I'd have robbed this guy blind. Still, I do want to try to stick to iconoclast for this video, so I guess we'll help him out for free. Fuck. There's one more point of order that I need to get out in the open now, and that's that there's one more companion on Footfall for you to discover and bring into the fold. But with the way that I went through the game and felt like I'd stop back later, I completely missed her. So yeah, for those who have played this game and were looking forward to me talking about Jay, this is going to be a Jay-free video. I apologize for that, but it was too late by the time that I figured out that I could even miss her. The game still progresses fine without her and didn't feel like it was missing anything, which was nice to see. But yeah, sorry. Heading back to the ship so that we can dart over to the farm planet for food has us facing the same type of issue that has disrupted Footfall's supply line. There's a warp storm that has rendered any and all knowledge of previous routes to the warp completely useless. Which means that we need to find several routes back to the planets that my rogue trader's family owns. Oh, also Heinrichs is back and has requisitioned the rogue trader to fight evil or whatever. He expands on this later by claiming that Theodora was historically very loose in how she operated around the gray areas of what was normally acceptable, even for a rogue trader. The fact that a chaos cult then infiltrated her ranks seems to show that her shortcomings that related to her prudence is a cause for concern now that the reins have been passed to me, someone who is historically adept at operating outside of the law. So Heinrichs is not only here to aid me in stifling the flow of the Final Dawn cult, but to keep an eye on me until I can prove myself as a worthy predecessor of the late Theodora. Speaking of, while the cult seemed to be a random occurrence that we happened to bump into, Heinrichs does denote their capabilities as well as their cleverness. The way that they were initially presented, I had assumed that they had just happened to infiltrate our ship and the one planet of Rykad Minoris. But it appears that this was a fraction of their forces, and the seeds of chaos have long been carefully planted across the Coronis expanse before they spun their plans into motion. And that's when the other shoe drops, as Heinrichs believes that the main base of the cult stems directly from one of the planets under my family's control. In this case, an industrial planet known for producing weapons, ships, and so on. It's the backbone of the rogue trader's production, a real heavy hitter. So it being corrupted by cultists is, well, not good. Of course, if it is as bad as Rykad Minoris, Heinrichs bluntly states that we should definitely nuke it from orbit this time around. Which is easy for him to say, but is the right thing to do in the eyes of the Imperium. He even remarks that while he disagrees with my handling of Rykad Minoris, there's a small part of him that felt and understood the compassion of saving lives that I displayed. Funnily enough, the interrogator then states that he will work on eradicating that fragment of weakness from his psyche. Great. That's your daily Heinrichs update. Let's move over to Pascal before we head to Farm Planet. So this conversation starts with me striding up to Big P and going, "You lied to me." As for what he lied about, I'm actually kind of unclear about that, but it's possible that I just misread something. Either way, he replies by claiming that he once betrayed Amernat after the guy suffered a schism, which is the official term for having his code corrupted by the warp. Except this kind of sentiment can be applied to someone who demands that the Imperium include more dipping sauce with their government-allotted chicken nuggets. If they're standing against the Imperium on the basis of more honey mustard, then what's to stop them from killing the fast food employee? It's a slippery slope, must be a heretic. Now, keeping that in mind, the primary goal for most, if not all tech priests, has to do with the cataloging, understanding, processing, protection, and expansion of knowledge. It's like their biggest purpose. But it also conflicts a bit with an Imperium who wants to keep its subjects stupid so that they don't get any honey mustard ideas. Is this dipping sauce analogy working? Whatever. Long story short, Liza P tells you that his mentor went crazy and started saying stuff like, "Hey, if we're supposed to learn as much as possible, shouldn't we want to learn about normally forbidden shit too?" And they told him, "No, dude, we gotta follow the rules." And he replied with a casual, No, but seriously, think about it. If the Emperor wants us to learn everything that we can so that we can worship better, then why do we stop learning after a certain amount of subjects?" Honestly, the guy sounded more like an advanced worshipper to me. He was ready to New Game Plus his religion. My guy hit 99 and went, "Wait, it goes to 120? Everyone keeps telling him that there's no point to training it more, but he really wants that cape. Well, the bigwigs weren't having it, and Pascal was put into a position where he was about to watch Amernat's order begin fighting with other tech priest orders. So he did what any good, upstanding citizen would do, and he fucking ratted out his boss by turning in proof of his heresy. That was the last time he had heard of his mentor until he was sent this encrypted message that had him traveling to Rykad Minoris. Of course, that message was the doing of Abel, who still insists on sharing the same ID as Pascal, and likewise Pascal seems to have taken to him as an older brother would. He claims that Abel sees the world differently from an average servant of the Imperium, and translates his thoughts into something closer to poetry than common speech. As such, quizzing Abel on why he insists on sharing the same name as Pascal has him asserting that the shared names aren't an indication of something deeper, but the fact that they share names is the deeper meaning. Okay, hear me out. What if Abel is Pascal, and he's trying to reach himself after he reset his brain to forget about it? Huh? Either way, the overarching picture for Pascal's future here involves the continuation of something that the Imperium's tech priests called the Cycle. The Cycle is everything that makes the Imperium the way that it is, a metaphor for the ongoing processes that have historically worked to make the Golden Throne's reign as strong as it is. Following the rules, keeping the precedent that was set millennia ago, maintaining a wholly dogmatic approach. The Cycle is a philosophy, one which the Adeptus Mechanicus obey without question. The problem that they now face with this doctrine is that it does exactly what it says on the tin, repeats itself in a cyclical motion. This means that there will eventually be no more new knowledge for the Imperium to learn from, to utilize and grow from. It's what Amernat meant to break, to discontinue the cycle. And it's currently what Pascal is struggling with, unsure if his mentor was correct, or if throwing him under the bus to maintain the status quo was better.
They recognized his teachings as tech heresy.
You can't just put tech in front of words and pretend it means anything different. Anyways, off to Space Farmville. This is where the game gets cool again. I mean, it was cool before, but now it's just cool again. You're now free to roam the entirety of the Coronis Expanse, choosing where to go and how safely you'd like to go about it. While it seems complicated on the surface, it's surprisingly accessible and fun to navigate this chunk of space. Basically, you have your objectives laid out in front of you with the 3 systems belonging to the Rogue Trader marked as places of interest. But to get to them, you'll have to chart your course. You can warp right to them if you want, but doing so is inherently dangerous and requires a resource that you gain just from exploring other systems. In our case, we start with 6 points. As game dev granted luck would have it, it takes 3 points to jump straight to a system and 3 more points to force the route to be safe. If you want to, you can ignore that boon and jump to the surrounding systems for more points, or take the more dangerous routes and face varying degrees of warp fuckery. I decided to take a nearby safe route and kill off some pirates before forcing safe passage to farm system with my 6 points. The former end of that showcases the Mass Effect style exploration, encountering the remains of a handful of heavenly bodies and looting their resources with probes. It's really damn cool, and it makes me that much more excited to explore the expanse, gain upgrades for my ship, and locate resources to increase my profit factor. My voice is giving out, but I'm doing my best. Landing on Farm World, It's called Janus, but I didn't know how I wanted to say it, so I decided to just say Farm World, but now I've said Janus, so I kind of messed that up. Anyways, landing on it has us witnessing a strange color that I haven't seen too much of in this game. It looks a bit like poison gas, but it's attached to some sort of organic mass that seems to be growing everywhere. The agriculture planet lives up to its name, and the area that we land on is a beautiful and foreign sight to the brackish hues of gray, brown, and gray that we've witnessed on every other planet thus far. The people are whimsical and happy to have you, the music is triumphant, and wait, the last time we heard this music, we were ambushed by cultists.
For Janus!
I just want to land on a planet and not be bum-rushed by the local population. Is that so much to ask for? After the fight, we meet with the governor of this planet, who of course apologizes profusely while stating that she never expected that the troubles of this planet would actually affect her estate. I'm sensing a pattern with these governors. You're not gonna believe this one though. In order to get Farm World into a shape to where it can send tribute to Footfall, yeah, we gotta kill rebels. Fortunately, we get to meet our next companion in the form of Yurliet, the first person whose name I would change to literally anything easier to pronounce if I could. To be fair, she's Aldari, so yeah. Elves, man. After some light to competitive racism back and forth between Heinrichs and Yurliet, you can choose to attack her on sight, tell her to fuck off, or hear her out. She's currently serving as the right-hand woman of the governor here, so there's already something different about her. We might as well listen to what she has to say.
This world is in distress. I wish to protect it from unnecessary suffering.
Ugh, I hate elves. They're almost always written the exact same way, meaning haughty, nature-loving, needlessly hostile, smug assholes with nearly no redeeming qualities until you peel away their thorny layers to reveal that we're not so different after all, or whatever. I swear I'm gonna hear, "You're not so bad for a human," at some point, and that makes me want to spec into Shadow Priest.
The world you call Janus was once created by the will of my kin.
Janus? No, that can't be right, come on. Anyways, I offered to let her join me since her answers amount to nothing particularly helpful, which stems from her being an Aldari on a planet of humans. She's good at fighting, which is why she's been kept around, but she's never been trusted with any real knowledge. This is where Heinrichs reveals himself to be a pretty shit Inquisitor in training, in my opinion. You know, me, guy on YouTube who talks about video games. Lots of expertise on this subject. Regardless, he gets all pissed off about me allowing some random Aldari to join us because her very nature is suspicious and an affront to the Imperium's people. But in my opinion, she's surrounded by 5 amazing fighters. If she's gonna try some shit, this is probably the best way to get information on potential Xenos movement within the system, right? Plus, it seems like a really shitty trap for her to openly stand there and hope that we invite her into our party. I mean, that's some Tom and Jerry ass plotting. It just seems like one of those things where the writers went, oh yeah, Heinrichs wouldn't like this because he's a member of the Inquisition. But it's the very nature of his job that makes me think that he should be quite open to seeing what this potential threat reveals. Either way, Yurliet joins us as an operative, one that's practically handcrafted for the assassin archetype as a sniper. I probably won't be using her much, considering I have the sniper role kind of covered between my guy, Pascal, and Argenta to a degree. My whole squad are backline specialists, with Abelard tearing shit up on the front end, which is working really well. Moving to around the back of the palace is an old man who indicates that something deeper is happening behind closed doors. That the attack by the peasants wasn't conducted as a result of chaos worship or anything of that sort. When we surprise the old man with our appearance, he immediately ingests some kind of fast-acting poison before realizing that it's not someone under the governor's retinue. Speaking as quickly as he can, the man tells you that the governor has been secretly developing a hideously potent toxin behind closed doors, and often takes payment in the form of human lives from the nearby villages who can't pay tithes on time. So this so-called toxin is described a bit differently by another rebel who has holed themselves up inside a nearby building. They claim that it's poured onto the fields and has caused various populations to begin seeing spirits while going insane. He describes the governor as a monster who feasts off the suffering of the population, and it's something that's been going on for quite a while now. Before we get down to business, Cassia does pull you aside for a brief moment of romance if you allow it. Not like that, you fucking heathen. She just wanted to see the beach. You can bring her a flower and encourage her to soak her feet in the ocean, which are both new experiences for her as a child who was raised on a small station in the middle of space. And then, alright, skip ahead 10 seconds if you're sensitive to adult themes. I'll wait. Alright, so these two absolute freaks start by moving towards each other slowly and then gingerly hold each other's hands. I mean, it's pretty fucking graphic. The Emperor frowns on this display of carnal desire unfolding, even as hidden as it is. Alright, to the jungle. As much as I prodded at this game for not having anything overly organic in terms of planetary exploration up until this point, I do have to admit that I really dislike jungle maps. I don't know why, but I can name like 10 games where the jungle has been a subpar or annoying experience and maybe 1 or 2 where it's been fun. Either way, we head on through it, take out some rebels, and wind up getting jumped by a few more rogue Aldari. This is when Yurliet decides to come clean about the whole truth for whatever reason. She explains that her kind once claimed the planet for themselves before this big event happened that birthed the aforementioned chaos god of excess, Slaanesh. When her faction of the Aldari made it back to Janus, they found that the Imperium had long established rule here, and they decided that they were going to dismantle it by pitting the peasants against the nobility. Her joining the forces of the nobility by apparently posing as an almond-shaped human, and I swear to God, that's what they say. That's what they say that she did. That's what she's like, yeah, they thought I was a human. They just thought I was a weird mutant human. I don't know what to tell you. Her joining the forces of the nobility by apparently posing as an almond-shaped human and serving the governor was so that she could help spike the tension between these two forces. The reason that Yurliet is telling you this now is because she's not even sure if her own people remembered that she was doing this in the first place, and is convinced that Slaanesh has influenced both sides. So let me get this straight. The space elf was sowing seeds of discontent constantly, inviting the forces of chaos to take root and hopefully eradicate the humans here. And now when it's time to reap, she's like, wait, no, not like this. Could this be the worst companion in the game? I mean, holy shit, she bailed on her secrecy fast when her people started taking potshots at the cluster of humans that she was participating with. And now she's looking at this group who are associated with owning the planet and going, please, Mr. Rogue Trader, the forces of meat old Slaanesh are at play. I mean, come on. There's a palpable amount of irony when a member of a race who fell victim to their own thirst for debauchery tells you that the humans here are particularly susceptible to the god of debauchery in part due to Aldari plotting. Whatever. We make it to the rebel camp only to figure out that the leaders of the human rebels happen to be Aldari who have messed with the peasants' minds to cause them to see them as human chieftains. The scene that unfolds lends a little more insight into Yurliet's character, and does try to explain away her sudden shift from cold and distant to enraged and passionate. From what we gather from this conversation, Yurliet left to quote-unquote feed her own ego right around the time that the world that she hailed from underwent some kind of catastrophe. This seems separate from the events that caused the Aldari Empire to collapse, seeing as that was a very long time ago at this point. She was branded an outcast and spent time searching for a purpose before finding the group on Janus and seeking to aid them. She was assigned her role as the governor's aide, and she feels as if the Aldari leader who sent her down this path has been purposefully ignoring signs of Slaanesh corruption in order to continue their assault on the Imperium. It makes sense that she wouldn't have a large grasp on the inner workings of her people's plotting if she was immediately sent away when she landed on Janus. But I'm confused as to what she was doing to cause the disarray between the peasants and nobility beyond killing peasants who attacked, further causing dissonance between the two groups. Maybe that's all she needed to do. The end result of this discussion depends on how you as a player took this Aldari leader hurling racism at you for its entirety. Oh, and how your alignments currently look. Really though, you're choosing to massacre the lot here or to ally with them in some form or another. Options include killing everyone, killing just the Aldari by coercing the peasants who have been brainwashed, handing over the rule of the planet to the Aldari outright, convincing the Aldari to stand down but to coexist, and probably 1 or 2 other mystery options because holy shit, the amount of choices in this game is immense. I went with getting them to stand down and agreeing to let them exist on the planet in a non-violent manner while still guiding the peasants. Which means we need to go fire the governor. Yurliet asks if she can come with us forever because she, wants to help other Aldari too if she can, or something as vague as that. Sure, whatever. We can hand her over to Heinrichs later if she pisses us off. Like, we can actually do that, it's amazing. Actually, I think you can get rid of every single one of your companions if you want to. It's kinda cool. Confronting the governor has her outright admitting that she utilized whatever she could to tame the planet, not seeing how she may have become corrupted. My choices here cause her maiden-in-waiting to gut her on the spot before running back to the obligatory hookah, lean, and coitus chambers. All nobility have one of these, it's just a fact of life. Unfortunately, this one is corrupted by demons, so we have to tear it down. If only they kept it respectable. After clearing it out, that's the end of Janus, which unlocks yet another facet of this game, managing your colonies. It's really just a research tree that allows you to unlock new technology and contribute to a variety of stats that affect how your empire is ran. You basically get new resources and then use those resources to unlock new upgrades, which could be stuff like weapons, trading rep, ship parts, and so on. Plus, you'll often get these little story events where something happens on the planet and then you have to step in and dictate the best course of action. I don't know, it's just another one of those things where the devs decided to bake yet another really fun idea into the game. Overall, the Janus mission was alright, I guess. You had your typical corruption, with the red herring being the peasants who were just fighting off the encroaching nobility. But my main concern is how wide the writers seem to be going here. Footfall was a great hub that had plenty to do, several factions at play, and interesting quests. Hell, I'm not even fully done with it, but I wanted to get a move on. It's definitely a fleshed out world that doesn't overstay its welcome. On the opposite end of that, we have Rykad Minoris, which had way too many fights, too much of the same setting, and a foe which got boring after figuring out what it was about. The main draw was the aftermath, which was a good idea with the whole parade celebration getting ruined. Janus is the opposite of Rykad, and on the other end of the spectrum from Footfall. It's an interesting premise, but it doesn't really get into the woes of the peasants or let you witness what was happening with them beyond word of mouth. You had a great opportunity to flesh out the world and show off your writing chops with the whole governor being corrupted thing, but it ended as quickly as you found out, with Yurliet seeming to be the main draw. It just felt like Janus had the potential to be big in terms of really setting up the peasants versus nobles versus Aldari premise, playing each side and figuring out what's really going on. But all in all, it wound up being a short 30-minute trip or so without the 3 rounds of combat. Back on the ship, we get our obligatory chat with Yurliet, who opens up a little more. From how she tells it, she just happened to be away from her homeworld when something happened to it. Those who survived tend to blame her for being gone, as if she could have done anything about what had happened. What she did find out, though, was that there seemed to be some sort of disease which caused her world to wither. From where it came from, she's unsure, but it's her goal to find out while saving and assisting other members of her species whenever she can. Meaning that you can now approach various map points around the expanse in order to aid other Aldari if you so choose. This brings us to what Yurliet's homeworld is, which she's really mixed on telling you about. She starts by mentioning something that's called an infinity circuit. Obviously, you ask her what that is, and she goes, "Whoa, hey, I'm not telling you about that shit, you might use that knowledge to destroy our worlds." And then she goes, "Yeah, anyways, our homeworlds are beautiful artificial constructs that use the infinity circuit that courses through them as their power source." So it's a generator of sorts. Thanks for dancing around that answer. This kind of companion dialogue tends to be a point of pain for the writers, as much of their storytelling is really smart and involves an intricate mesh of 40k tropes and references. They've been good at defining various aspects of the universe for a player who's unfamiliar, and questions like these tend to ease someone into understanding the machinations at play in any given moment. But there's always this conflict when it comes to how they write their companions' personalities. Inquisitor is always going to react harshly to Xenos. Sister of Battle is always going to condemn heresy. Aldari is always going to treat humans with suspicion. And that's a fine jumping off point, but the whole idea behind a rogue trader is finding less black and white aspects to a very black and white universe. And there have been stints of development behind every companion where they stray from their cornerstone personality traits to grow as someone who would serve the likes of a morally gray rogue trader. But there's always these volleys of dialogue where they revert right back into their original programming. where the thing that they say is very obviously the first thing that you think they would say when you hear their title. It leads to conflicts where you just spent the time to demonstrate who your rogue trader is, what their values are, and what they wish to accomplish. And the companion that you just spent time with witnessed those moments. And then they tell you that they don't trust you and that you might use their information to destroy them despite them willingly coming with you after seeing your potential and how you think. It's an easy thing to forget about or not want to adjust dialogue to players' choices and personality. I mean, it is a lot of work to craft every response and treatment of you to reflect your decisions, but it feels like this game is one of those games that could definitely pull that kind of thing off, and it makes these little blurbs of dialogue stand out that much more. Anyways, the rest of what we get out of Juliet has her flip-flopping between telling you that she can't trust you and that you're much too stupid to understand her people and history, and then launching into whimsical tangents about the beauty of her people and their worlds, lacing stretches of poetic waxing with melancholic musings of a race plagued by a god who hates them. She's really annoying. When you ask her about Slaanesh, who she repeatedly brings up throughout your discussion, she goes, "What the fuck are you asking about her for? Don't even think about her. What is this, some kind of test? Grape juice, grape juice, grape juice. Hey, don't think about grape juice." But putting all of those inconsistencies aside, there is a silver lining to Juliet that does do a pretty respectable job at dismissing her shortcomings. The fact that she is part of an alien race, one that was once on top of the universe. The way that they see humanity is riddled with prejudice because that's exactly what they've come to expect from the Imperium, and they aren't wrong. The amount of times that I've prattled on about the Imperium's hostilities and wrongdoings so far is pretty extensive, so how can you realistically blame someone for being wishy-washy when they're seizing what they feel is the only opportunity to save their species by siding with a historically xenophobic people? As annoyed as I've been with Juliet's inconsistencies, I have to admit that she's likely intentionally written to be someone who wants to trust you and make the most of your assistance, but inherently thinks back to the atrocities that she witnessed on Janus during her time as the governor's aide. This sort of understanding becomes more obvious when Juliet approaches you angrily. Apparently one of the crew members invited her to bed, which she finds to be absolutely vile. The more that you talk to her about this, the more that she lashes out at humanity, claiming that they're nothing more than animals who act on their instincts and emotions. And it's tough to listen to because you kind of want to tell her to find a corner and fuck off.
They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures?
But eventually her insults give way to genuine grief, to borderline misery as she murmurs about feeling as though she's trapped in a cage surrounded by beings who view her as a creature to be gawked at, hit on, and insulted.
Narrow minds and simple souls. Every day, I feel as if I am caught in a trap, surrounded by a pack of wild animals. I am prepared to pay this price to find my kin. But everything has its limit.
You can absolutely tell her to get out of your sight and deal with it. You can even go the full horny route and tell her that you'll be any animal that she wants you to be if you can just put it in. But this is where things differ from your stereotypical sci-fi romp through space, fucking new species left and right. Because she means it when she says that she's repulsed by humans, likening sleeping with them to bestiality. So if you do want to tread down that path towards romance, you have to hear her out, to listen to her desires, to not make any moves, to respect her. Women love respect, but space women love it more. Alright, let's get to the industrial planet now that Farm Planet is saved. Approaching the far reaches of the system has the industrial planet of Kiava Gamma seemingly trying to contact us, requesting to exchange information. When I choose to ignore that request with a query of my own, their requests grow louder and more fervent. This leads into another choose-your-own-adventure as part of my crew begin to go insane, harming themselves in all manner of gruesome ways. I wound up commanding my crew to get a hold of themselves on the threat of execution. Those who didn't stop were put down by my guy personally. From here, all hell continues to break loose as it's deemed that a malicious code has been injected into the ship, and that poisonous gas has begun to fill one of the compartments. I have my guy spring into action, personally evacuating the poisoned compartment and performing some repairs on a console, stabilizing the ship. Everything begins to slowly snap back into control after my guy runs to another bay where paranoid enforcers have begun to execute the tech priests in my employ. While this whole scene that unfolded was a cool little sideshow to landing on the planet, I think its main purpose for me was to showcase just how horrifically dangerous a rogue trader's job can be. For all intents and purposes, this is something that could have easily happened while traversing the warp. The method of delivery might have been a bit different, but it's still a distinct possibility. And the choices that you make here might reflect the way that you want your rogue trader to behave. Because let's face it, you have the capability of just sitting in your chair and barking orders. If things go wrong, you can run away and not be questioned for it. You started with immense power in this game, something that you were granted immediately without truly earning it. It's up to you if you want that power to define you by itself, or if you want to build your reputation as someone who can protect your own empire and heroically jump into action. In a universe that encourages the nobles to protect their own lives first, it's actually a really fun endeavor to try to flesh out your role as a savior worthy of your title. Landing on Kiava Gamma has us being greeted with the polar opposite environment of Janus. Machinery clinks, steam bellows, lava is hot. Look, I used up all my descriptors on Footfall. But we also aren't being greeted by anyone at all, a stark contrast from Janus and extremely unusual given my ownership of this factory planet. Peering around has us stumbling into a group of 5 malfunctioning servitors which you can repair and add to your party as temporary guests. Which is kind of fun actually, I feel like I'm playing an RTS game now. These guys will follow you into battle, including the next one where a tech priest insists on trying to dispose of you. I have to say, these guys did do a good job at cooking up different aberrations for each location that you land on. Vanilla cultist hub that eases you into the game's mechanics, prison where the warden is the one leading the riot, den of thieves with characters ranging from religious zealots to thuggish gang members to hidden cult activity, lush planet where the bad guy appears to be the noble who serves you. And now we have these servitors accompanying us as typically stoic tech priests are now attacking us due to the same corruption we saw almost take Abel. I'm just saying that this could have just been arrive at new planet, fight to center, kill cultists repeatedly. And it kind of is, but these little variations help hold my attention pretty well. When we eventually make it to a tech priest who still seems to have his mind intact, he pleads with us to help restore order to the facility. The way that he tells it, everything seemed ordinary until priests began to lose their minds almost instantly. Those who weren't corrupted tried to fight back, but were pinned down, hooked up to a tainted computer, and forcibly contaminated with garbage code until they succumbed to the same madness as the others. Of course, the nonsense that the corrupted priests were babbling about related to the Final Dawn, which isn't too surprising. Pascal listens to this shaken priest recall this tale and responds by telling him that he's demoting him for being a fucking coward and not fighting to the last breath. God damn, son, the guy just watched his happy little workplace get shredded to pieces, cut him some slack. It doesn't end here for this poor dude though, as it turns out that he did get corrupted, and only by chance and sheer force of will did he manage to rip out the augment that was corrupting him after spending a fair amount of time serving the will of chaos. Heinrichs hears this and goes, maybe we should have him reconnect that piece so that we can grill him on what he saw and what the Final Dawn plan on doing with this corrupted computer. Being the faithful servant of the Emperor that he is, the fallen tech priest cries out and prefers to be executed than to have that code run through him again. You can do it anyway if you want, but I let him off scot-free and carried on towards the core of this place. Honestly, now that I think about it, Heinrich's sitting here going, we should just corrupt him and then, torture him. That's what I expect a member of the Inquisition to do. But, when we're sitting here talking to this Aldari, he's like, no, we cannot talk to her. Don't talk to her. It's like, I don't know, fucking get information out of her, dude. Whatever. You want to see the most bad guy looking bad guy that I've ever seen? I mean, holy shit, my guy ran out here like Asmodan. Fucking cool ass design. So yeah, this is Cubis, the best named NPC in the game. He's the former overseer of this entire planet, and his corruption has given him a bit of an ego as he goes on a tirade about how your rogue trader faction is ass, and that he now serves the Final Dawn. Pascal rolls up and declares this planet as inoperable, trying to pull an FBI maneuver on the police of this planet. Shockingly, Cubis rolls over to Pascal's commands and surrenders immediately. Nah, I'm kidding. He calls him a useless pile of shit while stating boldly that Pascal is lying about his identity. Again, another instance of the Hanoiman name being purposed by someone else claiming to be Pascal. The extent of this conversation has Cubes admitting to killing off the governor before telling you that he's going to rip out your spine and braid it around his staff. Which I'm not exaggerating for once. I love the dialogue in this game. The spine ripping is the least of the fucked up shit happening here, as fighting in further reveals the remains of tech priests with their implants forcibly removed from their flesh, ripped away to be repurposed as their bodies are discarded in the most gruesome manner. The humans who were working here suffer a worse fate as the corrupted members of the Adeptus Mechanicus have begun to experiment on them by weaving their bodies together in a conglomeration of muscle, sinew, and warp-infused wiring. They now live in cages, their deformed masses struggling to die, begging for the mercy of the Empire. Putting them out of their misery yields a rather interesting back and forth between Argenta and Heinrichs.
This place is steeped in corruption, which means that it must be cleansed with fire down to the last crevice.
Sister, claim your fervor. Your zeal is laudable, but first I must ascertain the intentions of the archenemy, not crush his manifestations without a second thought.
The intricacies of the Imperium structuring often spring up at the least expected times, and this is one of them for me, because it's fascinating to think about the idea that too much knowledge or curiosity leads to heresy. Argenta is a prime example of that commandment. Kill, burn, maim, destroy everything that could be heretical in nature. But Heinrichs, as someone who's much closer to the Emperor in the form of the Inquisition, steps over that line pretty consistently when conducting his investigations. Yeah, we could just kill these guys, but what if we hooked them up to corrupted code or used biomancy to see what kind of information they yield? I feel like if someone like Adira suggested that, she'd be looked at with scorn, a heretic in disguise, a witch to be hunted. But coming from Heinrichs, you see what he's going for, his approach on the cusp of heresy disguised as scientific above all else. It does make me wonder if he has a path here that leads to something more twisted. This seems like a pretty likely scenario when we stumble into the last room where the corrupted computer awaits. After thumbing through its indexes, Heinrichs comes to the conclusion that thousands of people are being sacrificed to power this computer, their flesh being pushed through its tubes and souls energizing its coils. The purpose of this immense sacrifice seems to be for the computer to predict the future, which Heinrichs is immediately interested in. He even goes on to state that although the machine is an abomination born of cultist behavior, what's done is done, and the capability of predicting the future is a powerful tool. Again, if Adira said this shit, off with her head. He's not wrong, it just seems mighty heretical to me. Then again, my acts of mercy in the past seem to have influenced Heinrichs' personality a bit when he shakes the thought away and leans more towards halting the process of the already dead flesh. Whatever you choose, a warp beast pops out of the machine and initiates a fight. The aftermath has Heinrichs thanking you for knocking some sense into him, now confident that you're not some suspect to keep an eye on. Alright, let's get to cubes and restore some order to this planet. Of course, we also have a little more to do with Pascal, as we do indeed meet another person using his ID. It's more obscurity, but that's to be expected, as this Anoyman insists on the cycle being discontinued in the words of Amernat. At this stage, fighting is, well, pretty easy. I'd say that I would definitely recommend a higher difficulty for more of a challenge. I mean, I stumbled upon another Chaos Marine here and just killed him before he could act, which was a huge surprise. Likewise, this Anoyman goes down the same way with 0 actions. The end result has Pascal grabbing the data implanted within the Tech Priest's databanks, something that he can be discouraged to do if you want to keep him on the straight and narrow that the Imperium demands. I'm leaning more towards him discontinuing the cycle in the name of science and knowledge myself. Pushing to Cubis has him unveiling the creations that he's invented with the help of all of those ripped out implants, as 2 gigantic dinosaur-looking monstrosities lumber onto the battlefield. These are Forge Fiends and they're tabletop cornerstones for the Chaos Marines. They're usually the last thing an elite infantry unit will see, but these ones seem to be, weak. To be fair, you could argue that they're pale imitations of the real thing, seeing as they've been constructed by these scraps ripped from tech priests, but yeah, not a hard fight. The tougher enemy is Cubus himself, who tends to parry and smash whoever's trying to strike him with melee attacks. When it's time to head back to the ship, we're cut off by none other than Erlon the Cruel, the guy who I mentioned like an hour ago. Yeah, he forces his way into my guy's mind and starts spouting his bad guy talk.
What you did here was nothing more than an inconvenience. You'll never stop us, your fate is to serve us.
You know, shit like that. The most interesting thing that this projection of him says is that a psyker within our group has already had their souls scarred and tainted by their ranks. Considering that we have two psykers, we're looking at the either more obvious Adira, or the more obvious in a plot twisty way, Heinrichs. I would lean towards the latter, seeing as Heinrichs is the one that we know less about, and he immediately launches into a sermon after this about how the enemy is just trying to sow seeds of suspicion among our ranks. This leads into a conversation on the ship that outlines the Inquisitor ideals that I brought up earlier, with Heinrichs musing that the role of a member of the Inquisition isn't to simply squash evil, but to understand and analyze it so that they can better prevent it. It leads to him acknowledging that he's particularly at risk for corruption, especially when his abilities as a psyker are piled on top of that. So maybe he is the more obvious one at this stage. I don't know, I guess either one won't surprise me.
When I touched the cult's cogitator, I drew the thousand-eyed gaze of evil upon myself, as any agent does when they interfere in the schemes of those who serve the ruinous powers. And that evil undoubtedly left an invisible mark upon me, as it does on any acolyte who fights against the archenemy.
Well, got to the bottom of that one fast. Checking in with the rest of the crew has most of them in the same mindset as before Kiava Gamma, though Pascal stands out as the exception. I failed a perception check here, so him telling me that he outright destroyed the data retrieved from the latest Anoyman is either a lie or a half-truth. Beyond this, I decided to run around the map for a bit and tackle some exploration before hitting the finale of Chapter 2. Now that we're far and away from our initial tasks of the chapter, delving into exploring felt right here. I know I briefly mentioned it before, but the full brunt of what it's like to move from system to system and planet to planet is an experience that's kind of hard to fully describe. If I were to compare it, it's very much like Sunless Sea, a game that I had a lot of fun with when it came out a decade ago. My favorite part about it is that I'm never quite sure what I'm going to find. If it were always some form of battle, then I would have gotten sick of it pretty quickly. But the events that you'll encounter range from simple resources to be extracted, to run-ins with Xenos and pirates, to descriptions of various planets and their features, to encounters with local tribes or ruins, and so on. You might have a brief description of some technology that you detect with your scanners, followed by choices that allow you to interact with it however you wish. You might have to manually go in with your party to scout some ruins filled with treasure. You may encounter some kind of issue as you go to jump to a new system, and the consequences of your choice in that moment may crop up later. One time I found a mirror on a planet that was completely pristine and untouched despite a fuckload of chaos and carnage surrounding it. Taking it back to the ship had it beginning to ooze some sort of warp-laden viscera before it began to swallow up workers whole. Trying to destroy it did nothing, and the only thing that we could do was space it, sending it back out into the airlock to drift into the void. And this kind of event extends to the various planets that you've acquired like Janus and Kiava Gamma. When you go to research different technologies or implement a new rule, it'll often cause some kind of unforeseen consequence, like Xenotech being unearthed when you go to build a church, or choosing to allow a tribe of mutated humans to live in their own separate colony, and so on. And what you choose to do in these situations will later have their own branching path of repercussions that later affect the production on these planets. It's really fun. And I found that although I wasn't advancing the story in any meaningful way, I was still spending hours just absorbing all of these events while immersing myself in this universe. I can't stress this any other way. If I were to talk about every single thing that I encountered in this game, I think this video length would be double. Of course, all of this exploration led to several spread out events between my crew and I, which I like the pacing of. Instead of needing to talk to every crew member every time I do anything in the game to make sure that I don't miss dialogue, they often seek me out instead. Cassia seems to be falling more in love with my guy, though her emotional manipulation seems to be taking a toll on the crew. Examples of this include asking for a pet bird and being brought hundreds, which she then got upset with and caused them all to fight each other until they dropped dead. Then there was the crew member who she kept sensing a feeling of dread in. She commanded the man to lighten his emotional load, to which he killed his family before killing himself. And finally, just having a room near hers has caused every emotion to pass through the workers to a point to where a lot of them went insane. You can talk her through this however you want to, but the fact of the matter is that Cass doesn't know how to control her emotions or powers, and she's equally as bad at communicating with people since she's been cooped up in a tower for her entire life. I decided to try to teach her how to better communicate with others so that it might lead to her getting a grip on her powers affecting them. Cassia's character development seems to come to a head when an ensemble from her house requests a meeting with you and her. The purpose of this meeting is revealed soon into it, as it appears as though the elders want to whisk her away so that she can continue her education and eventually become their true leader. There's a lot to unpack here, as it's been mentioned that Cassia isn't simply a powerful navigator, but the child of the previous ruler of her house. Before we can get into the weeds on that though, a rebel faction embedded within the house's entourage tried to assassinate Cassia on the spot. After the battle, you can choose to grill the rebel leader and the other remaining elder to try to get to the bottom of what just happened. The rebel explains that Cassia's mom, Tisiphone, was a powerful but paranoid leader who executed anyone who didn't fall in line. And while she strengthened the house, her methods were certifiably insane, and the rebels felt that that insanity was passed on inherently through Cassia's gift that affects everyone's emotions. Her mom's been out of the picture for a while now, having up and disappeared one day without a word to anyone else. Of course, the other elder feels like Cassia is the house's last hope after it's fallen on hard times in the aftermath of Tisiphone leaving. Asking Cassia what she wants to do here has her stepping up to the plate and leading for the first time, deciding to propose a 100-year contract in which her house will serve the Rogue Traders dynasty. I know this doesn't seem like a crazy spat of development, but it's really cool to see Cassia grow from a spoiled girl to a full-fledged leader that mirrors how I've built her as a grand strategist who frankly rules the battlefield and makes a lot of fights easy. The search for Yurliet's people is a fruitless one and always ends in some form of tragedy. The Imperium and other Rogue Trader soldiers constantly open fire on Aldari ships, causing most of the scenes that we arrive at to be grim reminders of the anti-Xeno mindset that plagues humanity. Nearly every Aldari vessel that we find is a wreckage, and no matter what we do or choose, the end result winds up with us finding the remains of the crew or leads to a doomed group of Aldari dying off anyway. It completely sobers the once confident Yurliet, who sees the flames of hatred burn her people over and over. There's not a single instance where the Aldari seem to have invited it, and most of the ships that we find are transport vessels with no means of defending themselves. At this stage, Yurliet has approached my guy and probed his mind to see how he truly feels. Again, you can fuck this up with one wrong answer, but I waded through the loaded questions and barbed prompts to a point where the Aldari now seems to trust me a bit more. We're still not friends per se, but she sees that I'm trying my best to help her people and graciously imparts coordinates for a hidden cache so as to not owe my guy a debt. Of course, the cache winds up being a cape and some gear that only Aldari can use, so I don't really feel like this makes us square, but it's never really brought up by my guy. Preparing to enter the system where the Rogue Trader's home base is has an event revolving around Adira cropping up. Apparently there have been consistent sightings of the ghost of Theodora roaming the ship, something that's popped up repeatedly throughout my exploration. Now that seems to be coming to a head as Adira has gone down to deal with it personally when the vision manifests again. Much like in the prologue, the ghost of Theodora seems real enough and even holds a full conversation while revealing knowledge that only the real Theodora would know. But it's clearly some kind of warp-induced apparition, the specter of a woman who clung to her life even after death. She states that she's been paying visits to various crew members trying to assess just how much I fucked up her empire in her absence. Then the conversation kinda devolves into her getting irate because I chose the nice guy options. I basically go, "Hey, I know you're pissed about dying the way that you did, and I'm really sorry about that, but you don't belong here." And she's like, "What? You're pitying me? No, I'm pitying you. I'm a vengeful ghost, and I'm here for revenge." Alright, cool. Way to be Casper the Cliché Ghost. I just don't feel like the mere concept of a wrathful ghost is really going to do much to people who consistently deal with tangible, otherworldly evil at an alarming rate. I would have loved it if there was an option to mock her for being the neckbeard of ghosts. Wow, that's crazy, Mama T. You sure have a lot to be angry about. Yeah, go ahead and summon warp goblins or whatever. I have a Menu 23 MRE waiting for me on a tray back in my office. It's tough being an iconoclast sometimes. I'm really not obligated to be, and I feel like this is another instance where I would break from that. Because it turns out that Adira has become quite the liability, and her momentary lapse of judgment and stability has caused her to mourn for Theodora so immensely that she pulled her essence through the warp, resulting in this whole scene unfolding. I still have, well, zero attachment to Adira. I don't really have too many good things to say about her outside of her combat prowess, and I find her to be one of the weakest companions from a personality perspective. So when Argenta raises her weapon to wordlessly take out the Psyker, I don't have a lot of reasons to not just let it happen given how much trouble that Adira has caused this ship. Besides the idea that killing people is wrong, that ideal tends to take a back seat in this universe. Fine, I spare her. And then the ghost of Theodora turns into a warp goblin. I know I said that as a joke before, but I didn't think that would actually be the form that she wound up in. After taking out the enemies, Adira admits outright that she's been the cause of the ghost of Theodora appearing every here and there. She tells you that it tends to happen after she's been drinking. Maybe this isn't the most video-friendly thing to do, but let's lay out the facts. Adira is a broken shell of a Psyker, one who clung to Theodora as her savior. The fact that the previous Lord Captain died without Adira being able to divine it like she usually does has caused the Psyker to fall into quite an immense pattern of guilt and suppression. The warp has fed on that weakness like a banquet of food, and it's caused her to constantly hear the voice of the one who saved her from slavery in her head. When she gives in to those voices, it creates immensely awful consequences for the rest of the crew. We can call this decision dogmatic, but I'd argue that putting her down for the good of the crew is the more iconoclast-oriented decision in a way. It's not what the game pitches it as, but I don't really feel like I'm making the wrong decision by ending her now. She's a detriment, and she hasn't shown a modicum of improvement when it comes to controlling herself. She didn't start as someone completely sane with a few quirks. She began as a Psyker on their way out, slowly lapsing into insanity as nearly all Psykers tend to do. I absolutely applaud the writers for making me think about this the way that I have. It's something special to take someone who's trying to go the middle-of-the-road save-everyone route and force them to stray from that from a game mechanics point of view by posing a moral quandary that has you choosing between more lives or someone who's clearly broken. And the crazy part is that I'm sure that you can help Adira overcome her instability, but I just don't have it in me to try during this playthrough. Before we get to our homeworld, there's one last thing to do involving Pascal, and that is to stand by and watch as he gets arrested for identity theft. If you want. Otherwise, you can listen to the claims, calmly telling the encroaching Tech Priest Brigade to kiss your ass and then rip out their implants with a big magnet. Basically, they claim that this one big load of souped-up Tech Priest is the real Hanoiman, and that Pascal stole his identity as the original. But I trust Pascal and/or don't care if he actually stole this guy's ID. I tried to talk things out instead of letting them arrest him outright, but the big guy demanded justice and attacked first. When the smoke clears, Pascal rips out the databanks of the lumbering Tech Priest and then kind of preaches at the bystanders. It's kind of funny, with all of the technobabble that besets these Adeptus Mechanicus members, this speech from Pascal amounts to something along the lines of, "Alright, now we all know that Ned here was crazy. He was a little worked up, had one too many blows to the brain. He was a good feller, that Ned, but his emotions got the better of him, you hear? I just did what needed to be done." Everyone nods and agrees with Pascal, probably shitting their pants after we manhandled what was described as a hulking beast of a Tech Priest. At this point, Pascal seems to have embraced his mentor's teachings fully and insists to the rest that the cycle must be discontinued. And they surprisingly agree. What was seemingly heretical turns out to be a teaching that was never officially denounced or agreed upon. The Council of the Adeptus Mechanicus seemed to have had a hard time deciding whether it was true that the Imperium needed to expand its knowledge and retract its restrictions, and apparently shelved the discussion for now, which is a bit of a convenient plot point if I'm gonna be honest. I mean, all of the interactions that you had up until this point very clearly painted the teachings of Amernat as heretical.
They recognized his teachings as tech heresy.
And now this sudden surge of, well, actually, it wasn't officially decided on. Everyone knows that. It seems a bit, I don't know, like a twist just to make this divergence in Pascal's character make sense without them outright proclaiming his motives as heretical. I think I would have rather he embraced the discontinuation of the cycle while standing strong against the Adeptus Mechanicus as a martyr who saw a vision that would ultimately be to the Imperium's benefit in the long run. Landing on the rogue trader homeworld of Dargonis has us greeted with the fanfare and opulence that we've come to expect, and instantly puts me on the lookout for the next cultist attack that seems almost guaranteed to follow. We're greeted by the Chancellor of the planet, who also happens to be Abelard's granddaughter. You start to get an idea of just how far technology has advanced when it appears as though the older man's granddaughter has gray hair and older features, making Abelard somewhere between 100 and 200 years of age. Serving the Chancellor seems to be a young man with quite a bit of disfiguration and scarring. He has a portrait which tells us that he'll either be joining us at some point on our ship or he'll turn out to be an enemy. He requests to meet with us privately before the governor of Dargonis arrives to greet us. After some coded words are exchanged between himself and Heinrichs, the Inquisitor introduces Achilles here as the spy for the Inquisition which he personally planted to watch over Dargonis. This is where a spat of politicking begins to surface, as the homeworld of a rogue trader tends to have many factions at play, all vying for a piece of the influence that its house exudes. It's kind of nuts how this game continues to spin up new coteries, scenarios, and ideals that fight for your attention and regulation. In this case, our 4 tribes include the governor's family, who have been notoriously squeaky clean besides one little rumor of them colluding with Xenos to get ahead of others. Then you have another group that hails from a forge world and deals with the manufacturing and tech-focused endeavors via the Adeptus Mechanicus. Your third group are religious types who lay claim to your planet's promethium production. And finally, you have the small family that Abelard hails from, which manages the world's fleets. These houses all tend to compete and cast accusations at one another in order to attempt to grasp at more power, which isn't too surprising given Theodora's attitude and how she conducted her business. Though Abelard's family is most decidedly the good guys here, and seem to genuinely want your empire to succeed at all costs. Opposite to them would be the governor's family and the governor himself, who's just compliant enough to be called loyal but definitely tugs like a snake ready to strike at any perceived weakness. The issues that he brings up points towards the idea of dissonance spreading through small pockets of your subjects, as Kunrad managed to make it back here before anyone knew he had turned traitor and started to spread rumors of you being the cause of Theodora's death. After choosing how you want to deal with that, your final task of the chapter is assigned to you in the form of one last important planet in the dynasty coming under attack by Drukhari. And that's it for Dargonis for now. No sneak attacks or overt corruption, just a little check-in with home base, which is very welcome after constantly being jumped at every turn. Popping in on the mining planet, which utilizes prisoner labor, reveals that the Drukhari have started to do their thing already. In this case, their thing is rounding up prisoners and forcing them to fight in a makeshift arena to the death. Hardly surprising given their penchant for requiring suffering in order to live and thrive. After convincing the prisoners to fight alongside us, we chase the boss of this faction of Drukhari to... Wait, no, they just run away. Like, that's it for this planet. We stumble in, break up the arena, and the Drukhari go, "Wow, this is so boring. I'm getting really bored watching these humans just eviscerate our soldiers like they're the Carolina Panthers, so I'm gonna leave, I guess." Okay. This whole area felt like it should have been an email. It takes a while for anything else to happen, leaving you to explore some more while waiting on any sort of activity from the Drukhari. Eventually they do attack a ship, and you're kind of fucked on making it there in time if you don't have enough stored points so that you can warp there directly. I mean, I imagine I would have gotten more XP or some trinket or whatever if I had made it on time, but whatever. You show up, take them out, and then are told about another attack in a sector belonging to a different rogue trader family, the Winterscales. Normally it's a problem to just start poking around a rival house's territory, but if we make it seem like we're just there to respond to the distress call, which we are, then it should be fine. I get what the writers were going for with how all of this panned out, and you could argue that I actually gained quite a bit of XP, ship components, upgrades, and so on by more or less being forced to explore space for a while. But I also feel like I've been stuck in Chapter 2 for a really long time. And I kind of wish this whole last stretch would have started and ended with the initial onslaught at the prisoner mining planet. Anyways, we head to the distress call and the Drukhari here are just getting done executing the remaining humans. One in particular steps out to greet us in Low Gothic, the language of the Imperium. If you thought that Yurliet was heavy on the racism, let me tell you.
You took your time coming to meet me, monkey. The little monkey remembered the Archon's name. Such a clever thing you are. You might just make a good pet after you've been properly trained and stripped of your misplaced arrogance. Do not try my patience, monkey. Monkey. Monkey.
Hello, monkeys!
The brunt of this conversation has this Drukhari leader curious about how you keep managing to adapt to these Xenos attacks so quickly, something that they aren't used to. Regardless of your answers, he decides to challenge you formally to a full-on battle between his unit and yours at a designated location. If you keep taunting him over and over, he gets so mad that he runs up, shoots my guy several times, and then runs away. Which looks about as stupid as it sounds because we don't get to react to any part of it. I think I would have at least had the guy take some long-range shots before backing away rather than running up like this. Still, I gotta say that this might be the first time in a game where I felt that sinking points into attributes like persuasion, coercion, and so on have actually felt like they've made significant changes to how you experience the game, and this little interaction is definitely part of that. After slaying the leftovers and moving to the appointed meeting area, we watch as a small battalion of ships warp in from one of the Drukhari's giant teleportation rings. Taking them out is easy enough, but the real fight happens when some manage to board our ship in an attempt to blow up the engines. Well, I guess by real fight, I mean, well, let me just show you what my first turn looks like.
Running binary override.
Bug for a flesh crafter.
The desire condemns you. Combat is an equation. Your life is in measure.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Function success. Yet arc override. Insignificant value.
Yeah, I don't know, there are some really broken combinations in this game. But the ship is saved, the enemies of humanity are defeated, justice prevails, etc, etc, etc. Back to Dargonis, I imagined for a congratulatory handjob or something along those lines.
I have an urgent message from Dargonis, Lord Captain. Our astropaths are receiving numerous transmissions. But no, these aren't ordinary messages. Each and every one is a plea for help. Dargonis is reporting a massive Xenos raid, and every mental image transmitted is wreathed in flame.
So no handjob, probably. The pacing of this chapter ending is really strange, but I'll get to that thought in a moment. Arriving back at Dargonis initiates a slew of back-to-back fighting, first in the skies above and then on the palace grounds, which are now riddled with the scars of battle.
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
As we march through the palace, we stumble upon Achilles, who is getting the shit kicked out of him by the Drukhari. After rescuing him, his intelligence and training pay off, as he understood the language of the invaders while they tormented him. According to him, the Drukhari are working with humans who betrayed the Imperium and the Rogue Trader House to create this opportunity. Here's a long shot theory for you. Achilles is the leak, and this is all going according to his plan. Man's built like a sheet of notebook paper, has a portrait to show it, has a mysterious background about his scars and how he obtained them, claiming that it was a simple accident, is intelligent enough to understand Xenos language, which is particularly rare, was completely blindsided by the Xenos who he claims to keep an eye on at all times, and happened to be tortured with only small cuts and bruises that are easily healed up. So I guess it's not really a long shot theory. At this point, there's enough here to be surprising if he isn't the traitor. But we'll see. We waltz into the throne room where the Drukhari leader lazes on the remains of the once magnificent chair, clearly pleased with himself. Turns out that the Xenos race isn't just hostile towards humans, but also their own factions, and he blurts out that he arranged for you to kill the woman who was overseeing the pit fighting back on the mining world. Then he hops on a space scooter and flies out the window. At least we got a cutscene for it. After clearing out the enemies in one round, we survey the damage and find a noble on the ground.
Father? Father, stop. Too fast.
I'll have what he's having. And that's the end of the chapter, but there are some extracurriculars which proceed to wrap everything up. First of all, you remember that one time we stuck our hand inside the ship, gave it our blood, and it started obeying commands to save us? Yeah, it turns out that the ship is enhanced by some sort of rudimentary AI that's LARPing as the rogue trader's blood. Engaging in a ceremonial cleansing with Pascal brings that to the forefront as the AI, which calls itself Nomos, wakes up to stop you from banishing it. It speaks in a very childlike tone and seems to be obsessed with pleasing you, crossing lines that it doesn't know exist in order to make you happy. For instance, Nomos outright kills a tech priest to see if that pleases you. It does, but I can't show it. You can of course banish Nomos if you like, but come on, this is one of the cooler twists in the game. Pressing on to the ceremony has you being able to choose who stands by your side, followed by the same type of fanfare that concluded Chapter 1. This one does feel a little more deserved though, seeing as we saved 4 planets and turned their fortunes around rather than just one. Thankfully it's more than just an empty celebration though, as we finally get to meet with the heads of the other 2 rogue trader houses here, the Winterscales and the Chordas. Of course I've mentioned Winterscale a couple of times now, but we finally get to meet the guy in charge. At a glance, he seems to be a primal, fortune-focused rogue trader, one who embraces the freedoms afforded to our types and pushes them to their limits. Chorda, on the other hand, seems to be exactly what the Imperium had in mind when they came up with the idea of rogue traders. She's cold, calculating, pompous beyond belief, and oozes dogmatism as she speaks about the duties that our title comes packed with. Beyond this meeting, though, we get to meet with pretty much everyone else worth talking to in the form of the governor, some representatives from the other families on Dargonis, your comrades, Nomos, who's been shoved into a servitor shell, and the Lord Inquisitor of the Expanse, the one who reports pretty much directly to the inner workings of the Imperium. That last one is interesting, but do you know what's even more interesting? Meeting with the head of one of the 4 families and immediately cucking him by aggressively hitting on his wife right in front of everyone after telling him that you intend to display how dogmatic and lawful that you are. That's gotta be one of the funniest conversation turns that I've seen in an RPG. Anyways, you remember how Chapter 1 ended? You know, dark wave of horrible evil consuming everyone and eventually the planet that we saved? Okay, just checking. Heinrichs whispers to you that another dark wave is likely to be unleashed at the conclusion of these festivities. That's just about the worst thing that you could tell someone in this situation, but my options immediately after are chat with guests or walk away. The dark wave that Heinrichs warns us about winds up being a face-to-face meeting with the Lord Inquisitor himself, Xavier Calcazar, who seems to know absolutely everything about every major decision that we've made in this game, which is kind of a lot at this stage.
What stands out from your recent accomplishments is the suppression of a rebellion on Janus.
Shit, that's another point for Janus. But yeah, Big Hoss grills the hell out of you and you have to answer for your choices. The answers that I gave seem to quell this onslaught of interrogation, and gives way to him offering you a partnership that allows you to continue to do as you see fit in the hopes of solving the immense problems of the Coronis Expanse. The Final Dawn, the Drakari, the issues with Pascal's Explorator house and his imitators, even the other 2 rogue trader houses and how they're handling things. All of these burdens seem to fall on you in this moment.
I make no deals, and Emperor forbid that I give you orders. That would mean infringing on your privileges. I'm merely offering well-meaning recommendations and expecting that, when the Expanse finds itself in danger, you will break away from your own affairs to heed them.
Man, this guy is fucking cool. He's a fantastic character, really well done. The meeting concludes with the Lord Inquisitor imparting a gift of a signet ring to you. The color that you receive seems to depend on your answers, and your answers change depending on what you've actually done throughout the game. The order of least to most importance ranges from white to scarlet to black, and I obtained black, which gives me the most powerful boost to my allies in battle. And so ends the longest chapter that I've ever experienced in a video game, due mostly to how much I decided to explore and partially due to how dragged out it was. Don't get me wrong, there were some great themes, entertaining ideas, and intricate plot progression. The ending was particularly intriguing and very fun to observe, but there was a good chunk there just before it that felt way too lengthy. The thing is, I understand what the writers were going for. The Drukhari are supposed to be these monsters who play games with humanity for their own amusement. Their viciousness is unparalleled, and the displays that we watched unfold were exemplary depictions of that. And maybe this is my own impatience speaking and the idea that I was close to ending a chapter creeping into my thoughts. But there was a point where I had accomplished everything that was set out for me to accomplish at the onset of the chapter. I visited Footfall and got to know its big players, I snuffed out the corruption that I found there, I explored space on my way to Janus and ousted its warp influences, I crushed the uprising at Kiava Gamma, I got to know and understand Dargonis and its families. And right when it seemed time to close the book on Chapter 2, the finale reared its head in the form of the Drukhari. Perfect, right? Well, it was, but then the writers seemed intent on making that whole branch of the chapter drag on, almost to accentuate how annoying they can be. Head to the mining planet, break up the arena, wait for a while and do other things, head to a new distress call, head to a different distress call, find the Drukhari leader who runs away, head to the space battle, ward off Xenos who raid the engine room, head to Dargonis and fight more of them, watch as Drukhari leader fucks off again, celebrate. Again, I get it, this was a great way to display the cunning of the Drukhari, but I feel like Chapter 3 could have easily have started with them invading our system and taking things from there. As things stand, it almost feels awkward with the way that the invasion happens only for the leader to leave again, and then tens of thousands of peasants quickly clean up and decorate again for the ceremony in a matter of like, a day or something. It's just not the best paced chapter no matter how you cut it, but again, I feel like its length made more of a difference to me as someone who's talking about the game rather than just playing it in my own time. Chapter 3 kicks off after some unspecified amount of peace has passed following the events of the attack on Dargonis. My guy is doing administrative work, receiving gifts from noble houses, bored out of his mind. What's hilarious here is that the guy whose wife that I flirted with sent me an assload of gifts, which surprises everyone in the room. Apparently he's into that. The tail end of this administrative work has the Chancellor telling you that you're no longer required to hang around on Dargonis, and that the Lord Inquisitor is currently sending ships to Footfall to break up fighting between the Winterscale and Chorta houses. That Winterscale seems to be losing control of his people, and that Yurliet has something to tell you. New tasks, hell yeah. Yurliet comes first as she bum rushes me the instant that I set foot out of my chambers. Her request amounts to, "Hey, I think I heard a rumor about a group of my people who might know about the fate of my homeworld. I heard about it from dock workers." Wow, sounds great and really important, Yurliet. I'll get right on it. Facetiousness aside, I don't have a reason not to go do that first since it's the closest objective to us. I'll also say that Yurliet approaches you soon after this and quietly apologizes for the actions of the Drukhari, which denotes an incredible amount of growth from her character. I mean, don't get me wrong, she still constantly nags you about humans and how they act. But the idea that she could even begin to resonate with one shows a shocking change in her that's taken root due to your treatment of her and your actions. As such, she offers to help cast off your burdens in a traditional Aldari way, bringing you into a meditative state where your mind can wander within its own walls. Of course, she gets to accompany you on this introspection, curious to see what kind of person you really are while helping you let go of your anxieties. I'm a little mixed on the presentation here. On one hand, it's interesting to witness the therapeutic nature of Yurliet walking you through your fears and worries, helping you to let go of your fear of death, your stress of working, all pretty relatable facets of life. But then there's a few things that I as a player never really thought my guy was worried about. Stuff like Heinrich's betraying us at this stage, or Pascal, or Cassia believing that we secretly view her as a freak, or my crew secretly plotting to overthrow us. I just never really thought of my guy as worrying about that stuff. And I don't think that I ever really treated anyone in that way when given the speech options to do so. I guess for as much as this game goes out of its way to make your choices matter, this meditation is an area where it misses the mark in my opinion. Maybe it's more of a vessel to ease you closer to Yurliet though, as she calls you by your name for the first time upon awakening from the meditative state, and seems to be genuinely pleased that she's helped you to relieve some stress that tugs away at your soul. I do have to respect how the writers stuck to their guns on this one though. If you do decide to kiss or embrace Yurliet within your dream state, she loses her shit and goes off on you, venomously declaring your soul to be as tainted as every other human's. She truly does not want anything physically to do with humans, even if you seem to be wiggling your way into her heart. And if you don't respect that, then she wants nothing to do with you. I feel like 90% of writers would have made the choice to embrace her lead to the start of her romance, and had it so that she needed to think about the encounter thoroughly before tentatively proceeding. So the place that Yurliet heard about is a trap. Yeah, I mean, kind of easy to do when we rush off to literally any rumor that we hear about constantly. Before we can react to anything else, the ambush is sprung by none other than the Drakari leader who keeps getting the better of us at every turn. If nothing else, I do feel like this guy is a good representation of just how crafty and clever the Drakari as a whole are, even if we just walked into his trap without a second thought. The gas that fills our lungs paralyzes our group quickly, and the leader gloats over our bodies as he excitedly goes on about us turning into slaves built for suffering. You wake up in jail. Sorry, space jail. Alien space jail. Apparently you've been tortured for a while, and the nightmares that you've had have fed the Drakari well. I honestly wonder if this would have played out the same way had you exiled Yurliet immediately. Either way, the leader here plies you with a little more information. He's noticed your ability to elude him more so than a typical human would. It hasn't felt like we have, but even the little resilience that we have shown has been far greater than a typical human's. While we don't get the full details of what this guy wants, it is clear that he wants to use us as a tool to settle some kind of infighting between his faction and some other Drakari groups. I used my 140 persuasion to get him to come close and then punch him in the face as hard as I can. I mean, I got shot afterwards, but I feel like it was worth it. Vietnam Simulator continues from here, as my guy's head is forced back and some alien worm is pushed into my nostril, burrowing through the bone, cartilage, and eventually brain, where his thoughts are invaded by the worm's foreign influence. This is where the real torture begins, as you're thrust into a hellscape of your own mind which has been corrupted by the Drakari. Everyone that you know or care about lies dead by horrific means, and another interrogation is held by Heinrichs and the Lord Inquisitor as they grill you about your association with Xenos. It's a bit confusing at first, but it's supposed to be. Basically, the Drakari are presenting you with your own fears and warping your mind in the hopes that you'll admit to working with a different faction of the Drakari. Obviously, we haven't done that, but they're sure that it's the reason that you've been able to predict their plotting and thwart them as often as you have. Regardless of what you choose, this mock trial extends on and on until it's finally interrupted and you're thrown back into reality. Before you sit... okay, we gotta take a moment to go over a little more detail with Drakari structuring. So the guy that I've been calling a leader is in a leadership role. His name is Marazai, a name that I was avoiding trying to butcher, but here we are. And he reports to an Archon who runs his cabal, which is basically a house within the Drakari ranks. These Archons are the highest leaders within the alien faction, but their cabals are of varying importance and tend to squabble with each other constantly. So what's happening here is that we kept interfering with Marazai's plans, and that's a huge no-go in Drakari culture, which is part of the reason why they're as strong and as vicious as they are. When a plan is mucked up, people pay for it. Marazai figured that we must have been getting assistance from another cabal and tortured us in the hopes of getting who it was out of us. Now that that's failed, the Archon who he was appealing to becomes livid and has now sentenced Marazai to death by arena fighting. Again, it takes a moment to dissect all of this, but the twist here is pretty good and doesn't hold your hand at all. I've always taken issue with games that treat their players like dumbasses and explain everything in real time by creating unrealistic dialogue. After Marazai is thrown to the wolves, you're thrown down the corpse pit and left to die. I'd make a joke about that being the end of the game, but I think I've made that joke about 3 or 4 times throughout my videos now. Your rescue comes in the form of a member of yet another Aldari faction known as the Harlequins. These are the clowns of the Aldari universe. No, seriously, they're groups of jesters who both the Aldari and the Drakari welcome and frequently defer to as extremely powerful warriors who embrace madness. They tend to wear bright colors, fight in a very theatrical way, and serve an Aldari deity known as the Laughing God. This is the only Aldari god in their pantheon who managed to survive the birth of Slaanesh, as the rest were captured, destroyed, or consumed in the process. The Laughing God's worshippers are basically cultists who value fighting as an art form, and their extensive and grueling training often puts them leaps and bounds above an average Aldari or Drakari fighter, almost guaranteeing respect from the leaders of either. Well, the Supreme Commander of the Drakari would probably have no issue killing them, but that's a whole other topic. Anyways, this Harlequin seems to have a use for us still and heals my guy a little before tossing him a solitary pistol and sashaying away through the hideous gore piles that we're surrounded by. This is a really fucking cool setup. Yeah, the whole you had your inventory taken away and you're now in jail thing is a pretty common trope in games like these. But this doesn't even remotely feel like a I'm the main character and I'm just gonna power my way out of here type of situation. It honestly feels pretty fucking bleak, all things considered. I don't know if my allies are alive, if my ship is intact, or where I even am. My tendons have been cut, my body is covered in hundreds of tiny wounds, my eyes are failing me, I'm on the verge of death. And that's a really great setup for a prison break sequence. Every little scrap of help that I can find is a blessing, from small pistols to patches of skin to drugs that might help me move when I need to. There's a litany of ways to fuck this up and wind up facing a game over screen, which is refreshing. Oftentimes when you face a prison sequence, the consequence to getting caught is being sent back to a checkpoint. I've always liked it when games made your punishment more severe. My path wound up with me getting shanked by another victim who I tried to bargain with, crawling over barbed chains to avoid guards, and stumbling into a narcotics den where I decided to shoot someone in the head to assert my dominance over the leader. Thankfully, that worked out for me, and the leader brings my now unconscious body further into the den to patch me up. Now the good news is that I still have a mind maggot in my head. The bad news is that it's dying. I might have fucked that up, but the point is that it hasn't been removed. And when it dies, it releases a poison that causes hallucinations so severe that I lose control of my mind and forget who I am. I gotta respect the writers for going, alright boys, what kind of crazy shit would a Drakari torture someone with? And then just committing to it. So here's the situation. Snake Man here saved our asses but left the worm in our body as a contingency plan so that we owe him a favor. The favor is killing another human named the Commissar, who's been raising a ruckus and getting others to cooperate with him. I don't have a choice but to agree at the moment. I can do some damage, but it's not a lot compared to others. So that's going to be a consequence from building a tactician that I never expected. Fortunately, after roaming around this pile of jagged refuse and miserable decay, we find Abelard who's, well, not doing so good. His mind has been broken to a point to where he's calling out to his dead wife, who he believes to be here by his side. You never really get to see this side of the normally stern Seneschal, and it's pretty heartbreaking. Fortunately, what my guy is good at is talking, and getting him to snap out of it is the easiest thing for me to do here. I gotta say, I never really realized how attached I was to these people until they were stripped away and tormented in this manner. It's kind of a cool revelation to have this deep into the game. Further in, we find Argenta, who, she's just still Argenta. They stuck her into an arena and then made her keep killing until one of her opponents damaged the enclosure, so she carved a path through the entire crowd with her sword and bolter gun until she escaped into this area where she united with the guy who I was sent to kill. This chick is the goddamn Doomslayer in disguise, holy fuck. So yeah, here's the part where we either go through with serving Snake Man and convince Argenta to turn on the Commissar, or we unsurprisingly form an allegiance and attack the Snake Man. Now I will say that there are several speech options which question the idea that this guy just happened to be spared despite being a gleaming example of the Imperium's dogmatism. I didn't decide to take those dialogue choices, but they raised the concern that we might be getting fucked with. Plus, Argenta has historically been easy to manipulate. Regardless, despite my high intelligence telling me that this idea is suicide, I decide to ally myself with this renegade group. The Emperor protects. The fight against the Snake Man is even tougher than I thought, but thankfully I was able to wedge myself into a small area and force enemies to try to attack Abelard via his taunting. I feel like I'm being punished for all of the easy battles I had leading up into this point. But it would be especially silly if it was just as easy now in this situation. So the Commissar comes in and goes, "Okay, good work, buddy. Now quickly into this portal where a fully fueled escape ship awaits along with a full crew and all-you-can-eat turtle sundaes." I mean, he doesn't say that, but come on, we're so fucked. So yeah, we're dropped off in a big-ass arena where several fights are starting. Firstly, Marazai seems to be undergoing his own trials. But secondly, this big beefy motherfucker comes charging in with his own cutscene, eviscerating his foe with no issue whatsoever. I want him in my party stat. As for us, we have some, dogs. These are dogs. After we win, we're again greeted by the Harlequin, who tells us that we must continue to fight in the arena in order to gain the attention of someone known as the Maestro of Flesh, which will eventually lead us to an escape route. For now, though, we need to find the rest of our party. Yurliat is found a little ways away and is currently hopelessly torturing someone against her will. This game kind of leaves a lot up to your own interpretation, as you could easily see her as a traitor at this stage and execute her on the spot. And why not? She led us here. And when we do find her again, she seems to be in the process of becoming a Drakari. But the undertones here give way to someone who is doing this to survive, who feels like she has no choice. It's clear that she has an immense amount of guilt about what happened, but this is hardly the time to discuss it. Pascal, on the other hand, well, he might have gotten it the worst out of all of us. You have to understand, this is a guy who has made it his identity to place extreme emphasis on his mechanical parts. And to the Drakari, he's a really fascinating plaything. From what I could gather, they basically just started ripping parts out, replacing things with other random Xeno materials, and just studying how he works. And to someone that places so much importance on these bits of technology, Pascal was defiled in the most heretical way that he could have imagined. The writing here is immaculate, because honestly, a lot of what the tech priest tells me in general is kind of hard to parse. I've given quite a few examples of the way that he speaks, and it's always overly complicated, as if he takes pleasure in talking the way that he does. But this is the first time Pascal goes from referring to himself as quote-unquote this unit to brokenly mumbling, "Then they let me go." It's a tiny sentence, but it carries so much weight, and it broke my heart more than I thought it would. The tech priest continues to try to calmly list everything that the Drakari did to him, the technology that they inserted, the changes that they made. But it gets to a point where he basically tells you that he can't fully assess the situation and he's unsure if he'll live. As such, he does have to be convinced to live on and join you. Thankfully, that is my forte. Again, persuasion in this game rocks. We don't find Cassia yet, so let's go to this Maestro of Flesh and see what horrors await us next. Unfortunately, as we stumble into the Maestro's lair, the worm inside my head begins to die, meaning that I begin to go insane. Fortunately, this is what the Harlequin sent us to prevent, as the Maestro removes the worm through surgery. It's hard to tell what any of these aliens' motives are, but at this point we're kind of stuck along for the ride. The Maestro is a homunculus, an ancient brand of Drakari which has mastered the art of torture and sculpting the body and soul. I feel like every time I run into a new part of this Xenos race, it's like, oh, you thought the first guys were bad? Wait until you see this guy. Fortunately, this one doesn't seem to want us dead, seeing as he saved us from the worm. Then again, he was the one who created it specifically for my guy. So, I guess we're even. Stockholm Syndrome is starting to settle in. Turns out the homunculus saved us because, hey, we survived the arena once, so why not study us for a bit longer? You have to understand, these guys are so far beyond your average Drakari that they may as well be demigods that even the normal rank-and-file Dark Elves fear. So this thing can't tell if we're strong for a human or strong for anything below him. As such, he might as well use us to kill off some Drakari in the arena which haven't been respecting him properly. Before we go, the homunculus gives us back our gear, thank God, and tells us that he's currently experimenting on Cassia via complete sensory deprivation. You know, just to see what happens. Kinda like what he did to Pascal. What would happen if primitive Imperium tech was replaced by flawless Drakari tech? Let's find out. You can bargain with the monstrosity by bringing him various chunks of strong monster bits and then offer up a piece of your own body in exchange for several favors. In my case, Yurliat steps in to take the blow so that I can free someone who isn't Cass. Remember that huge man who got his own cutscene? Yeah, he's trapped down here in a cage.
Oh, to see them cut down. Buzzers unclean. I would enjoy it a lot more if there was Miot. Goteni.
This is Ulfar, my new favorite character. Dude's a space marine, specifically a space wolf, which explains his size, voice, constitution, and overall badassery. Also, he's fucking crazy.
Come here, you wretch! You have hidden on the other side of those bars long enough! Come in here and repeat your filthy words so I can kick them back into your bloody, stinking muscle! Fine! You got a rise out of me! And from what I can smell, you did not soil yourself in the process. I respect those with courage. I can work with you.
He's basically a giant hulking Viking who has an ample amount of disdain for Xenos and is intelligent enough to not trust you immediately upon being offered freedom. I love him. Thankfully, my taunting got him to trust my intentions enough to join us, rounding out our party at last. The best part about this is that Ulfar works totally differently from any other arch-militant. He takes up 4 squares instead of 1. He can't take cover because he literally is cover when he goes down. And when he goes down once, he simply becomes incapacitated for 2 rounds before waking back up at half health. They really took the might of a space wolf and conveyed it perfectly through him. There's a lot of games where you'll gain someone who's supposedly immensely powerful, but then they get scaled down upon recruiting them just to balance things out. Magus from Chrono Trigger always comes to mind in that regard. Ulfar's fusion of Argenta and Abelard fused into a giant's body feels like it strays from the typical repackaging of someone who's supposed to be immensely powerful just based off of what they are. Okay, I think we're good to move on here. Before heading to the arena again, we get to chat from afar with our soon-to-be opponents, which include the likes of the now haggard Marazai. Now, nearly every single fiber of my being wants to tell the Dark Elf that I'm going to stick a bolter up his ass and use his body to elongate my weapon into a living sniper rifle. But he would probably be into that. And there's an option here. You can ask him if he would like to work with you to get out of here, the enemy of my enemy and all that. You ask this in your language so that the others can't understand you, to which he seems to heavily consider your proposition. Before we can get an answer though, the group departs to the arena. It's hardly a surprise that Marazai can join your retinue given that you've consistently gained Drakari-only weaponry and armor for most of the game, which kind of ruins this impact. But still, it's kinda cool in its own way. I almost feel like it's more of a heretical path option, but it does work well with Iconoclast also. Right before entering the arena, Argenta pauses to pray. Which, yeah, normal shit. What isn't normal is the amount of hopelessness that she suddenly oozes, which is something that's completely foreign to her character and that I only expected when we initially found her again. After seeing how Abelard was losing his mind, I thought the same thing might happen to Argenta, but she seemed fine. Now she's lost in prayer and needs to confess something to you. I'm sitting over here expecting her to say that she just can't believe all of the misery that she's seen and blah blah blah, which would be the most normal human emotion that she's shown this entire game. Instead, she tells you that she was the one who killed Theodora, which was the last thing that I expected. And she's proud as hell of it, because she realized during the attack that my predecessor was feuding with Kunrad over the dark cultist artifacts that they've been secretly hoarding and using. The oily shards were remnants of a potent lens, much like the bigger versions that the Final Dawn cultists were using and... You know, I just realized how little I care about the Final Dawn stuff. It just seems like a distant memory after the amount of game that I've spent chasing the Drakari, stumbling into their trap and facing actual life-altering events. Like, this is a good twist that makes complete sense given what we found when we initially discovered Theodora's corpse. It also makes sense given what we've discovered about her and how she operated as a rogue trader. But I feel like this is the wrong time to bring it up. I get why Argenta would, how this place made her feel less certain about everything. But from a plot pacing perspective, it just feels like the last thing that I care about until we escape. Either way, I tell her she did a good job and that's that, though Abelard does seem to despise her, at least in the moment. Fighting in the arena goes back to feeling unfair for the enemy, as Pascal fires off multiple 200 to 300 damage shots in a single turn. Also, Marazai guts a companion and flips over to our side. Ulfar and Yurliet are baffled, but Abelard goes, "Yeah, the rogue trader does crazy shit like this all the time." Which, okay, yeah, Yurliet is close enough to us for her to back down on this, but Ulfar was really suspicious of us fraternizing with the enemy when we first met, which was like 10 minutes ago. I just don't see why he would give us an ultimatum on this one. When the dust settles, the Drakari reluctantly agrees to stop calling me a fucking monkey and insists on meeting in a more private area to discuss our escape from this hell. Ironically, I don't really care to insert him into my lineup, I just wanted to see what happens when I bring him along for the ride. Heading back up to meet with him has Argenta and Ulfar just dipping from the group. Like they just run away while yelling "duty calls." Sure enough, they've run off to try to kill Marazai before we can do anything about it, which is actually pretty funny. I just thought that Ulfar would rather leave us if we chose to keep him around, but this actually kind of works. It seems silly to turn on the Drakari now, so I talk them down. After this, Marazai has a request for you, which amounts to vengeance against the Archon who he felt threw him into this situation.
The soul of Erimeris, the Archon of the Reaving Tempest. It should belong to me. I do not know where, I do not know how, but that bitch tried to dispatch me without sullying her own hands, and she deserves to lose her life.
There's something about dialogue in this game ranging from a very proper "I will smite thee with thine own blade" to "I'm gonna kill that bitch" that makes me laugh every time. As much as I hope to hear more about the Dark Elf's background and personal thoughts, this really isn't the time or place. As such, the most that we get out of him seems to be that he wants to kill the Archon who happens to be his sister, which is kind of a pretty trivial idea for the Xenos race. To be fair, I don't think there's much to understand about this guy given how different he is from a human. He isn't going to grow or change, become more sympathetic, or anything of that sort. The guy has his armor hooked directly into the nerves on his body so that every moment he feels is agony, which is apparently standard for Drakari.
Do you know how pleasurable it feels when your suffering rings out in unison with another's? The overwhelming ecstasy when your own agony bleeds into the agony of your enemy. My world is woven from that pleasure.
That voice acting is amazing and made me realize that I have no chance at, rehabilitating this guy.
I can show you that world. I can teach you, if you do as you are told.
Holy shit, someone's into this. I know you're out there. Quizzing him further about the specifics of everything that happened between us has Marazai revealing that his sister had indeed been plotting against him, just not as directly as we initially thought. While the Mind Worm was utilized to draw out information that I had no idea about, it was actually Achilles who was being manipulated by Marazai's sister. We don't have specifics there, so at this point it is possible that Achilles isn't a traitor. Turns out that Marazai's coordinates, plans, and so on were being fed to Achilles in order to make the Drakari leader look like a fool. The final nail in his coffin was when he tried to one-up his sister by bringing forth proof of her treachery. The whole thing was supposed to be rigged from the start, and Marazai was going to take over his sister's position and pledge her house to another cabal. So even if the rogue trader had no idea about working with any sort of Drakari faction, the initial plan was that no matter what he wound up saying, the end would result with Marazai on top. Unfortunately for him, his sister had already sunk her claws into the other Archon who was serving as judge, and the sham trial concluded with yet another betrayal. It's actually a really well and condensed version of how the Drakari operate as a whole. Now there's a pretty sizable bit of confusion that's laced into this entire thing. The way that Marazai tells it, he eventually traced his sister's source of intel back to Achilles. And so his attack on Dargonis wasn't just for chaotic fun, it was to get to Achilles and torture the ever-living shit out of him. This caused Achilles to break and to willingly begin reporting to Marazai as a proper betrayer. The problem is that all of this happened off-screen, which is fine for this one specific bit of story, but then it gets bad. Because apparently Yurliet found out about Achilles' betrayal and killed him off-screen too, which, I mean, there hasn't even been a single mention of his death until now. I get not wanting to give away the plot immediately because you want to weave this mystery subtly into the chapter, But I don't think that knowing that Achilles is dead would have been something that ruins this twist as long as you don't reveal how he died. This information came out of absolutely nowhere, and there's a reason for that. They needed Juliet to have an objective that led her into escorting us into this trap. And if you've been nice to her this entire time, then this is that reason. When she murdered Achilles, Marazai decided to point Juliet towards the area where this trap was, stating that she'd find out what happened to her homeworld there. But if you had been rude to her, then she would have willingly sold you down the river. And if you had done away with her entirely, then Achilles would have been the one to lead you into this trap. So the plot remains largely the same, but the circumstances leading up to it would have changed. And unfortunately, the path that I chose was the most confusing and muddled just due to the devs trying to work out a world where the rogue trader still winds up in hell despite being nice to Juliet. Regardless, Juliet did take information from Marazai and represented it as something that she overheard from dock workers. Her intent was that no matter what happened, she had been promised by the Drakari that she would be reunited with her missing family. What the Dark Elf failed to mention was that her family had already been taken prisoner long ago and tortured, and that Marazai's promise amounted to her being united under these same circumstances.
Why do you say that? I promised to reunite her with her kin, a long-awaited reunion in a torture chamber. I find that very touching. They would have had so much to discuss, but there would have been time for fun as well. We cousins get together so rarely, after all.
The rest of what Marazai has to say amounts to loads of detail about the factions here, the beasts that lurk above and below, the powers at play, and generally what Drakari society is all about. If nothing else, this is a fantastic reason to recruit Marazai. Not as someone who's worth saving or trying to change, but as someone who genuinely fleshes out the world with founts of knowledge directly from the 40k rulebook. Of course, if you know all of this, a lot of this is worthless. Honestly, he might as well be reading out a few sentences from a wiki article. But if you haven't the slightest clue about anything here, then Marazai's descriptors do a pretty good job at giving you an idea what this faction is all about. He's a bloodthirsty, ravenous murderer who revels at the next chance to kill. There's no changing him, and I'd just as soon kill him off upon escaping this place. After this, we actually get to chat with companions again in our makeshift camp. Check in, get a beat on what they're feeling, and all that. Abelard is sounding more ragged than ever as this whole experience has taken an immense toll on the old man. He seems to be upset with Juliet for getting us into this and with me for bringing Marazai into the fold. Honestly, this chapter has only reinforced how good the bursts of voice acting within this game are. You can hear the normally stalwart seneschal doing his best to hang in there as his demeanor has given way to a man clinging to any scrap of hope that he can.
I am fit and well, Lord Captain. All that remains is for us to get out of this hellhole alive, return to our vessel, and then my answer to your question will be magnificent.
On the polar opposite side, Argenta is Argenta. Nothing keeps her down. Same goes for Ulfar, though he seems a lot more open now that we've fought together. For one, he's now following you as a pack leader and titles you as such. When asked about why he eats the flesh of his enemies, a successful check grants you the insight to recall that Space Marines have their brains linked to their stomachs, and can analyze information, memories, and so on by ingesting the flesh of others. Which is so amazingly unhinged. I really do love them. Space Wolves in particular are just turbo Vikings that derive all of their creative inspiration from Norse mythology. And the more that Ulfar gleefully tells you about his homeworld, his unit, and his mission, the more that you become enraptured by, well, everything about him.
Though the body of an Astartes is built to be immune to the effects of drink, we invented a way around this taboo. The mead we brew can overcome even our blood. It makes us drunk, and makes our feasts jovial occasions. Mead. You can brew it nowhere else but on good old Fenris. No other world is home to such poisonous plants.
Space Wolves would go nuts for diesel straight from a gas station pump. Either way, Ulfar telling you about all of this does showcase the small amount of trust that the wolf has now placed in you. These tales and insights into his culture and planet aren't things that he would normally speak about, as boastful as he is. And yet when you ask him about things pertaining to our escape or about his real name, he clearly doesn't trust you enough to reveal any details. That said, he also doesn't trust the Inquisition and outwardly admonishes how sneaky and underhanded it plays things compared to the honorable Space Wolves. I mean, there is some lore that involves these two factions despising each other going on here in the background. In terms of his capture, Ulfar tells you that he wouldn't have been caged if it weren't for all of the bodies of the Drakari that he was massacring piling up so high that he couldn't move properly. I believe that. Still, the wolf's capture hasn't been a walk in the park for him like you might think. The mental toll of being used as an amusement for the Xenos has tugged away at his sanity, and it's something that he's had to actively combat. I've always had a soft spot for big dumb idiot companions in games, but I've had a softer spot for ones that appear that way and have a latent intelligence lying just beneath the surface. Ulfar's a great character, and not just because he's a big menacing Hulk. His quick wits and ability to analyze a situation makes for a fascinating mesh of boisterous, honor-bound killing machine and introspective, sagely wisdom, and I had a great time getting to know him a bit more. Pascal's gone full-on into the path of forbidden knowledge at this stage, and channels the part of him that yearns for new understanding to cope with the intruding xeno-augmentation throughout his body. In his eyes, it's better to die while learning something that can help the Imperium than to just give up, which makes sense given the road that we've guided him down. Finally, we have Yurliet, because Cassia is still being tortured while I have hour-long conversations with my comrades. The Aldari sniper isn't doing so great, but her eyes now show an incredible amount of gratitude for everything that you've done for her, which is really nice actually. Look man, I was the last person who would have cared about this fucking elf. I think I said something about her being the worst companion at first, but seeing her change throughout our time together has been worth it so far. I expect more from her if I'm going to continue thinking that way, but so far so good. She seems a bit lost still, having been betrayed by, well, let's be honest, the most likely source of betrayal in the game. But the bigger issue is that she feels like she'll never find her homeworld now, which is something that she's been working through since reuniting with you. What we saw earlier when we rescued Yurliet was yet another experiment by the Maestro of Flesh. In this case, the hypothesis was that an Aldari could be transformed into a Drakari by being forced to torture and kill others. So in a way, this was her own brand of torment, seeing as the Aldari are acutely in touch with other people's feelings. The most important dialogue that we get out of Yurliet, though, comes in the form of her explaining what happened from her angle, which led to her being manipulated by Marazai. As you explored the cosmos for her family, every failure left her heart feeling heavier and heavier, as you might expect. But the final straw was when she happened to see a chunk of her homeworld in your chambers, a crude trophy that Theodora likely placed there. While every part of her logical brain told her that there was no way that I had anything to do with it, her emotions got the better of her and she gave in to that fear and anguish that led to the idea that I was playing her for a fool this entire time. And that led to the paranoia that these negative emotions would cause the boogeyman, Slanesh, to take control of her. It was soon after this that Yurliet discovered Achilles' betrayal and, feeling like she had no other choice, decided to kill him so that she could directly question Marazai about her missing homeworld when he promised her answers. Desperation guided her actions, landing us in this predicament. The irony of Yurliet's character is just how well she plays her role as an Aldari. This is a race of people who are so up their own asses that they accidentally created the god of being up your own ass. She constantly points out how humans are so predictable, how they give in to their desires all too often, how they're overly emotional and impulsive. Then she got all of us trapped in one of the worst places to be due to her emotions and impulses. The fact that she made it as far as she did with her road to aiding and understanding you, a human rogue trader, is actually a miracle for someone of her race. Whereas Marazai channels the Drakari ways and basically tells you up front, hey, if I get a chance, I will fucking betray you for power. Yurliet channels the Aldari by pretending to be holier than thou because that's just what an Aldari does.
I killed Achilles. I think
she killed Achilles. The end result winds up with Yurliet apologizing again in full, dismayed at her own behavior and the consequences of it. Of course, if we had managed to evade Marazai's trap and somehow discover what had happened to her people, then she'd be sure of herself and her decision, happy that she did what she did. So it's another round of sowing and reaping for the elf. Still, I do feel kind of bad for her. If I was going down the dogmatic route, I'd tell her that she deserves this and to fuck off. But as things stand, she's broken to a point to where she can't even meditate to restore her thoughts and calm the raging tempest of emotional damage that's been inflicted on her. So I guess that's good enough for me. The tail end of this conversation has me sitting down with her in silence, which looks hilarious just because I'm cosplaying as M. Bison currently. Returning to the Maestro has him rushing to pack his shit and leave. Turns out that while he is powerful, his actions have upset an even more powerful faction that now want him dead. Such is life in the Dark City, I suppose. Oh yeah, this place is nicknamed the Dark City. The real name is Camorra? I can't remember how they fucking say it. It's just, there's a lot of G's and C's and O's and M's. So, whatever. Yeah, the arena leader sent out her best to fight us instead of just random fighters. And since we just completely humiliated her by turning her top fighters into a puddle, she blames the Maestro for putting us up to this task. Whatever, not my problem. Well, kind of. Since the Maestro no longer wants to help us, we have no choice but to go murder the lady who we pissed off. Oh yeah, and I guess I can free Cassia from her sarcophagus. Turns out that sensory deprivation wasn't good for her, as she non-stop begins firing off shots of warp energy that's described as being hit in the face with molten steel. You have multiple options as always. Option 1. Bitch, calm down. Option 2. Kiss her and start the romance proper. Option 3. Shoot in head. When all else fails, you can always just kill your companions, and I love that about this game. Nah, I kissed her, which confuses her, but hey, at least she calms down. It feels a lot better than I thought it would to have everyone back. There are plenty of games out there which try to do this sort of thing, but only partially succeed at it. But I can confidently say that this is one of the best in the business in terms of breaking your unit apart and individually inflicting absurd amounts of damage onto each companion, making your eventual reunification feel that much sweeter. What feels even better is when we get jumped outside of the Maestro's lair, and this time I win in a single turn. I mean, come on, man. The Harlequin appears once more to convey a final message, or at least I hope it's going to be a final message. This time the show that he puts on is meant to convey that he'll ready an escape for us when we go to fight with the arena lady. I don't like being indebted to this crazy bastard, but I don't really have a choice. Now before I get into this, I will say that I could definitely see somebody being unsatisfied with this whole thing. I mean, realistically, we were dumped in one of the worst places to be in this universe. It's a place where no one really comes back from, at least not without a lot of luck. And yet at this stage, it looks like all of us are going to make it out of here alive. And I could definitely see someone who's really into this universe going, well, this is kind of bullshit. Like this Harlequin just shows up and ass pulls an escape route for us, basically saves our lives in a place that we should not be saved from. But there is a point where this is a video game, and if you just die here, then that's the end of the game, and that's a terrible ending too. Like, we could sit here all day and go, this is unrealistic, and this shouldn't happen, and blah blah blah. But it really isn't that bad, at least in my opinion, and maybe that's the opinion of someone who just isn't into this universe the same way. But I do feel like it is worth mentioning that a lot of this is very convenient, and I could understand someone not liking this chapter because of that convenience. Anyways, the arena fights involve a string of 4 back-to-back battles that are meant to be an extravagant execution rather than a fair fight. They don't know about Pascal. To be fair, the final round had an 800 HP boss that regenerates to full health after taking a decent amount of damage, along with a 750 health backup boss and some 250 health adds. They all got about 1 turn each, I believe. When we win, a riot takes place in which Drakari begin dropping into the arena left and right to try to take us out. That's when the Harlequin appears and... Okay, so when he theatrically spoke to us in a poetic way, it sounded like he was going to create some magical portal for us to dive through. What happens instead is that he throws 2 smoke grenades that cover half of the fighting pit and we just run away. Absolute pocket sand behavior. Escaping out the back has us running into yet another battle, though this one takes forever just because of the sheer amount of low-grade enemies. I kind of get wanting to make things realistic. I mean, we are in the heart of the enemy base. But man, I've been fighting for about an hour straight now. My hard drives are being filled up with recording. The game at least tries to make things interesting when the Drukhari here fight each other also, as two Cabals are trying to claim us as their kill. And Ulfar goes into a frenzy, almost completely losing his mind even after the battle. After snapping him out of it, he tiredly states that it's due to him being locked up here for too long, and that seeing even more Xenos who were trying to claim him as their puppet caused his mind to shatter for a moment. It's a good addition to his character and sheds a bit of his tough and glorious persona for something a little bit more realistic. The Harlequin drops off after this to tell you that he wants you to save the Aldari here. When you ask him why, he's like, I don't know, the Laughing God said to, or something. My guess is that the game expected me to bring Yurliet along here so that she could request that I save her people. But since I replaced her with a big-ass space marine, I guess this guy's her replacement reasoning. I do find that a bit odd. There always has to be anchors in a game to keep the story generally the same, barring a completely evil route or something like that. But rescuing Aldari seems like a bit of a weird anchor to have, at least at this moment. I'm sure they'll wind up helping us to overcome the big bad final boss or help us to ultimately escape this place in some way or another. But as of now, this feels like an option I should have, but don't. Then again, this is one of those games where I genuinely can't tell what is or isn't an anchor point. I mean, I have an attack option for the Harlequin here, and I'm sure that I'll have some method of ignoring or condemning the trapped Aldari. So it's kind of hard to tell if this rescue operation is a required step to help our escape. To add on to the Harlequin's reasoning, he tells you that Marazai's sister was the one who kidnapped the Aldari, and that the act of doing so risks a full-scale war between the two elven factions. Which doesn't seem like a big deal to me given how much the two hate each other anyway, but I don't think I've got the most balanced view on this one. Scaling one of the many spires here causes the party to forcibly shift so that we have to take Marazai with us. He wants to kill his sister, so he's coming with us, simple as that. Yurliet, on the other hand, at least requests to come with us to help save her people, so I guess I'm bringing her too. Our sunny stroll through the spire has us visiting scenic surroundings such as an Aldari elder who has had his thorax ripped open and 3 additional hearts sewn into him, causing 4 souls to fight for dominance within his body. There's also the body with all of its joints removed. There's the one with all of the internal organs removed, but still attached to the pain receptors, with the insides being placed gently in an acid bath. Let's see, Oh yeah, there's the one where the body has had a heating and cooling unit placed within it so that it can withstand being electrocuted for about 4 minutes longer before dying. Who the fuck came up with this shit, and are they okay? In the epicenter of this torture is a single surviving Aldari elder who we managed to miraculously free from his imprisonment. Yurliet finally gets the answers that she's been seeking, and it's about as painful as the rest of this place is. Turns out that Theodora had some kind of dirty bomb sent on a ship towards the Aldari's floating homeworld. The leadership aboard the homeworld foresaw this ship as heralding their demise, so they opened fire on it, obliterating the craft completely. Unfortunately, whatever was aboard the vessel stuck to the wings of the Aldari ships, which opened fire, and as they docked at the homeworld, the plague that they bared began to spread and eat away at the giant ship, devouring it from the outside in. The Aldari began to evacuate, and a lot of them were swept up by the ever-bloodthirsty Drukhari to experiment on and torture. Yurliet seems done with blaming you and finally begins to stick up for you as a good person while the Elder spits at you with venom, but he also seems to be holding something back. Persuasion to the rescue. Turns out that the Aldari craft world had been on a path that had brought them close to danger, and a vote was held on what they should do. This particular elder had the deciding vote and chose to pilot the world towards the Coronis expanse, which ultimately spelled their people's demise. So you have 2 Aldari who feel guilty and responsible for the deaths of their people. The elder's guilt is more literal as he chose his people's course, and Yurliet's is more emotional as she feels that she should have been on her homeworld when all of this happened so that she could help to evacuate people to safety. Passing a few persuasion and coercion checks has the Elder joining us, a new hope spreading through him that he'll be able to right his wrongs and start over. I think this whole area taught me something this late into the game. As much as the combat can be enjoyable, I enjoy Rogue Trader the most when it comes to talking with people, interacting with the environment, solving mysteries, and passing skill checks to obtain the desired outcome. It's easily when this game is at its strongest, and Yurliet finally choosing me over one of her kin in this conversation really reinforces all of the effort that I've put in towards turning her attitude around. On the opposite end of the alien races learning how to become better is Marazai, who finds his long-lost electric whip while we're climbing the spire. I think this scene crystallized exactly what the Dark Elf does for this game's companions and why he belongs on the roster. When I decided to team up with him, I knew for a fact that there was no changing him, that he would betray me as soon as he could feasibly do so. I kept him around because I wanted to know what would happen and what kind of insight he could provide into the culture of the Drakari. He actually phrases it best himself when Argenta berates his being here as a momentary lapse of sanity on my end.
How could the rogue trader allow you into his retinue? What failure of will led him to find a place at his side for an abomination like you?
Do you really want to know the answer? Curiosity. Curiosity which I will satisfy in the most complete and pleasurable way possible.
And that is 100% correct. There is literally no other reason for someone who isn't heretical to want to keep Marazai around after everything that he did to us. He's an anti-companion who isn't someone that you can help to turn over a new leaf. But when he nabs this electric whip torture device and asks you if you would like to try it out, I realized exactly the type of person that would enjoy his company. This one is for a very specific kink and contributes really well to someone treading the heretical path for their playthrough. I'd even go so far as to say that Marazai could reasonably be reformed into someone loyal to you if you show how interested you are in torture and making people suffer. In a way, he can be changed, just not in a form that benefits humanity. The finale of this chapter concludes with another fight as you might expect, though this one is at least against someone who we've been trying to get at for a while now. Marazai's sister, her name is Eurymerus or something like that. I'm not saying that, I'm saying Marazai's sister. Anyway, she steps out of the darkness to hurl a few insults our way before we begin our dance. You can quiz her on why she decided to nab Aldari elders and experiment on them the way that she did, to which she claims that it was a calculated risk to further her own cabal. Elders can see parts of the future and she wanted that power, simple as that. Marazai tells her that their mom considered her so much of a failure that she gave birth to him to right that wrong, which pisses her off enough to actually begin fighting. The only person who goes down in this fight is ironically Marazai, which I kind of found to be poetic in a way. Afterwards, he captures his sister's soul in a stone and then opens up a portal to finally leave this godforsaken realm. At this point, some mandrakes appear from the shadows. Mandrakes are horrifying and twisted creatures that are said to be made from the absence of light itself, and are often hired by cabals to do their dirty work. These ones state that they're owed a life for their services, to which Marazai denies them and claims that they need to take it up with someone else. I'm not sure where they came from in this particular scenario, but I thought that this would for sure be our jumping off point with Marazai. The mandrakes even turned to me to ask permission to give up Marazai's life. But strangely enough, this is one of the few times where I can't just go, yeah, sure, alright, take his ass, as both options direct them away from claiming the Dark Elf's soul. It's kind of annoying. I thought for sure that this would be something I could do, and I would have done it. Chapter 4 begins with us tumbling through the webway and out of a portal that was lying dormant on Janus. Actually, it's the one that I've shown a couple of times in that one cutscene with the Aldari Elders. That same Aldari Elder who I allowed to stay here gets all uppity and demands to know if we're invading, as if we couldn't have just killed him in a fraction of a second. We drop off the other Elder who we rescued before and finally make it back to our ship, which I've never been more happy to see. They did a really good job with Chapter 3. It felt longer than it was just because everything was misery, but it was actually a pretty good length. Again, I could see people being dissatisfied with this chapter. In a way, it pulls you away from everything that you learned about in chapters 1 and 2, and then go on to experience in chapters 4 and 5. It's kind of a standalone, almost DLC chapter, just in the middle of everything. And a lot of it does rely on that sort of convenience. You conveniently live through the Drakari torture, you conveniently catch the eye of a Harlequin who manages to get you out of there. Every one of your companions conveniently manage to live despite most of them being tortured in some way. You conveniently get this mind worm out of your brain from the same guy who created it just because, I don't know, you were amusing. It is a lot to take on a surface level, and if you begin to think deeper about a lot of the coincidences that happen here, I could see not being super satisfied with this whole endeavor. But to me, if you kind of just put those thoughts aside, brush it off, and enjoy the ride, it's a pretty damn good chapter. The hardships that your crew was put through, along with the potential recruits and twists, made for a solid and contained chapter that solved the mystery of the Xenos threat concisely while still leaving a good final threat in the Cult of the Final Dawn for the remaining chapters. Returning to the ship has everyone happy to see us, shocked to see a Drakari, hostile towards the Aldari, and in complete awe of the gigantic space marine who looms over everyone. It's kind of a lot to explain at once to people who just thought we disappeared into the void. Heinrichs immediately turns toward Yurliet, his sleepless nights spent fixated on her as the cause of all of this. I mean, not wrong, but don't worry, she's sorry. Nomos is also lurking around and seems to have taken your lessons on not hurting others to heart. The entity claims to have missed you and that it's happy that you were able to escape the Dark City without killing anyone more than necessary. I feel a little bit like a bitch when Nomos puts it that way. I mean, come on, I killed. I'm a killer. Fuck man, I should have went with dogmatic. I see why people dislike centrists. Anyways, after this you get filled in on what's been going on since you decided to take a vacation to St. Louis, Missouri. And it's kind of a torrent of information that doesn't smoothly transition from topic to topic. Firstly, you're told that your people are going to be so happy because you've been one of the most merciful leaders in their history so far. Nice. Then you're immediately told, "The Expanse is in flames." Well, I don't think you could have presented that any worse. But yeah, the Drakari are running wild and attacking everything now that we've irritated them. The Final Dawn have emerged full force and activated their sleeper agents on various planets. And apparently House Chorda has also lost its home world, much like the Winter Scales did, and now the two Rogue Trader houses are actively clashing. I think we were told about that last bit at the start of Chapter 3, but obviously we couldn't deal with it. In our stead, the Lord Inquisitor has declared himself to be the Warden of the Expanse and has taken over Footfall as his primary base of operations to combat these threats wherever he can. This was the event that led to Winterscale losing quite a few of his worlds as he ignored the summons of Kalkazar and continued to do his thing. Chorda took this as a signal that she needed to hunt him down as a heretic, and the rest is history. I like how well a lot of these events intertwine and flow into each other. I know that the presentation just now could have gone better, but it doesn't feel like one faction is just doing something over in this part of the galaxy and has nothing to do with anything else, which is often what happens with these type of games. This group causes you grief over here, you have to run off to deal with it while the other two groups do their own thing elsewhere. Instead, the Drakari have attacked because of your escape, the Dawn have taken your absence as an opportunity to ramp things up, the Inquisition has stepped in to combat both, and the other rogue traders have shown their true colors in this whole ordeal. Everything meshes together nicely. Alright, send in the rabble so that we can talk things through. First up, Abelard. His family has been accused of treason back on Dargonis. Cool. Next we have Heinrichs. The interrogator has intercepted a message from an old teacher of his asking for some kind of vague support from a military source against invading Drakari. This teacher happens to be a sage, which is someone who's more or less a living data vault and has learned to use their psychic abilities to file away information in their brain that can only be accessed with particular code words. Roger that. Alright, now we have to deal with Yurliet. Or rather, how people feel about her. Which is not good. Literally every member here speaks out against her actions, making this a difficult situation to handle. Of course, we personally know how she feels and the changes that she's undergone, but no one else has made that effort. And I've spent quite a while thinking about how I feel about that. The core group of Abelard, Argenta, Pascal, Cassia, and Heinrichs have been around her the longest. And she certainly didn't help her own case when she initially accompanied us while slinging insults at every human in a 2-mile radius. But I do wonder how this could have proceeded differently had the likes of Abelard, Cassia, and Pascal attempted to get to know her better. I rule out Heinrichs and Argenta automatically because they're about as immovable as Marazai is in their beliefs. But the other three, I almost wish there would have been some interactions where they started to understand her a little more the way that I have. I don't know if it would have made for a better story. In fact, you could argue that the writers stuck really well to the 40k themes by making it so that they have nothing but contempt for the Aldari. Because she really is an anomaly in terms of what she's become, and her choice led to absolutely brutal torture of my comrades. Cassia nearly lapsed into insanity along with Abelard, and Pascal is half Xenos air fryer now. so you can't really blame their attitudes at this stage, and it makes it that much harder to tell them to go kick rocks. I have to commend the writing here. I honestly felt horrible telling these guys that all she needs to do is apologize as her punishment. After we're done with this event, next up is... oh, I guess that's it. Like seriously, that's all there is to talk about regarding our escape from Tortureville, which I found to be really damn off-putting. You can't talk to Cassia about how she feels regarding her confinement, or how you basically told her that you love her back in the Dark City. You can't talk to Argenta about how she feels about you bringing Marazai along for the ride. You can't talk to Pascal about how he's handling the new xenotech rippling through his body. That's a huge downside to this game if I'm going to be honest. For as nice as it was that interactions unfolded between your travels from point to point on the map, that double-edged sword hurts now that I as the player have a pretty understandable and obvious inquiries for my companions. It's more than a little unfortunate that I can't act on those now and instead have to wait to see if they're even going to be brought up by them between system jumps. So for now we can speak to Marazai more about his rivalry with his sister, his position within his cabal and what that encompassed, and all of that rich background lore that you might have wanted to know. I'm not going to bother getting too into the weeds on that, though I will say that his knowledge of Low Gothic was a fun point. Drakari despised the Imperium, so to know its language is tantamount to filling your brain with poison, which is exactly why the reason that Marazai knows it is due to him being strapped down to a chair and forced to have Duolingo lessons beamed straight into his brain for 5 days straight as punishment for a failure.
For your punishment, we're forcing you to learn French.
The only person that you can speak with about the last chapter immediately is Yurliette, which is a given all things considered. I mean, yes, it's good that the writers at least had the insight to allow that much, but I'm not pleasantly surprised by it or anything like that. Especially given that her dialogue amounts to her saying, "Yeah, what we went through was bad, but I still want to carry on and do good for my people." So, nothing new, really. Despite all of the trust that we've built with Yurliette, she still doesn't trust us enough to tell us about her people or homeworld in more detail, which is also kind of weird. Her objective will be hunting down Winterscale, who seems to have ignored the Inquisition and Chorta forces knocking on his doors and instead has chosen to immerse himself in hunting down Aldari for some reason. While I intended to hand Marazai over to Heinrichs immediately upon getting back to the ship, that curiosity that he mentioned earlier got the better of me and I decided to see if anything would happen if I continued with the Drakari on my ship for a while. Well, at the very first jump from system to system, he loses his goddamn mind. Drakari aren't equipped to deal with the influences of the warp in real space. Whereas Aldari have meditation and several other ways to ward against the influence of Slaanesh, Drakari know no other way to protect themselves than to give in and sate their bloodthirst in order to quench their withering souls. So yeah, Marazai slaughters a good chunk of the officer's deck. Good enough for me, time to put him down once and for all. It's not like I didn't expect him to lash out in some form or another, but I didn't think it would be this early on. Even with the excuse that he's quote-unquote not himself. I mean, neither was Adira. Fair is fair. When we make it to Marazai, his form has twisted into something almost feral. Behind him is a demon who offers to take Marazai off your hands if you distract him long enough for her to take hold. The thing is, I don't want him to die like that. He's done so much to my party, I'd rather him be fully conscious. So we take out the demons and free his mind. And this is the moment where he slowly begins to absorb the idea that his will isn't as strong as he thought it was. That Yurliette being able to resist the call of the warp through arduous meditation and concentration is something to be admired. That humanity having to deal with this influence every time they move through space is surprising and praiseworthy. I ask him if he's doing okay now. And then I shoot him in the head, which actually did more of a number on my emotions than I thought it would. There's something to be said for saving someone who's pure evil, who only lives for the pain and suffering of others. For saving someone like that and working hand in hand with them to escape a terrible situation. To hear of their background and who they are, to understand them, and then just shoot them after you've had multiple opportunities to dispose of them before this. I got my information out of Marazai. I had him in a corner where he couldn't slip by me or escape in some way. I wanted it to be a sure thing. And this was that moment. Few games give you that kind of opportunity, and I'm really happy with how all of this went down. Pushing sluggishly towards Dargonis, of course, brings about more events. This time we get back into the thick of things with Pascal's personal quest revolving around Amernat. Another tech priest named Asclepius infiltrates our ship and begins mucking about with its computers almost effortlessly, which is weird in and of itself. Turns out that it's another follower of Amernat who sheds more light on his connection to the ship. As this new tech priest puts it, Amernat once traveled with Theodora before making the discovery of a machine spirit so brilliant that it changed his thinking. That would be Nomos, who was embedded into the ship at Theodora's behest. All that Asclepius wishes to do now is to hang out and study Nomos, which we can allow or choose to execute him for infiltrating our vessel the way that he did. Not much more comes from this event at the moment, though I do like how these two seemingly separate pieces of Nomos and Pascal's mentor fit together. Arriving on Dargonis has us being greeted with the bodies of what seems to be dead insurrectionists. The scared warden here claims that Abelard's family has been rounded up and ushered to the throne room, with the governor proceeding with handing down a guilty verdict for their betrayal. The thing to note here before doing this is that Abelard's family was brought into the fold specifically by Theodora, despite them having no rightful claim of any sort of noble status on Dargonis. Their attitude has been that of utmost loyalty to the rogue trader first and foremost, setting aside profit, excess, and tradition for the good of the house, which kinda counters everything that the other noble families seem to stand for. Likewise, pretty much every member of the nobility who has any power on this planet openly despises Abelard's family, and have hinted at their disdain almost consistently when you've been around. Plodding to our rightful place in the throne room has us listening to the complaints lodged against Abelard's family, though there doesn't seem to be any sort of concrete proof. What's happened in our absence from real space involves some sort of treachery that has hampered our supply lines, followed by mass unrest among the lesser noble houses, and eventually leading to a decent chunk of the population calling for Kunrad to be instated as the rightful heir to the rogue trader family. This seems like it was always an inevitability, as the discontent at the way that I appeared to seize the throne was always boiling beneath the surface. Though, honestly, I thought I at least dampened that a little bit with how merciful and kind I was to my subjects. It's a little disappointing that this didn't seem to affect this minor uprising. Regardless, the governor points towards Abelard's family as the culprits who instigated all of this unrest, claiming that they were the ones in charge of the supply lines and that his son was the one who found the evidence that they were forging documents to cause unrest. Which isn't really a good enough answer for me. So it's time to investigate. This leads into a slew of questions, evidence gathering, and all of your favorite Ace Attorney staples. I'll never not compare investigations to those games, I just can't help it. It's basically my version of comparing everything to Dark Souls. The tech-laden house yields information that one of their lesser members seemed to be uncharacteristically nervous today. Confronting that member has the guy dying from a potent poison before he can even turn to face you. A note on his body indicates that someone close to me was to attack me so that Abelard's family could safely escape the planet in the chaos. Confronting the tech house with this new evidence has them clearly shaken by this turn, before they shamefully admit that their house has fallen on hard times since their post at Kiava Gamma fell during the cultist attack. It seems as though these guys aren't the culprits, but they were being manipulated to help whoever is trying to frame the Wursarians. Oh yeah, that's Abelard's family name. I just didn't want to say it. It's a lot of things that I don't want to say in this game. Anyways, you remember that one house who had the wife that I flirted with? I approach them next, and then I flirt with the guy's wife. It's funny every time. Nothing else comes of talking to these guys beyond them insisting that the Wursarians did it, and if they didn't, then they're weak for not being able to ward off this attack on their honor. That's the kind of attitude that we're dealing with here when it comes to these people. The Wursarians themselves don't offer too much in the way of their defense beyond a stale, "we didn't do it," though they do at least try to shed some light on what happened with the supply line logistics. The way that they tell it, they put in the correct order for food and other supplies, but the Imperium administration in charge of fulfilling the order committed some kind of clerical error. When trying to correct this issue, the Wursarians were given no further information. This doesn't seem like much, but the governor's son actually works for that same administration, and he was the one who supposedly found the forged documents that pointed towards the mutinous behavior from the Wursarians. Putting the heat on the governor's son has him spinning the same story that we've heard from every other house, but he eventually cracks under pressure when we threaten to kill him. He admits outright that he made the clerical error, and that when he rushed to fix it, he was handed a letter from an anonymous person who directed him to pin this issue on the Wursarians. Given what we know from the earlier info dump, this was likely Kunrad, who's still roaming around these stars unchecked. But let's see how this plays out. I thought about executing the boy who made this mistake, but honestly that'd probably be bad unless I plan to unseat the governor also. There's one more scrap of evidence here before we hand down our verdict, a wine bottle favored by the guy whose wife that I've been hitting on, along with an eyewitness report that claimed that he was speaking with a mysterious stranger in the corner of the palace before the events today. Gathering everyone has us putting another plan into motion, more or less accusing each house individually of their potential treachery and then having Abelard judge their reactions as someone who knows and understands who and how they are. After accusing each family, it turns out to be the fucking wife of the guy that I've been hitting on. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, she's been manipulated by Coonrad into thinking that I usurped the throne by taking out Theodora, but her husband was too loyal to me to do anything about it. So she took matters into her own hands by trying to sabotage things from the inside. I'm just saying that as fun as making passes at her was, there really should have been a point where she tries to seduce me into a private chamber due to my interest in her. And this plot could have been revealed that way too. As things stand, it seems like she had ample opportunity to take me out, but waited for me to investigate and figure her out instead. When we execute her, it looks like this. I don't know what the fuck we're doing to her, but Jesus Christ, I thought we were just gonna lop her head off. When all is said and done, Abelard requests that you allow him to go back to his family when the Expanse is no longer in danger, a decision that he's come to due to how I've steered and affected him throughout the game. I of course tell him that that's fine, and that's the end of his last companion quest. This was a really solid quest that built off of a lot of moving parts. The various families, their politicking and disdain for each other, the snaking back and forth in a play for power, the whispers started by Coonrad in Chapter 2, the cuck situation seeming to start off as a funny joke and then turning into a pivotal point. I mean, all of it really served to work with each aspect of this investigation flawlessly. I certainly didn't expect the wife to be the culprit here, but it's not like it was an impossibility or anything like that. I've said it before, but these guys are really good at laying the groundwork for big payoffs by dropping little fragments of information that all work together to create rich quests with fun conclusions. Next up is Heinrich's big quest. Well, after Cassia approaches me in private to try to break things off. I thought this was because Yurliet and I had gotten closer, but no, this always happens in the relationship. Her time as a navigator has caused yet another mutation. This time the skin of one of her arms has become nearly translucent, with her veins very visible. So she's trying to close her emotions off and merely become a tool for the Imperium, as she refers to herself as a freak of nature. Probably doesn't help that the laymen on my ship constantly fear her presence, and she can basically read that emotion. But yeah, you can choose to embrace her physical mutations and tell her that you love her for who she is. Or you can literally go, "Ew, get out of my office, freak!" I mean, come on, what psychopath leads her along for that long and then goes, "Actually, you know what, the whole red eyes, red tears, third eye, elongated pale limbs, claws, and fish-like tendencies are a bit much now that I think about it." It's a serviceable romance baked into one of your companions, though I do feel like there wasn't quite enough build-up for it to be as effective as the writers were hoping for. I mean, we sweep Cass off of her station and begin to try to teach her to stick up for herself and to be strong. We get one or two scenes where that kind of comes into play, but it's mostly just her grappling with her powers and emotions. We go through this whole song and dance where she wants us to gift her something that will be symbolic of trying to court her. I went with some books, which seemed to work, but we don't really get to discuss any of that beyond surface level stuff. It's just a kind of, "Oh, I was performing a silly little tradition and wanted to see if you would play along." Every time she has an issue, it's resolved within one or two conversations max, and there's never really any new dialogue or scenes to pad out our budding interest in each other. Even this conversation winds up with her rolling her insecurities about her deformities and the fact that she almost melted you when you rescued her into one big chain of dialogue. As good as the game is at taking multiple moving pieces and combining them into theatrical quests, this romance with Cassia seems pretty one-note and an inclusion just to have another romance option. It's hard to say if the others are like this, though Yurliet definitely has a lot of build-up since she despises you at first. And that romance seems like it would have a lot better payoff because of the amount of interactions that you have with her. Landing on the planet where Heinrich's sage friend is holed up has some mine worker types greeting us with immense amounts of fear coursing through them. Apparently some pitch-black entities keep disappearing them one by one, and they have no idea how to combat their assault beyond keeping things lit up and taking constant watch shifts while the others sleep. Sounds a bit like those mandrakes from earlier, but we'll see. Anyways, mandrakes attack. Half man, half drake, you know them. When we make it over to the sage, she seems to be in the midst of performing some kind of heretical ritual which Heinrichs calls her out for. She's like, no, wait dude, you don't have the context for the blood orgy. She also seems to be addressing Heinrichs in a very formal manner which confuses him. Turns out that the sage decided to wipe her memory banks of all of the personal information that she had on her friend, and just retain the practical stuff so that she could torrent some movies about cults or whatever the hell's going on in her head. Now poor Heinrichs here has been made a bit merciful due to my actions, so he's willing to hear out his former colleague on what she's attempting to do here. And it turns out that she's trying to sacrifice people in order to create a man-made star that will light up the dark side of this planet so that the mandrakes will have less of an advantage. Which is, believe it or not, heresy. Now here's the fun bit. While all of this dialogue is seeded with coded language and Inquisition buzzwords, cutting through that nets the idea that the Lord Inquisitor has chosen to aid the Drakari in some way or another, at least by the Sage's account. So she's used that as a justification to fight fire with fire and use heresy to help humanity. It's another horseshoe where someone has gone so deep into doing something for the Imperium that they'll do anything for the Imperium. There's a lot of subtle hints that will come into play later in the underbelly of this conversation and the one following it. After Heinrichs knocks the sage out for the moment and we take out some more mandrakes, the real juicy stuff begins. Both of these members of the Inquisition seem to have a soft spot for a third party who was once the Inquisition's top infiltration expert, as Heinrichs puts it. This infiltrator was someone who meant a lot to Heinrichs but disappeared altogether without so much as a word to him. What the sage reveals is that she found out that Calcazar had their friend tortured and more than likely killed. And when the sage discovered this, the Lord Inquisitor had her sent to this dismal planet and seemed to bar all contact with her. The sage decided that Heinrichs must have been the one to torture their friend, and she promptly deleted her memories of him before turning to heresy in an attempt to help the people here with their mandrake problem. We're definitely missing some puzzle pieces here, and a lot of this is obviously set up for a later encounter with the Lord Inquisitor. But for now, Heinrichs mercifully kills the sage instead of torturing her as we plod back to the ship so that he can mull over what just happened. Unfortunately for us, a lot of this stuff is above our pay grade, so to speak, and Heinrichs cut off the sage from spilling too much knowledge about the Inquisition's inner workings in front of us. Thankfully though, he does decide that we're already in pretty deep by the time he's ready to talk to us again, and decides to begrudgingly teach us about the two main philosophies which work against each other within the confines of the Inquisition. First up is Puritanism. Just from the title, it's easy to understand that this philosophy takes the Emperor's every word as law, and won't strive a single iota from it. Then we have radicalism, the idea that as long as you're working to help the Imperium, then it doesn't matter how you interrogate, what methods you use, and what powers you call on. We've seen shades of both of these from Heinrichs' own whirlwind of Inquisitor prowess. This brings us to the Lord Inquisitor's stance, with Heinrichs choosing his words very carefully.
The craven-hearted say that the career of every Inquisitor ends in either death or heresy. The Lord Inquisitor has borne this burden longer than any of us. It would be naive to think that he had only ever used Puritan methods, and even more naive to suggest that such methods have in any way weakened his loyalty to the God Emperor. And that is all I will say on the subject.
So if it isn't obvious by now, it looks like Calcazar is going to be an enemy by the end of this game. Well, if we choose that, I guess. It's hard to speculate on something that hasn't happened yet, but I could see the guy either openly admitting to corruption and giving us a reason to take his heretic ass out, or it could be one of those things where we have the option to dogmatically side with him and forego our humanity in the name of the Emperor. Okay, so now that we're done with the companion stuff for now, let's get back to it. We've got two options here, either heading back to Footfall for the first time in 2,000 years, or delaying that and seeing what's going on with Winterscale's crazy ass. I opt for the latter, which has me visiting the rogue trader's system and hailing his ship. Turns out that Lord Winterscale got into a heated argument or battle or something with Chorda, and decided to return to his system to cool off. Meanwhile, Aldari's ships had been harassing his planets for a while now, so he decided to make a sport of hunting them down. After shooting down their main ship here, Winterscale descended onto the planet to take out any survivors, disappearing into the jungle and not re-emerging for about 30 days now. Yurliet, of course, wants to intervene and protect her people, though she claims that she will kill Winterscale herself if he continues to hunt them down. Wandering into the woods has us getting lost almost immediately. Cell phone reception is out, no Wi-Fi, and apparently I can't even remember what direction we arrived from. There's a lesson in here about being able to use primitive compasses and the like, but I'm not really paying attention. Thankfully, there's a tribe of Native Americans here in the woods who are the residents of this planet. They have names like Leads Ahead and Speaks with Gods, so I guess I could have said Argonians also.
Go away. I don't know who you are, but this is my spot. Whatever's on that ship is mine.
Anyways, these guys are basically descendants of an Imperium Ark, which landed hundreds of years ago to tame the planet. Something went awry there, and the remnants have now twisted their history into something more primitive. The Aquila, the fucking bird that symbolizes the Imperium, has now become a bird of legend that is branded on the tribe's elder. The name of the Ark that landed here to colonize the planet has now become the name of a god who the tribe reveres. They see the Eldari as angry spirits. Oh, and they think you're the child of God because you've descended down in armor clad with the Imperium's iconography. Awesome. Remind me to come back here as a heretic. I just love how the writers had the option of making this a silly little romp through the Lost Woods before finding Winterscale and breaking up his fighting with the Eldari, but decided, hey, you know what? Deploy the backup Iroquois. As they tell it, Winterscale passed through here on a warpath to crush the Eldari, which had indeed been raining hellfire onto the planet for a while now for reasons unknown. Picking our way through the forest has us discovering heaps of carnage left behind by the fighting, and eventually we roll up on Winterscale, who assumes that we're an illusory trap laid by the Eldari. Thankfully, someone in his retinue realizes his mistake and snaps him out of it, but it's clear that the rogue trader is out of his mind with bloodlust. Successful checks will yield that most of his entourage is beaten and bloody from a month of hunting, while he himself seems to be in perfect shape alongside his arch-militant, both of whom are energized as if the hunt had just begun. Thankfully, we can talk Lord Winterscale down from his conquest by suggesting that he's done enough already, to which he just agrees. I found that to be a bit weird since he was so pumped up just before this, but I guess that works for Yurliet's end of the bargain, I suppose. Heading back to the tribe has us sitting down with Winterscale for a chat. Of course, you have to wade through quite a bit of edgy dialogue from the older rogue trader, who goes on about how he loves killing Xenos and how hunting them is so cool when you're slightly hungry.
He's so cool.
But after cutting through all of that, you can purchase the lives of the Eldari who have invaded this planet, which he'll consider. The interesting about this is that Winterscale will start spinning the story of how the Eldari invaded ages ago and began burning down Imperium settlements, enslaving people and driving out the survivors to the forests where they cobbled together an existence. So basically, the Eldari who are attacking likely believe that the planet belongs to them, mirroring how they felt about Janus. Hell, it probably did belong to them when the Imperium landed and started settling. I just think it's kind of fun that you aren't really the main character in a way where your planets only get attacked and only you have to deal with the governors fleeing and being corrupted and the like. That's just a rogue trader's job. Just like it's Winterscale's job to protect his people and defend his lands. The final thing that you can do before setting out to find the remaining Eldari is question Winterscale about his condition being so fresh despite the rest of his retinue being so weathered. And it turns out that he's just a fucking beast of a man. Like, there's no hidden tricks or plot twists where he's calling on the warp or draining the life essence of others. He's just assembled alternatively. Huh. I was kind of hoping for more, but I guess I respect it. Meeting with the Eldari has another twist coming into play. The Harlequin is here. What's more, the Maestro of Flesh is hiding on this planet, which is the reason for the Eldari attacking. Negotiating here is rough. I mean, you remember how Yurliet was when we first met her? These guys are like that, but you know, more racist. Hard to negotiate with someone who insists that thousands of humans are worth a single one of the Eldari. So I negotiate with Winterscale instead, telling him that he's being stupid about this whole thing and that he could just start making connections with the Eldari for profit. Thankfully, this sates the old rogue trader, who trudges off and ends the potential conflict where I'd have to either try to kill another rogue trader or kill a Harlequin. Or both, really. There's always both. When Yurliet turns to her kin, they tell her that they've contacted another craft world which is on its way to pick them up. I'm sure that's actually a thing that's happening, but it does sound like, "Dad's finally coming home with McDonald's after all this time, I swear!" The problem is that Dad wants to try colonizing more human-settled planets in the Expanse, further repeating the issues that got the Aldari into this mess in the first place. Yurliet realizes that this is a terrible decision, her disdain for the leadership's choices coming to a head as she tries to argue with her people. And this isn't a, "oh, they're gonna come here and get killed again" kind of thing. After seeing one craft world expire at the hands of a single clever rogue trader, the Aldari would load up for bear and bring the full brunt of whatever armed forces they could muster. It would be a full-on war between the humans of the Expanse and some of the most technologically advanced people in the universe. So here's where Yurliet feels like she can finally return the favors that she owes you by performing a ritual to contact the mothership before they can commit fully to their invasion. The Aldari that she speaks with recoils at the idea, insisting that she would die by performing this ritual, and that the warriors of their kin wouldn't listen even if she could make contact. The Harlequin stands by and basically watches while eating popcorn. I trust him the most out of anyone else in this game. Dude's just vibing and creating entertainment. We get right into this ritual from here, which goes awry immediately. Like, there's not even a moment of, well, maybe this could work out. You're told that if you allow the ritual to complete, Yurliet may die in the process, and if she doesn't, she would be reborn and her memories of you would likely be overwritten entirely. Come on, I didn't go through all of this just so she wouldn't remember me. So I interrupt her ritual and wind up linking to her mind, much like the meditation from earlier, but with me visiting her. Well, kind of. Her soul is a jumbled mess at this stage, and a slew of text fills the screen from different sources. Some are more judgmental and reminiscent of her older thoughts, some are more current and have to do with the task at hand. One in particular denotes her hidden fear of dying, which is something that she didn't fear at all when we first met. Upon getting to the center of her soul, Yurliet's consciousness turns towards you and pleads with you to leave her inner world. Though it's not because she doesn't want you to be here, but more because her inner world has been trying to repair the damage left on it from the Dark City, and your presence is just as much of an intrusion on her spirit as her memories from that place. As you might imagine at this point, Yurliet is actually concerned for our safety, and cares for us more than she does for herself, as showcased by the risk to her soul that she just endured. As such, she protects your life by shielding you from the cleansing process with her own soul, putting her life at risk. When the two of you reawaken, it seems that interrupting this process has shattered her spirit stone. I never mentioned this before, but the Curse of the Aldari means that when they die, their souls are banished to the warp and devoured by Slaanesh. To combat this, they carry around a stone that's imbued with psychic energies that are attached to their chest. The inner workings of the stone causes it to absorb Aldari souls when they die, keeping their spirits from seeping into the void. This makes the stones extremely important to the Aldari, and Yurliet's shattering means that, well, she's pretty much hopeless and doomed to suffer for eternity after she dies. And now we exile her for being Xeno scum and getting us sent to the Shadow Realm. See? Gotta play the long game to really make these heretical assholes suffer. The Emperor protects. Praise be to the Golden Throne. Okay, fine, I thank her for doing that for me. And this is where Yurliet finally turns her back on her people's attitudes, because they're looking at her like she shat her pants in front of them, disgusted by her shattered spirit stone and her protection of me, a human. When asked if she made contact with the elders aboard the mothership, Yurliet dejectedly replies that they heard her pleas but decided to ignore them, intent on staying the course. From here, Yurliet blames her kin for being so short-sighted and stubborn, for repeating these same mistakes and suffering the same consequences. I can't blame her for this assessment, I've been thinking the same thing the entire time. But you know how elves are. The conclusion is unsatisfying for Yurliet, as she renounces her role as an Aldari outcast and tells the group that they're on their own. And from here you can choose to tell her that you'll help her to locate a new spirit stone, or you can actually do that evil thing that I mentioned before and leave her to die in the woods, which is just fucking crazy. I mean, in a good way. I love that even at the end of this path where 99% of players are going to choose the helpful options, you can still demand that Yurliet stick around explicitly as your pet, or leave her to die alone on this planet. Taking out the homunculus once and for all has us delving into his makeshift lab where it appears that he's been hard at work creating imperfect clones of himself. He addresses you with a bored tone, still regarding you as nothing more than a semi-interesting specimen. I don't know how many times I've stressed this by now, but I do in fact kill him and all of the other 15 or so enemies in a single turn with Pascal. I think the balancing in this game might be off. I don't feel like I'm min-maxed or anything like that. I just have one fast grand strategist and 2 bounty hunters for the target marking, and that kind of deflated all of the stakes from this game's combat for me after the homunculus was built up to be this monster of a foe. The important bit that comes from this whole endeavor is that something or someone aided the Maestro of Flesh before his demise, and it was more than likely a human. He makes an offhanded comment about it under his breath, but the evidence also points towards the homunculus setting up shop in an Imperium bunker belonging to Winterscale. Everyone here finds it hard to believe that the bloodthirsty rogue trader would ally himself with the Drakari, but the idea of the Lord Inquisitor siding with the Xenos was brought up earlier during Heinrich's personal quest. On our way out, we receive a phone call. A space phone call. Seems as though the tribal village is under attack, and rushing to get there brings us face to face with none other than Winterscale, who's massacred everyone. Yeah, that awareness check that I passed earlier was a red herring, and my assessment of the old rogue trader just being a beast is directly caused by his arch-militant who serves the skull god Khorne. You know, every time I look up how to pronounce something, it's like, oh, it's not Drivestem, it's Drevestem. Like, that's the governor's family's name, and I always said Drivestem in my head, but it's pronounced Drevestem, and it's like, oh shit. But this time it's just Khorne. Fucking 40k. Anyways, Khorne is a chaos god. Violence, bloodshed, death. If I wasn't so new to the series, I think I would have picked up on Winterscale's unnatural bloodlust as related to the god. It was so hard to tell because I didn't really know the guy at all until very recently, so he could have just always been like that, which is kind of the beauty of this setup. But I did feel like something was up, so I guess this is good enough for me. Anyways, we can talk at Winterscale until he snaps out of it, causing the Khorne minion to corn out of his Khorne body. This is how tech priests talk about technology, by the way, and for some reason it sounds less dumb than what I just said. Winterscale shucks the demon shucks back, one dies, the other lies on the ground with a broken spine. It's fixable, we have the technology. Unfortunately, a point of pain for this game has been in the aftermath of quite a few of its quests. Sometimes you will get that sort of debriefing and assessing what just happened, but a lot of the time the quest will just end, and then you just kind of sit there and go, alright, cool. In this case, Yirliet's people leave her, and she leaves them in her own way. You don't talk about it after it happens, at least not yet. You head to the Maestro of Flesh's new lab, kill him, and yeah, that's that. He doesn't get in some parting words or leave you with more to think about beyond who might have helped him set up here. Which, I guess that one isn't as bad, but then you watch Winterscale corn out, and he just kinda lays in a pile, and you're like, so GG, I guess? You want me to fold you up like a lawn chair and throw you on the ship, or... And that's it. No chat with his people after the fact or anything of the sort. It's not like the game needs debriefing for these missions, but some of them are missing it more than others, and while you could argue that these endings will come into play later on, I'd say that less isn't always more when you're sitting at the end of a quest and going, wait, was that it? Heading back to Footfall at last has a pretty major change occurring in how the station is structured, with rogue trader Chorda being in charge of screening those who land to ensure that they're proper Emperor-fearing citizens. She of course waves you in and demands that you meet with her before doing anything else here, which has you witnessing just how the former Den of Thieves has changed under the joint rule of her and the Lord Inquisitor. Holy shit, lady. As intense as this scene is, it only gets worse. Though I do have to say it's impressive just how differently I view this place under Chorda's oppression. I said before that Footfall is a healthy mix of older, intricate brick and mortar combined with the jagged edges of haphazard infrastructure strewed about as its dirty people bustle from point to point. But with a sizable amount of population now missing in action and everything being overall quieter, the things that I now focus on primarily are those ominous symbols of the Imperium, the austere iconography embroidering the cold stonework, towering pillars decorated with blood-red banners, and skull-laced bell-shaped lighting fixtures. I actually thought that the place had been cleaned up, that the tarps and boxes and makeshift awnings had been pushed away to make everything appear to seem cleaner. But just the absence of life from about half of the usual population combined with this overwhelming sense of dread was enough to alter my perception of Footfall's atrium. So Chorda is sitting upon a throne here, executing families for stealing food to sate their hunger, though she of course skews their transgressions as heretical behavior. Then she turns towards us, silver spoon in hand, and proceeds to scoop the brains out of a still-alive man next to her before devouring them. The Emperor protects? Awareness tells us that Chorda has been tweaking for multiple days on a drug used to keep people awake and alert. Common sense tells us that she's batshit crazy. She herself tells us that also, as she claims that she's been holding court for 3 weeks straight. Questioning her choice of cuisine has her stating bluntly that she's learning the thoughts of criminals to better counteract them. An iconoclast option allows me to save these desperate people from merciless torture and execution, with my guy shouting out that everyone who pledges fealty to him will be allowed to live under his protection. This is probably one of the biggest iconoclast options for me personally, as it felt like I actually did something to help protect people in this moment. It doesn't take long for Chorda to turn the spotlight on you and your crimes, which can be deflected easily by telling her that you just spent God knows how long carving a path through the heart of the Drakari and decimating a sizable chunk of their elite fighters. When questioned about her feud with Winterscale, she relays the same information that you were fed earlier on. He ignored the call of the Lord Inquisitor, and she's punishing him by sweeping every territory of his that she can get her hands on. It's been a little bit since I've encountered a set of descriptors with so much visceral detail. The writing here is impeccable and does a great job at portraying someone who went completely off the deep end with their love for the Emperor. The dialogue does such a good job at showcasing the thin line between dogmatism and heresy, as both could have led to what's happening here with Chorda's judgment. The only real difference is the attitude and motivation between either side. The final words that Chorda imparts onto you involve a request for you to bring her the former leader of Footfall, who we chose to help out by sending supplies to feed his people at the start of the game. Meeting with the guy has his visage transformed from a weary bureaucrat weighed down with managing a station full of lowlifes to a full-blown insurgent with bandit tattoos coating his arms, reverting back to his criminal roots and fighting to survive. I half expected him to get mad at me when asking about how the station is faring, but his answer is measured and honest. To him, Chorda's ideals are good for Footfall, but her methods have pushed it too far. As much as I had written the guy off as a throwaway character, the way that he acts now has propelled him forward in my mind as a great tertiary character. In fact, this whole stretch of questing is pretty fun, even if it is short. It involves speaking with all of the people who you got to know on Footfall before you departed and convincing them to fight on your side against Chorda and her forces. Or just shooting them all, of course. What's funny about this entire rebellion scene, though, is that, well, a fight can be completely avoided. You walk through the halls of this bar, gathering allies, persuading, coercing, bribing, and whipping up everyone into a frenzy. You tear boards off of the walls to create barricades, you spread flammable barrels throughout the makeshift battlefield and plant a landmine right where Chorda will have to step. And then, well, she shows up and you go, "Hey, you're kind of being a bitch." And with the right skill checks, she's like, "Huh, I guess you're right," which was really amusing to me. She does in fact realize that her lust for seeing heretics burn has driven her to serve herself rather than the Imperium, and she recognizes her mistakes as borderline treasonous. It just feels like this interaction could have unfolded before we even drudged up to this bar. The funny thing is that she marches up here, we say the magic passwords at her, and she goes, "Oh shit, alright, go ahead and judge me then." And then I hold a little makeshift trial for her before choosing whether to execute her or banish her. Or the hidden third option in which I tell her to judge herself and she pulls out a pistol and shoots herself in the head. God, I fucking love this game. Okay, now that that's over... Wait, no. What's the fucking Reverend doing?
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
You dare cross the faithful.
So yeah, quick question here. Are you fucking kidding me? The amount of fights this game has allowed me to outright skip with well-rewarded dialogue checks, and this is the one where they're like, well, you might as well. I mean, I spent the time to actually sway the Reverend over to my side and agree to fight Chorda when she saunters her ass up here. And it's not like I kill her, she kills herself. And the Reverend is like, holy shit, she might be her. How was I so short-sighted? Brother enthroned, she just put a bullet through her brain after getting done eating brain soup for breakfast. I don't know, I get that you want a payoff for all of the setup that I just listed out with this battle, but if I'm picking the options to avoid a fight, then I'm pretty sure I know what I'm in for. I think the thing that bothers me the most though is that we murdered the Reverend who Argenta pledged herself to and demanded that we run errands for at the start of the game, and she doesn't say jack shit before, during, or after the fight. I don't know, it just feels like they fumbled on an otherwise fantastic quest right at the end. With Footfall now officially under my protection, it's time to press on to the finale of this chapter and get close to ending the game. This means meeting with the Lord Inquisitor to see what he requires from us. I went out on a limb and decided against bringing Yurliet for this conversation, though I do wonder how differently this would have went had I showed up during a heretical playthrough with the likes of Marazai, Yurliet, and Adira flanking me. Xavier Calcazar is tired, running himself ragged while trying to put out fires wherever he can. When questioned directly about his affiliation with Xenos that the Sage mentioned, he answers bluntly, stating that he had been in contact with the Drakari so that he could thwart various attacks and raids on the Imperium systems. Furthermore, Calc outwardly admits that what Chorda was doing was fine as long as she was getting things in order. The way that he puts it, he's trying to save billions of lives and isn't concerned at all by mere hundreds. So that's kind of the attitude that we're working with here, which thankfully doesn't involve the guy deciding that we're a liability or anything of that sort. In terms of the situation as it stands, the Drakari have suffered a change in leadership owed directly to our actions. This means that the former rulers have been chased out of the Dark City and into real space where they've begun to inflict as much damage and pain unto humanity as they can. This is combined with the Final Dawn, who have decided to attack in full force due to reasons unknown. So the Lord Inquisitor has decided to use you to divide and conquer. We've seen enough Drakari for a lifetime, so our task is to retake a sacred planet to the Adeptus Mechanicus called Euphrates II. There are 400 ways to pronounce that, but I went with the Dune route. Our objective will involve taking the command of the Inquisition's forces as a general and laying siege to the encroaching Final Dawn cult, who have usurped the planet under the likes of Kunrad and Erlon the Cruel, the one guy that I mentioned again like 2 hours ago now. Glad to see he's still kicking around. I know this sounds weird given just how lengthy this game is, but I really don't have an attachment to Kunrad and Erlon that justifies any sort of real emotion from me beyond apathy at this stage. I just don't care enough when the most that these guys have done to me personally is kill my predecessor so that I gained power and then showed me a spooky projection back on Kiava Gamma. Regardless, the Lord Inquisitor has already attempted to deploy a powerful unit of tech priests alongside a company of space wolves, but neither side seems to understand each other. Which, yeah, that makes sense. Talk about two completely different walks of life. So I'm gonna try to unite them and then crush the opposition. On our way to Euphrates, I'm told that a few of my crew members have something extremely important to discuss with me. I immediately know what this is about when the loading screen yields to Cassia and Yurliet practically standing there with their arms crossed. So it's come to this. My space harem of holding hands has collapsed in real time. Only one person can have their hand held without it getting weird for them. Shit. Okay, so real talk, my initial choice would be Cassia, but this is the lady who, first conversation and we're basically boyfriend and girlfriend? Which I did feel was insanely rushed, but also kind of realistic. Like, this is a woman who's been hidden away for her entire life, and I'm the dashing rogue trader who swept in to save her. It kind of makes sense when you look at it that way. But we put a lot of effort into Yurliet, to a point where it's almost a shame to let that connection go. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think we've even held hands since she despises human contact. And that's the key here. Cassia's connection to you is much more basic and flowery. It's one forged from passion, desire, and a crush that's turned into something more. But Yurliet's is more of a spiritual connection that flows between you and her. One that sets aside the need for physical intimacy and is a deeper bond that guarantees a protection of each other. Cassia is love and lust. Yurliet is romance and synergy. This is more of a difficult choice than I bargained for. That said, I did see how both play out. Choosing Cassia has Yurliet immediately understanding and accepting your choice. And choosing Yurliet has Cassia filling your soul with a crushing sadness before dejectedly walking away. It's silly to ponder on this one as long as I did because ultimately they're both valid forms of romance. And from what I've read, the companion that I missed out on comes with her own set of challenges and love options. So the key takeaway is that all of these are really good choices and none of them seem to be incorrect. I wouldn't blame a single person for picking one companion over another, and I have to hand it to Owlcat for creating such diverse but still viable romances. Still, I decided that Cassia was a winner by a sliver just because I don't feel like Yurliet and I will emotionally connect any more than we have, and our love would lead to more of a companionship than a marriage per se. This choice actually plays nicely into the next events, which lead into Cassia's final companion quest. A couple of things are happening here. For one, there's going to be a big meeting in which Cassia's house discusses its future. Secondly, the rebel who tried to kill her secretly contacts us to encourage us to deny whatever the Navigator house wants out of this meeting, or to just kill Cassia. Thirdly, Cassia herself approaches you to tell you that she's had visions of the path that her mom took before disappearing, and that something is occurring in the warp that's weakening the entire house's Navigator powers, including her own. So the plan is to follow these visions in an effort to locate the system where her mom Tisiphone originally gained her immense power. Jumping to the system has another storytime adventure playing out. The story tells of the events that happened during the final jump to Tisiphone's end location, which starts with Cassia painting a picture while navigating. When my guy went to check on her, she appeared to be in a trance, and the painting she had created had begun to shift and grab at her. When my guy made an effort to save her, the two of them plummet into the painting's depths, which reveal a bit about Cassia's creation. It seems as though Cassia is a clone of her mother, the only one of many which succeeded through countless amounts of experimentation. While one scene yields a warmer memory in which her and her mother are playing together, it becomes apparent fast that Cassia was meant to become a vessel for Tisiphone to transfer into and take control of. It's the tale of Morrigan and Flemeth again, which is ironic because I chose Morrigan as my love interest in Dragon Age Origins also. The end result has Cassia breaking free from her mother's grasp while simultaneously realizing that the act of painting that she was taught at a young age was always meant to be a gateway for Tisiphone to claim her body at some point down the line. That's a hell of a way to set the tone for what we're about to encounter on the planet where Cassia's mom disappeared to. The setting that we arrive on is clad in imagery that reflects our navigator's own complexion. A pale wasteland surrounded by deep purple hues and adorned with ruby-red oblong gems. The ruins here have technology strewn about them from various sources, including Aldari, showcasing Tisiphone's drive to create a new breed of navigator. Her ruthlessness can be observed via experimentation notes which expand on the process that she went through to acquire the power that made her feared among the rest of her house. So the thing to know about Cassia's house is that it attained its power and standing among other Navigator houses by infusing its people with a proprietary bit of technology that extraordinarily enhances their powers. By discovering the planet which Tisiphone landed on in order to invent this technology, we discover its true nature as being derived from Aldari tech. Of course, both the rebels and the guardians of Cassia's house are tracking her movements at all times, and they give chase in order to ambush us at this planet. Instead of this being a showdown where you simply choose one over the other, the true enemy makes itself known in the form of a troop of Harlequins, who seek to end the Navigator house once and for all for daring to use their coveted technology. So I had an issue with this bit of plot, but I wasn't sure why. I mean, yes, on the surface it follows a similar trajectory that a lot of other plot lines in this game follow. It starts with a setup, brings in a couple of known quantities that you would expect to appear, and then subverts expectations by either stripping away what you thought the conflict would be, or brings in a third party which makes sense but is still unexpected. In this case, I was certain that we would be fighting the soul of Tisiphone, but instead we're greeted by Harlequins. The problem with this one is while they are certainly an unexpected twist, knowing of their existence and what they're about doesn't remedy the overall sensation that they're only involved to be a plot twist. The reason that other similar bouts of storytelling work so well throughout this game is because you get fragments that don't make sense in the moment but do make sense at a much later time. And you can apply that idea here. You know about Harlequins and how they seem to do whatever they want, so it makes sense that they could be involved as a potential hidden enemy in this whole mess. But our knowledge comes from one Harlequin in particular who plays the role of a wildcard entity really well. Everything that he seems to be involved in oozes self-appeasement through the creation of entertainment. Can you argue that his role was more to shake up the Drakari power rankings for the Laughing God while getting a fair amount of amusement out of it? Sure. But the idea of what a Harlequin is and how they act is embedded in your mind based off of that interaction. So the problem with these Harlequins is that they speak in a manner reminiscent of the average Aldari. They don't speak in riddles, they don't seem to amuse themselves with vague answers and leave you to puzzle out what they're saying. They call you a worthless pack of humans who have meddled with their technology and have corrupted this monolith. And that kind of behavior mirrors the Aldari Elders more than the only other Harlequin that we've interacted with. Is it possible that there are just different sub-factions of Harlequins who care about different things? Yeah, sure, definitely. In fact, looking into the structuring of the Harlequins yields the information that the one that we've been interacting with up until this point is known as a Solitaire, which are the craziest and most feared of the Harlequins due to their erratic behavior as someone playing the role of an aspect of Slaanesh. But without a demonstration of all of that and the difference between these Harlequin groups until this very moment, this whole ordeal feels like it's out of left field. I respect the writers for trying to craft another instance where your latent knowledge of other factors comes into play to create something synergistic, but I feel like this moment falls flat for me personally, and I would have rather have them gone the more predictable but fulfilling route of encountering Tisiphone instead, especially given that a point was made about her disappearance without a trace. I think the reason that these potential enemies are Harlequins specifically is because they're just that, potential enemies. With the right speech checks, you can persuade them to allow Cassia's house and her people to live on as allies to the Harlequins. The entire issue that they have with Tisiphone using their power stems from the fact that she used this monolith of theirs to enhance their Navigator House's denizens. And that power usage is derived from mixing human souls into a relic that typically houses Aldari souls in an effort to combat Slaanesh. Those two groups of souls now fight for control over the monolith. So while the average group of Aldari would decline the offer of joining hands, Harlequins are wild enough to be intrigued by the gall of a human to offer such a collaboration. It's the only reason that I could see for this twist being implemented the way that it is, and much like I disagreed with there being a mandatory fight following Chorda's death, I disagree with this quest resolving without one. Though all of that said, the end of this quest is pretty damn cool. With how we've guided Cassia into breaking out of her shell, she heroically agrees to take on the task of absorbing the soul of every navigator that wound up inside of the monolith, claiming that she can use their knowledge to further her own powers of navigation. When the time to shake hands with the Harlequins occurs, one of the house's guardians attempts to break the deal up. Cassia turns on them right there and commands them to kneel to their rightful ruler, who's done everything in her power since her freedom to restore order to her house. I mean, shit man, that's just cool. Everything about Cassia's path to where she is now has seen her becoming more honorable and decisive to a point to where she's now a walking powerhouse of a woman. When all of this is resolved, Cassia drops by your chambers to outwardly proclaim her love for you and put an exclamation point on how exactly she's changed.
You have freed me from the shackles of fear and disgust at myself. I no longer look away from the mirror. I am not ashamed of my powers, and I do not intend to hide from the world inside the cocoon I once built around myself.
You can of course reject her right on the spot, which... why? But you can also proclaim your love back, which leads to a celebratory hug followed by... whatever the fuck I'm looking at here. I've laughed at the ineptitude of some love scenes in gaming in my time, but this one was especially funny. No penis 1 or 2 here, just Emperor-approved fully clothed cuddling for 8 hours straight. All night long, baby, let's go. You know, I've always wondered what games would be like if they just implied that there was rampant adultery going on without black screens and moaning from the voice actors, and I gotta tell you, it's just as sad. I'm off to Nexus Mods to find the Get Pregnant mod.
I feel a flame in your arms. Free to do what I like, how I like.
Get the fuck out of my chambers and send in the elf so I can snuggle her next. Finally making it to Euphrates has us commencing with the War Council, which is a kind of cool moment where you feel like you've really made your name as someone dependable. Again, starting off as a rogue trader with immense power dampens the whole trope of starting from the bottom and working your way up the ranks. So it feels good to have proven my mettle in the eyes of the Imperium to elevate my standing to a general. Meeting with the leaders of the Space Wolf Company and the Tech Priest Battalion immediately yields the issues that they've been having. The Space Wolves want to nuke the planet and don't give a shit about petty titles, and the Tech Priest insists on being referred to with reverence and preserving every square meter of holy machinery that he can. That sounds about right. As such, the Space Wolf leader insists on raining down hellfire and throwing the enemy forces into disarray, while the Tech Priest suggests that we sacrifice a wealth of troops in order to gradually wear down our foe. I mean, who gives a shit about peasant soldiers anyway? What you choose during this conversation unfortunately doesn't seem to matter, as the overall result winds up contingent on what you choose when it actually begins. Ulfar has a quest here, seeing as this new Space Wolf pack seems to know the fate of his own pack. Pulling the leader aside for questioning yields a distinct animosity between him and Ulfar, a rivalry that's been ongoing for a little too long to be called friendly. After the two needle each other with insults for a while, the leader tells us that the rest of Ulfar's pack commandeered a trading ship and hurtled into the void in pursuit of their captured brethren before perishing. Ulfar of course doesn't believe this and insists that he'll be leaving you once the main threat has been repelled so that he can seek his brothers out. The problem is that the leader won't tell Ulfar where his pack disappeared to, at least not until he proves himself in the coming battle on Euphrates. So we'll be bringing him along during the siege. Speaking of, this isn't a one-day event and instead takes place in another storybook entry over the course of many weeks of battle. You get to choose how to proceed, your options ranging from necessary sacrificing to the most cruel and inhumane options. I didn't necessarily mean to go that route, but I did wind up gassing the cultist leadership to thin their numbers and then sending 1,000 souls to their deaths via a kamikaze attack with one of our ships. I really did go with World War I and II's greatest hits, Jesus Christ. The final pages depict our march on the Machine Cathedral, which the remaining heretics have holed themselves up in. With the Rogue Traders unit now personally involved, we take over at this point to begin the final assault. The whole thing kicks off immediately with us witnessing what Urlan and Kunrad are up to. I like the idea of describing this hellish event as something they're up to. Imagine that shit turning up in a history book. You're not gonna believe what Stalin was up to. Anyways, these guys seem to be drilling to the center of the planet or something. They're also chanting, making purple, you know, bad guy stuff. I'll credit the writers for giving us a chance to interact with them before working our way down to fight them. That at least gives us a little more motivation to go kick their asses after spending the whole game hardly conversing with them. But I'm still having a hard time not viewing them as Scooby-Doo villains after witnessing the horrors of the Drakari in Chapter 3. So obviously we're just yelling back and forth to each other up and down this mine shaft, which is the first time that this game has truly benefited from not having voice acting at certain parts. And this guy's like, yeah, I'm evil. I'm gonna take over the Coronis Expanse. I'm gonna take away some hidden gizmo from Calcazar and do some crazy evil shit with it. You can ask him what that's about, and he just goes, yeah, I'm not telling you. Man, how can you call yourself an evil villain if you don't monologue all of your plans at people when they ask? That said, this is the point where you can go down the evil route of the game with a heretical check. I obviously didn't have that option, but it's good to know regardless. I imagine if that happened, you'd have to fight your Space Wolf allies and maybe some tech priests before taking on the Lord Inquisitor as the final boss. The battle kicks off with some of the Space Wolves opening fire on the tunnels below, while we route off to the side rooms to work our way around. The Space Wolf leader tries to send his people to fight off a Hellbrute, which is a corrupted Space Marine dreadnought. Dreadnoughts are gigantic combat walkers that are laced with crazy amounts of firepower. Just big-ass units created specifically to annihilate everything in their path. So a Hellbrute is a chaos-infused dreadnought. And now Ulfar wants to fight it to prove his worth. Right on. Stomping through this facility is a hefty mix of floor traps, exploration for cool endgame equipment, and big fights. Like there's this big flamey boy that comes barreling out with 3,000 health. This fight was actually pretty tough because I accidentally knocked out Argenta with an errant shot from Pascal. So yeah, the boss got a round off and he made a big scary targeting overlay appear on the screen. He also recharged after going down once and came back to life with 2,400 health. It was pretty scary. When we make it to the Hell Brute, it also looks scary, but isn't so bad to deal with. Ulfar does his thing, shouting out poems as he rips it limb from limb, ultimately proving his clan's honor. I guess for as cool as the spectacle of a space wolf is, I honestly didn't really care about this quest. The whole manly Viking trope is all hype moments and aura, but doesn't have a lot of depth when it comes down to it. I don't know if there's much else you can do to help it. I mean, he's not going to have an emotional heart-to-heart in this facility, so I suppose it was a serviceable sideshow with a serviceable result. When we're done screwing around in the perimeter of this place, we head over to see how the fight between Erlon and the Space Wolves is going. I'll give you a hint, not so good. There are some cool scenes which unfold here, though to be fair, any scene is a cool scene when you don't get them that often. Erlon gives you his best villainous speech and dies in one turn, as is tradition. What isn't tradition is that he then splits Kunrad like a wishbone and wishes for a better antagonist to appear. His Thanksgiving wish is half granted and a big bird crawls out of Kunrad's corpse. Honestly, this is a pretty cool looking boss. And so was Erlon. But yeah, I've never been one for being enamored by sheer black and white chaotic evil, especially when there's no personal investment. I mean, that's the main issue I have here, right? We haven't seen a flashback of Abelard's wife being cut down by a servant being possessed by... oh right, this guy's name is the Edge of Daybreak. Dude's named like a sword or a ship. Which is kind of fitting because his soul was trapped by the Eldari forever ago in some kind of bladed weapon. Anyways, Edge here hasn't personally attacked anyone close to us. He can technically be blamed for a lot of the Expanse's woes just because his evil is so potent that it infected all of the cultists that we've seen while being confined inside his sword. But there's never a point where we see him personally commanding people to harm our companions in some way, or a point where he was free and he killed someone close to Cassia or Argenta or whoever. He's just an evil spirit who we're seeing for the first time and I now have to fight. I just feel like the better way to go about this whole thing would have involved him being freed from the start of the game. I feel like you still could have told the same general story while showing Edge off every here and there. I guess it doesn't really matter in the end, as much as I've consistently babbled on about my combat strategy. A key point that makes it as strong as it is involves having a good amount of cannon fodder on the field so that I can refresh my attacks with Pascal. In this case though, there's just one guy with 6,000 health. Even so, when he took his one and only turn, he used it to teleport to the other side of the battlefield. So yeah, it's kind of hard to lose at this stage of the game on normal difficulty, and Edge of Daybreak going down the way that he did is woefully appropriate given my feelings on his appearance. It kind of goes back to my thoughts on chaotic evil at the start of this game. While you can create a great villain who harbors that sort of relentless wickedness, it's hard to become personally invested unless you give the player a reason to be. Marazai was probably the best villain in that regard. He was someone who you interacted with consistently over the course of a couple of chapters, who got the better of you constantly and was the direct reason for you winding up in a place where you rightfully should not have been able to escape from. His comeuppance was sweet, and the idea of killing him for it was even sweeter. On the opposite end, Edge of Daybreak is a vague concept that's mentioned a couple of times at the very beginning of the game and is completely forgotten about until the end. Don't get me wrong, it's brought up as an idea at several key points of the game, but you don't know if it's a creature, a philosophy, an event, a chaos army. And maybe that's my own misinterpretation of a heavily wordy game with tons of moving parts. Maybe it would be more obvious if I went back and looked at what was being said after witnessing this big-ass bird flip into frame. But as things stand, I wasn't constantly thinking about what the Edge of Daybreak was going to be. Nothing that the cult was chanting about was sticking into the back of my mind. There was no drive for me to discover more because they were being pushed out of the picture for half of the game besides the occasional troublemaker cropping up to corrupt a group every here and there. It's the downside to having as many moving parts that the game has. Sure, it's great when everything comes together in a cohesive way, but it's hard to stomach when something that's pitched as a main component to the game winds up taking a sideshow to the much more impressive bits of writing that accompany the likes of your companion stories, the Drakari realm and what's going on with the Inquisition, other rogue traders, and Theodora. This game has a lot to it, which is a good thing for the vast majority. But this entire plotline fumbled in a major way for me personally. Fortunately, the finale of this game begins to work its way to the forefront as you report to the Inquisition that the job is done. Like the FBI sweeping up a scene and clearing it of evidence, the Inquisition immediately confiscates whatever technology that Erlon was busy digging up without breathing a word to us about its nature. We instead get the gist of what it might be when we stumble across the bodies of a couple of tech priests who perished during the onslaught. Strangely enough, there's no visible wounds on their flesh, but it appears as if their augments have morphed and shifted, growing almost organically throughout their bodies. This mirrors what we saw happening to Kunrad, who seemed to have sprouted more tech-laden eyes on his face. When one of the bodies springs back to life temporarily, she semi-coherently babbles about the artifact here having the ability to mold technology and inorganic materials in an almost chaotic way. This is what the tech priests were studying on Euphrates, and it's what the Lord Inquisitor just had extracted from the planet without so much as a word. It's also apparently something which Calcazar ordered to be worked on and studied, and has the charming little nickname of the Destroyer of Worlds. Of course, it wouldn't be Rogue Trader without one more bit of plot-relevant information coming into the fold, as the tech priest tells you that the project was discovered in Drakari space and worked on by Amernat before he was murdered at the Lord Inquisitor's behest. Oh, and it was the Space Wolves and Ulfar who killed Amernat when they were commanded to. Pascal is pissed with Ulfar for not mentioning this, but you can ultimately choose whether to condemn or forgive the Space Wolf for his participation. To be fair, he was just following orders that commanded them to kill a simple traitor to the Imperium and nothing more. Neither Space Wolf seems pleased that these commands were given under false pretenses, their disdain for the Inquisition growing in real time. Of course, the priest that we're talking to shares Pascal's identifier as you might expect, though no further reasoning is shed on that beyond the fact that the phenomenon isn't malicious in nature. So it's high time we head off to Calcazar to get some answers and end Chapter 4. Who am I kidding? We still have Pascal's and Argenta's quests to take care of first. Argenta's mission involves tracking down the ship where her saint was said to have made her grave. This takes you to the coolest damn system that I've seen in this game. You know it's good when I immediately say, ooh, when warping in. The descriptors that we were given for this task are really immersive, telling of an icy planet covered in storms, hail that can pierce reinforced steel, and the wreck of Saint Argenta's ship looming over the landscape as the tallest object on the planet. For all intents and purposes, this should have been an immersive journey of self-reflection for our Sister of Battle. Instead, what we get is a little man jumping out of one of these glass pedestals that we haven't seen in like 3 chapters. He's like, I am the creator of these pedestals, and soon I will be your doom! Why is this guy still here on this planet with the worst cell phone reception ever? I'm sure you could always justify it as a cozy place to experiment, but the guy literally goes, ah, with your sacrifice, I will have more materials for which to experiment with! It just really feels like this should have been a quieter moment for Argenta, even if she did get jumped here when she initially dropped however many months or years ago. When the enemies are put down, Argenta leaves to enter the ship by herself, and the winds begin to whip up outside, a deadly storm fast approaching. We have no other option but to leave Argenta to her fate, and she returns 2 days later, somehow, with the power armor of Saint Argenta as her prize. The end of this is definitely closer to what I envisioned, but I'd still argue that the fight was unnecessary. Regardless, this whole thing is short and sweet and has different outcomes depending on how you've guided her throughout the game, including sending her down the Repentia path. Our final side quest before heading to the Lord Inquisitor is getting to the bottom of Pascal's ordeal at last. With all of the intel that we've gathered, our tech priest is able to pinpoint the last known location of the gigantic ark that Amernat was on before he died. As we wander through its dilapidated halls, a sense of familiarity washes over Pascal. This is despite the Ark being a husk of its former self, and a small tribe of people committing all manner of sins in the eyes of the average Adeptus Mechanicus member. They almost seem to be cosplaying as tech priests. They're people taking up various effects, technology, and decoration that you would typically see on someone augmented with genuine mechanical attachments grafted into their bodies. Questioning the chief of these people has him revealing that Amarnat was actually here not so long ago, and worked his way further into the decrepit Ark. Approaching a shaman in the corner has him mimicking the sacred rites which specific tech priests usually perform to appease the machine spirits, which Pascal immediately calls out as heresy. The shaman then inhales the fumes from the ceremonial incense and begins to drum out a beat with his fingers. Despite not being augmented like your typical tech priest, his rhythm mimics the binaric chant that makes up the advanced language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. If I had to liken this feat to something in real life, it would be like if someone were drumming out a message in binary code. It's definitely not impossible, but the language that the tech priests use typically require a cogitator being wired to their brains in order to fully understand and speak the binaric chant. So while this version is more primitive, it's certainly impressive by a large margin. The only reason that I describe this entire ordeal is just because of how haunting and strange of a setting this is. The background sound effects consist of weird droning and murmuring, reminiscent of a Fallout 1 or 2 track, and this whole experience is eerily haunting as you piece together the strange terms that these humans have come up with for established tech priest protocols and terminology. The shaman is used to translate the more primitive form of binaric, and communicates with the security system as a medium between us and it. After telling it that we're here to discontinue the cycle, it accepts our mission as one worthy enough for us to pass. This secret exchange of code words is reflected on as the only way to bypass the wreckage's steel gates, and the experience again evokes an echo of familiarity within Pascal, as if he's been here before. It doesn't take long to get to the bottom of this when we make it up the elevator and find a tech priest named Brass Whisper who reports to and serves Calcazar directly. And this is where we finally get the answers that we've been seeking for the entire game since meeting Pascal.
Here's my guess ahead of time. Pascal is Amarnat, and he's trying to reach himself after he reset his brain to forget about it.
Yeah, Amarnat is a hive mind of tech priests who renounce their individuality in order to better serve the Imperium. Pascal was its creator, the original unit with the identifier of Hanoiman who merged with the minds of many other tech priests before splitting apart when a dilemma arose that nearly fractured the Adeptus Mechanicus entirely. The idea was that if the hive mind split up and wiped its memories away, each part would individually gather experience and wisdom in order to eventually come back together and solve the dilemma. Furthermore, each Hanoiman represented a personality trait of the merged hive mind. Included among the 6 personalities are the likes of Faith, Paranoia, and Logic, with Abel being Imagination and Pascal being the personification of Judgment. Brass Whisper herself is another member of Amarnat, one who encompasses the personality trait of Skepticism. As such, she's come to a conclusion and solved the dilemma which the original Amarnat's hive mind could not. This dilemma stemmed directly from technology which could instantaneously sever the life force of any machine spirit, killing it outright, which on one hand could be used to destroy any sort of warp-corrupted machinery without an issue, but on the other hand it could easily be the downfall of the Adeptus Mechanicus, a double-edged sword that has the capability of destroying the tech priests in one fell swoop. It's this technology that the Lord Inquisitor extracted from Euphrates, which he had another Hanoiman working on secretly the entire time. Brass Whisper was tricked into thinking that Calcazar also wanted the technology destroyed, and dispatched this unit of Amarnat to track down and kill every other Hanoiman who was in the Expanse. As Pascal rapidly deciphers this new knowledge and processes it, he fully embraces his role as that of Judgment, and sentences Brass Whisper to death for betraying the rest of the hive mind. Alright, this is all very cool, another hype moment with Aura to be sure. However, you're telling me that this megamind of tech priests stumbled onto this relic that could cut off any scrap of technology like a light switch. And to come to a conclusion on what to do with it, the combined Amarnat sent the relic hurtling into space, split into a multitude of bodies, and assigned designated personality traits to each person, and then got blindsided by the personality trait that embodied the sheer unbridled emotion of skepticism? How was assigning skepticism as a main function going to help that particular Hanoiman come to any other conclusion beyond, hey, whatever you other guys believe in, I don't. I'm skeptical.
I don't know, it's not like the guy split into the concept of something completely stupid like greed or something like that. It could definitely be worse. But you had to have seen this coming in a way. At this point, you fight Brass Whistle to the death, and I finally just decided, I wonder what this fight would look like if I turned up the difficulty to the hardest level. It's something that I arguably should have done when I realized how easy things had become, and that's definitely my bad. But that said, I defeated Brass Whistle in a single turn on the unfair difficulty. So at this point, I'm just gonna guess that this game's balancing is better suited to the earlier stages. I definitely would have struggled on this difficulty until maybe, I don't know, midway through Chapter 3? Hard to tell. But it's also very possible that the mix of characters that I use just kinda need nerfing. It's probably pretty tough to balance a game with this many traits, skills, attributes, equipment combinations, and so on. But I'll look at how the end fights go on unfair and see if anything changes. When all is said and done, Pascal rips the cogitator from Brass Whisper's body and reforms as the Blessed Amernat, practically a living deity in my retinue, which is woefully appropriate given his role in battle so far. The final truth is that Theodora had discovered Nomos, a machine life so complex that it terrified Amernat. While he chose to help her outfit Nomos to her ship, he knew that if it got out of hand, it could spell doom for the Imperium, because the natural cycle of the Imperium disallowed for the creation of a countermeasure that could combat something so powerful. This is actually seen and demonstrated when Theodora took out Yurliat's craft world by deploying the tech plague that ran it into the ground. Nomos was so advanced that typical remedies would never work to shackle it, so Amernat created the relic that acted as a kill switch for all machine life, which is known as Eschatos, and by doing so raised the question of whether the cycle was an outdated philosophy that would spell the Imperium's doom. And now Amernat must choose what to do with all of this information and make his final judgment. Either destroy Eschatos and all memory of it, reverting back to Pascal and potentially condemning the Imperium to continuing as it has been, or retain everything as it is and let the cycle be discontinued. This is truly the best and most intricate plotline that Rogue Trader has to offer in my opinion. It takes every stored salvo of knowledge, every scrap of intricate background lore, and launches it into a web of cause and effect of two clashing philosophies that illustrate and lend reverence to the 40k lore books masterfully. It mingles the morally gray and downright heretical behaviors of your predecessor Theodora. It pulls together the Hanoiman paradox into a tightly woven package of intrigue. It strings the exceedingly clever Lord Inquisitor into the fold, showcasing his puppeteering behind the scenes. It explains the entire narrative of Yurliat's woes, answering questions that she doesn't even have answers to after everything that's happened. And even at the end of all of this, you're faced with a question as a dogmatic character if you chose that route. Is Amernat a heretic? The answer to me is yes, he certainly is. Though his current path has led him to fight for the Imperium and utilize forbidden knowledge to its benefit, Amernat's actions are still heretical according to the doctrine of the Mechanicus clergy. The fact of the matter is that he dabbled with xenotechnology once already, and saw what hazards it wrought. That act in and of itself called for a healthy dose of heresy. And to make matters worse, he fought fire with fire and created something else heretical to crush the new potential threat. And then he recruited other followers who believed in this new way of thinking. You'd be right to kill him now while you can if you were playing on a dogmatic path. But even the game doesn't push you that way with a dogmatic-only dialogue option, because I think that even the writers knew just how much the average person would have to overthink to arrive at this conclusion. Alright, let's finally push towards the end goal of the game. Heading to meet with the Lord Inquisitor has him unsurprisingly absent from his post on Footfall. Yeah, my guy fled and left his manservant to burn the evidence. Heinrich seems thoroughly loyal to the Rogue Trader over the Inquisition at this point, as he threatens to torture the old man who was left behind in order to find out where Calcazar went. This is all it takes for the guy to flip and tell us that Calc went off to an ancient gate to jump to another part of the galaxy. With our final destination set in stone, we head out the doors and begin our march back to the ship, only to be cut off by every major trade partner that we've had gathered in a group at the bottom of these stone steps. This actually made me feel good about what I accomplished and the effort that I put into constantly trading with different factions throughout the game. It actually kind of blindsided me because I didn't expect this kind of send-off with gifts and kind words. One of them even denotes how little we interacted with them and how he was displeased with that. I don't know, I thought it was pretty damn neat. When I head to leave, the game imparts a little word of foreboding, noting how your guy feels a moment of clarity when they all send him off, a clear sensation that he'll never see these people again by the end of this journey. The funny part about all of this is that despite this message and one of your crew members going, "Hey, you should probably make sure you do everything you need to do here," the game still hits you with the patented point of no return message. Upon making it to the giant Xenos gate, forces from the Lord Inquisitor's retinue hail us to inform our company that if we proceed through the gate, we will be marked as enemies of the Emperor. I shout out to my crew, telling them that we intend to hurtle into the unknown in pursuit of glory. House Winterscale and some Aldari ships fly in to reinforce our attack on Calcazar's fleet. It's all text, but man, it is fucking cool. And I gotta think it changes based off of the connections that we've made throughout the game. Anyways, unfair difficulty hits different during void ship combat. For all of the allies that we've just made, apparently they just pulled away a few of the enemies because we're still fighting alone. And I don't think that there's shit that I can do here. So yeah, I did have to bump it back down to daring difficulty for ship fights and back to unfair for ground fights. Don't worry, I know this is a very important topic to keep interrupting things with. After destroying some lady who boarded our ship, the two allied leaders who flocked to our aid arrive on our bridge to greet us. Winterscale walks like a tired sloth now that his spine has been broken and seems to be much more reserved in how he speaks now that he's been cleansed of corruption. And the leader representing the Aldari ships is none other than the Harlequin, who must have really enjoyed how we played our role in the Dark City. Honestly, one of the last people I was expecting, but really damn cool to see. Both give their farewells before departing, allowing us to head through the gate and into the final chapter of the game. The space that we find ourselves in is far removed from the rest of the expanse, and any attempt to make it back to safety is futile at this stage. As such, there are a couple of breadcrumbs that we can follow on our way to Calcazar's location. First up, we find a world that's emitting a faint distress signal addressing the Lord Inquisitor. Exploring the sickly green ruins that the signal is coming from has us coming face to face with Necrons. This is definitely one of those things where Owlcat went, "Wait, we gotta get these guys in here somewhere." Necrons are... Okay, you remember how I told you that the Aldari were like the ruling race of the galaxy before their downfall? The Necrons are even older and more powerful than them. It's the shonen style of writing where you take a hostile force and go, "Oh yeah? Well, these guys are even stronger." Actually, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty, Aldari and Orcs were both created by yet another race of reptilian types called the Old Ones, and were specifically born to combat the Necrons. That's a whole other 400 pages of lore, so I'll spare you. But yeah, Necrons are pretty cool. 100% robotic, technology that makes our stuff look like we're using flint and steel, and a penchant for killing absolutely everything in their path. They're Terminators, but with more anger at life outside of their own. After awakening from their 60 million year nap, they're starting to come back into the fold to assert dominance once more. And now they're here in the same room as us. Well, some of them are. This was a tough fight on unfair difficulty because of how spread out everyone is. Oh, and these giant-ass bots that have a shield surrounding their front and sides, but not their backs, which took me embarrassingly long to figure out. Leave it to me to get bamboozled by a new enemy mechanic in Chapter 5. But yeah, 3 of my 6 guys went down after Pascal killed 2 of them by accident. It's tough being the ally of a walking god. Still, I had a fun time with this one overall. The point to this tomb seems to be to extract coordinates of both Calcazar and information on navigating a minefield that separates us. I'm not sure what this dude's up to, but apparently we went from, "Yeah, sometimes I ally with Drakari to help the Imperium," to, "Yeah, sometimes I ally with the most terrible faction I can associate with to help the Imperium, I guess, I don't know." When we go to take off, we're pursued by Necron ships which regenerate after going down once, much like the ground troops that we just fought. This one was pretty manageable on unfair, so maybe it was just that one battle before this. Little hints at what we're going to encounter when we find the Lord Inquisitor begin to pop up slowly as you explore this cluster of systems. More Necron technology, lost artifacts, a wax seal from Calcazar found in the midst of a long-abandoned Drakari camp, a gate that resembles something the Aldari would use but has instead been repurposed to transport heavenly bodies? They don't quite give the answer away, but recalling events like the Drakari star stealing paints a better picture about what you're witnessing. I really like that style of storytelling. The game's really long and you're not always going to remember every detail from the earlier bits and immediately relate it to what you're discovering in the later chapters. But when you do remember these details later on, it's a really nice aha moment. The last thing that we can do before heading to the final system is take care of Ulfar's quest, which kicked off when the other Space Wolves joined us to reminisce over the battle on Euphrates at the end of Chapter 4. They show off scars, talk about the deeds accomplished, and do a fair amount of shouting. Yeah, they're best friends now, as you would expect from two units of Vikings fighting alongside each other. My favorite part comes after the leader of the other unit hands over the coordinates of Ulfar's lost brothers and then goes, "Well, I guess we'll be going then." And all of the Space Wolves kind of look at you. And you have the option of telling them, "Come on guys, let's get a post-battle feast going." You can now get the full torrent of background information out of Ulfar if you want to, and it's definitely fun to listen to. But retelling it would be excessive. Ulfar talks a lot, and his stories showcase that penchant quite well. So we head off to find his lost unit, which has Ulfar immediately jumping ship without telling you in order to spare you from the threats that potentially killed his Space Marine brothers. It makes sense. If something got the better of the Space Wolves, what chance do I stand? Still, I head down with a group of my own, and some dialogue options play out that have me tracking the giant before finding him grievously wounded in the snow. It's not like the dialogue falters here, the descriptions are still as intricate as ever. But this whole ordeal was a bit weak and felt like it was just there so that we could rescue Ulfar and get more dialogue out of him. In this case, he muses about how lonely being a Space Marine can be and how the only family you know is your brothers. I know it's supposed to shine more light on his dedication to his pack and his willingness to chase them to the ends of the universe, but this isn't exactly revolutionary stuff in terms of dialogue. The bigger idea that Ulfar imparts is his fear of going insane. Well, not just insane. Space Wolves in particular have a gene flaw that can cause them to transform into full-blown werewolves if left unchecked. He ponders the idea that with his family gone, he'll only continue to charge into battle over and over until he becomes nothing but a mindless killing machine, his loneliness driving him forward to hopefully claiming a glorious death in battle. He describes the concept of depression without fully vocalizing it, and the idea combined with an actual physical mutation that could occur as a result scares the shit out of him. That's at least a more interesting facet to the old wolf, who isn't sure about how he'll die or his place in the universe now. With that in mind, Ulfar is set to continue his mission to find the bodies of his lost brothers at the very least, and to kill whatever shadowy figure attacked him on the planet. Descending back down to it has us finding the bodies of his comrades, their spirits still lingering about. The shadow that attacked Ulfar is the spirit of one of his brothers who lost himself to madness when the others fell, doomed to roam this frigid planet as a kind of berserker wraith. In a traditional ceremony, we drink gasoline in order to see the spirits of the fallen, putting them down one by one in a battle before a storybook event pops up for the encounter with the berserker spirit. It's all stylized in the same type of poetry that our Space Wolf friends tend to launch into every here and there, and tells of how the battle proceeds. At the end, the spirit imparts the wisdom that Ulfar's pack wasn't killed by Xenos, but by a dagger in the back by a previously friendly force. I can imagine who that might have been. This whole event was definitely fitting for Ulfar, but I again had a hard time focusing on it the same way that I did with Abelards, Cassias, Pascals, or Yurliettes. I guess that's the problem with writing a character that has ties to something so recognizable in real life. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure there are plenty of references and nods to other cultures, history, and fiction that various characters and factions are comprised of in the 40k universe. But I think I've seen the whole Nordic thing done so often that this whole scene doesn't really hit the same way for me personally. It's still cool, and the equipment that Ulfar gets from the quest is fucking awesome. The writing just felt more like filler to me than anything substantial. The final system reveals an exceedingly peculiar sight as 3 dead stars lie on the far outskirts positioned around some ships.
Approaching the dying star in the center has Nomos extrapolating that a predator drained it of its energy in an effort to replenish itself, which is the most ominous thing that could have been said here. Of course, Nomos has no idea how it knows that, because that would give away the plot. You can land on another side planet here for some more Necron combat, which isn't anything to write home about. But the loot gained from the planet is decidedly broken endgame gear. Just incredible stuff that will somehow make my team even stronger. Observing the dead stars up close yields the information that they were forcibly depleted of energy and discarded in this place, as if a star-eating predator sucked them dry and tossed them like husks. The suspense buildup that piggybacks off of something this outlandish is really well done, because when you start moving celestial bodies around like they're golf balls, you automatically start to go, wait, that's not possible. At least, I do. And then I immediately think, oh yeah, there's literal space magic, gods, and aliens in this universe, which makes the ordinarily impossible occurrence possible. Congratulations, I just discovered what the science fantasy genre is. Still, this thought process really helped all of this build-up to flourish as something special in my mind, the mix of stellar science with fantastical future tech really driving this plot at the end. Approaching the floating rock where Calcazar is located has us deactivating his mines with the codes that we found before flying in. As we go to disembark, Nomos approaches us again inside a servitor's body. Our teachings have caused it to grow into a beacon of iconoclast morality, and it senses that this planetoid is where it was originally created. It also senses that something horrific is about to be unleashed onto the expanse and beyond if we don't stop whatever is happening here, and volunteers to aid us in putting an end to Calcazar's machinations by merging with Asclepius in order to utilize something closer to its full power. With that decision made, it's time for our obligatory final chats with our companions. Abelard, who stood by our side no matter what crazy shit we did and continues to do so proudly. He fully intends to join his family back on Dargonis after this final foray. Cassia, who's completely smitten by the rogue trader and only wants to spend as much time as she can with him until she's called upon by her house. Argenta, who's currently chewing on a Bible in order to absorb its message into her bloodstream. She's gonna go do more Imperium shit after this. Heinrichs, who fully intends to kill his boss, take his power, and avenge his fallen comrades. He does at least admit that he'll surrender the temporary power if the Emperor deems him unfit to lead. Pascal, well, he's stoked to be out here, an explorator in his element. Amernat, on the other hand, intends to leave the rogue trader and establish a new religion under the guise of progress. Ulfar is a big Viking, and he wants to rip Calcazar limb from limb before setting a boat on fire and slaying frost trolls on his homeworld. Yurliet is as cryptic as always and hasn't the slightest clue as to what she wants to do, even considering continuing to travel with you when all of this is over. And Adira is still dead. Same with Marazai. I don't know what you expected from them. I know this whole thing is a pretty normal occurrence at the end of RPGs, but it really did feel like I got close to all of these people in their own ways. Besides Argenta, she's a maniac. But end speeches like these always let me reflect on the game's events and how I feel about it as a whole. And as of right now, I feel like the 100+ hours of playtime has been worth it. The only problem I have now is the party size restriction. I've established that I need Cassia, Pascal, and Argenta in my group. But Heinrichs and Ulfar both have a bone to pick with Calcazar, and I feel like an asshole leaving Abelard behind. Besides, he's got this thing where he auto-parries most attacks and then staggers whoever he counterattacks, and I swear if he ever gets a turn after Pascal, he'll be a monster. I just haven't been able to test it. So yeah, I left Ulfar behind. Sorry, Ulfar fans. Anyways, welcome to Green World, where the animation budget has been unleashed and the points don't matter. I'm your host, Guy who talks about games. Kicking off the animation budget is live footage of robot crashing into buildings, something that's practically out of place with the amount of text that we've had in lieu of cutscenes. After watching it, we notice a box, which I'm only pointing out due to its contents. Every Tesla is a grenade if you think about it. We press in, encounter a big robot with a big name, kill it, and then move on to find a woman. This is Exposition Woman, and she exposits all over the place, but only enough to keep us sated. She basically goes, "Oh hey, we were using this facility to create a weapon of mass destruction before the Necrons woke up. I'm not gonna tell you anything else because that would be rude to the people who died protecting this place." Alright. Thanks for just enough information to be considered a traitor, but not enough to be considered a super traitor. More importantly, this woman apparently knows about the relationship between Theodora and Calcazar, and she's ready to spill all the tea on that at the very least. Hard to take someone's dialogue seriously when their body looks like all of its internal augments have decided to force their way out of their flesh and make them look like a tech porcupine, and yet they're still sitting here gossiping about their boss. She claims that Calcazar tricked Theo and more or less stole Amernat and this facility away from her, to which she promised vengeance. She never got around to that revenge, trying to fight tooth and nail against the Lord Inquisitor's strong-arming until Kunrad made his play. The Drakari have indeed been doing everything with the Star kidnapping at Calcazar's behest, and this woman was apparently the one that kept him in line by brutally killing them when they tried to pull anything on the Inquisition. Of course, this question has been raised for a very long time and I've never mentioned it. If Theodora did all of this and had the same crew of higher-ups that now serve me, then why the fuck haven't any of them told me about this? It's been an ongoing development, but they all clearly have amnesia surrounding these events, something that's now explained as Theodora wiping their minds with some sort of tech and then killing off literally anyone else who had the faintest idea of what she was up to. When all else fails, break out the amnesia trope. It's completely unpredictable because most of the time it is bullshit. But whatever, it's not really a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Passing the biggest persuasion check with flying colors has the woman softening up and expounding on her surface-level thoughts a tiny bit more, claiming that Calcazar started all of this so that he could immortalize his name and be the best damn Inquisitor the Imperium has ever seen. It wasn't really worth the check, but it's not like it cost me anything. Just makes me feel stupid in this one instance for having high persuasion. I see how she survived in the shape that she's in. Then again, I might have missed twice. We fight another big robot with a big name and head into the central area after some of Calcazar's men claim that the Lord Inquisitor has been expecting us. It's worth noting that the Necrons definitely aren't working with Calcazar and seem to be in the process of trying to eliminate them from their tomb. Here we meet with some doppelgangers born from Necron technology, 3 of which embody your alignment options. I'm always down for a classic Shadow Link battle, but I'm not the biggest fan of their portrayals of my guy's personality. Again, much like your interferes during Yurliet's dream sequence, I never thought of my guy acting the way that any of these doppelgangers act. Of course, he wouldn't be as righteous as the dogmatic clone or as insane as the heretical one, but the iconoclast version seems less concerned with human life and doing the best that he can and seems more up his own ass and very vain, stating that he's been looking in the mirror too much again and that he'll have to write about this in his memoirs. I know it's just a general idea of what these different attitudes could look like, but I wouldn't have minded if each of them were more serious and even relatable in their own ways, especially because the game points out that these are different images of you if you had chosen different paths in life, and that the Xenotech is altering reality to bring them here. You can question each of these copies of you to see how things might have panned out were you different. The Iconoclast clone is more of a, a selfish, greed-fueled, chaotic neutral variant. In his reality, Abelard, Idira, and everyone else who might have been able to guide him in some way died right around the same time that Theodora did. He came to understand how Theodora was and sought to emulate her ways. The most peculiar thing she does is call Cassia Tisiphone, meaning that she accomplished her goal of taking Cassia's body over in that reality. The dogmatic variant is actually here to help Calcazar as a proud soldier of the Imperium, or to destroy him if he's gone too far. This version of me is fucking insane with dogmatic pride, wearing chains and hooks embedded into his flesh to show reverence for the Emperor. The horseshoe effect is going full throttle as the whole getup is extremely reminiscent of something that you would see in a Drakari camp. In this reality, our guy executed Cassia and Winterscale on the spot. Probably did the same with Idira, teamed up with Chorda and the Space Wolves, killed off every trace of Aldari that he could, and used Footfall to summon the Edge of Daybreak so that he could bind it to the station as its prison, sealing it off forever. Good God. But the most interesting alternative timeline would be the heretical one, as you might expect. The stuff that he mentions is completely foreign to me, and he seems to be headed towards a totally different end goal than any of the other realities. Honestly, it's a great way to get a player interested in a path that they didn't take, a second playthrough being mandatory to fully comprehend what's going on here. I do know that there are quests that are specific to the heretical path, and the names and ideas that this version of my guy drops only make me want to experience them more. In this reality, my guy heeds Adira's advice and gives in to the voices that have plagued his mind since being wounded by Coonrad at the beginning. Then he made a pact with Coonrad, overthrew Urlon, killed Winterscale, caused a proper schism within the Drakari dynasty, and now reveres the Edge of Daybreak as his teacher. Holy shit, that's a completely different story. As much as I'm displeased with the greedy iconoclast variant, I understand the need for him to be a dickhead so that we have a reason to fight him. But setting that aside, this was a pretty damn cool way to see how all of this might have played out when going down distinctly different paths, and I'm pretty damn pleased with this little interlude before making it to Kalkazar. Okay, let's get this over with. I know it's been a short ride, but I can't really do anything about that. Stepping into the next room reveals yet another space packed with moving alien constructs, a large pyramid bathing the room in more green light. Approaching Kalkazar has him simply allowing you to step up to him, unafraid of anything that you may do. Of course, we can get some answers out of him at last, as he figures that he may as well make use of you after your reckless rush to get here. Those who have a decent knowledge of the 40k universe likely piece together the threat that Kalkazar claims to be trying to contain. The pyramid here houses a shard of Catan, which... Okay, one last bit of lore here. The Catan are the most ancient race of beings, said to have come into existence at the same time as the universe. They exist in an ethereal form that can be likened to pure energy come to life, and they feed off of stars specifically. At one point, another lesser race known as the Necrontyr sought out the Catan in order to bargain with them. You see, the Necrontyr had naturally very short lifespans due to space cancer. So they went to the aforementioned Old Ones and requested their help to hopefully gain immortality. This didn't pan out, and so the Necrontyr decided to wage war against the Old Ones and got their dicks kicked off of their collected bodies. In desperation, the Necrontyr turned to the Catan for help, transferring the Catan's incorporeal forms into physical shells made from a very specific alloy that has insane regenerative properties, which allowed the Catan to inhabit the physical world. Soon after, the Catan who had undergone this transformation began to develop a new form of consciousness, along with a new hunger. One of them approached the king of the Necrontyr and offered to help the Old Ones while giving them the immortality that they craved. Of course, the king jumped on this, and the deceitful Catan transferred the minds of the Necrontyr into bodies made from the same regenerative alloy, creating the Necrons. The problem with this new form caused the Necrons to have a hard time realizing their own emotions, an immense emptiness filling their now cold metal shells. The only thing that they really felt was a drive to destroy. The king of the Necrons at the time realized that this was a curse and that the Catan had effectively genocided their race by consuming their soul energy. So the Necrons, of course, decided to rebel against the Star Gods, utilizing their newly acquired robotic bodies to successfully destroy many of them. The ones who weren't obliterated outright were shattered into shards, which were then contained within tiny prison cubes. So what's Big Kalk want to do with one of these shards? He wants to bind it to the will of humanity to control a Catan in order to better fight against the Imperium's enemies. You can see the logic behind this idea. If xenotech is so far beyond what humanity is capable of, then why don't we jump to the top of the pyramid and harness the power of a god? On the other hand, we're talking about a being that distorts reality and physics as we know it. It has no issue performing acts that are completely impossible in the mind of a human. And now Kalkazar is sitting here going, "Don't worry, I'm just gonna tell it to not do all that when I tame it like a Pokemon." And this is where you can choose to either stand against the Lord Inquisitor and his crazy plan, or join him in attempting to tame the Star God. Calling his actions into question as heresy has him spitting out a fact of life for someone so far up in the Imperium. It's only heresy if he loses. If he wins, it's a triumph, a feat befitting the Emperor. The hypocrisy of the Imperium is something that we've been grappling with for the entirety of this game in bursts. Heresy is a word that's tossed around casually among the lower dregs of the Emperor's citizens. If they complain about their food, it's borderline heresy. If they want for more, it's heresy. If they question an order, yep, heresy. As you gain more power, your actions miraculously gain a wider berth against this kind of judgment.
Amernat being seen as someone capable of creating a new religion is a prime example, because a peasant trying to start a new religion is cultish behavior due to the archenemy's influence. But someone as esteemed as Amernat doing so? Well shit, he's a messiah of the Emperor, isn't he? And that's what makes this decision so difficult. Do you want to be a potential heretic by going along with this crazy plan, or do you want to be a heretic by standing against the Lord Inquisitor? The choice is yours, but the truth of the matter is that the only thing that really matters in the grand scheme of things is power. Might makes right, and as long as you can claim to be fighting for the Imperium, then it doesn't really matter if you join or destroy Calcazar as long as you succeed. So at this stage, your choice comes down to if you like the guy and how you feel about how he's gone about things. He outright admits that he knew how this would look if any of this leaked to official channels, so he called upon a favor from the Space Wolves, who masterfully did his dirty work while cluelessly meandering from battle to battle. It was Ulfar's units who rubbed some brain cells together and began to question things. And when they interrogated the truth out of some Drakari, they set off to end this project before being dispatched by one of Calcazar's cronies, the same one who I had to shoot 3 times to get her to die. I now see that the point of her being so strong was to showcase her capability of killing an entire squad of Space Marines, but I still can't help but to feel like this plot point was super convenient. I guess I just would have liked a bit more detail on how she managed to do it. And if it was all grit, muscle, and cleverness, then I think the Emperor needs to upgrade his Space Marines. Beyond this fact, Calcazar expands on his relationship with Theodora, and how he originally came to the Expanse to wipe out Amernat and all of the heresy in the system. When he found out that Theodora had been planning a way to access the dimensional gates and seize the Xenotech on the other side, he decided that he could use that to his advantage and gain something for the Imperium out of all of this. Pretty much everyone in my retinue besides Cassia and Pascal are pissed about how he went about all of this, pushing us more towards fighting the guy. But wait, there's more. Big Daddy Calc also killed off Marazai's sister's rivals in order to elevate her to power, and worked with the Maestro of Flesh to create this pyramid in front of us in order to harness the power of the Catan. He sent the Drakari after stars that were suitable to feed the Shard, meaning that he was the direct cause of the deaths of everyone on Rykad Minoris, which he seems to view as a necessary sacrifice. He disposed of Heinrich's friend like she was garbage when she began to create problems for him. And then he seized all of Amernat's research and ordered Cubis back on Kiava Gamma to work with him, which eventually led to Cube's corruption. Look, you can kill all of Ulfar's friends, you can rip away Theodora's findings, you can work with the hive of villainy that is the Drakari who have tortured and maimed countless people, but you do this to Cubes? Now we got a problem. Pascal is angry. All of these answers really push the player towards fighting Calcazar, and how can they not? The misery that he's inflicted for the good of the Imperium is unparalleled, and all for a project that might wind up backfiring. As such, I can't help but to take him out after this long road of questions and answers finally hits its conclusion. Upon telling the Lord Inquisitor that you're here to stop him, he immediately turns to Heinrichs and commands him to execute me on the spot. Apparently, getting close to Heinrichs made a difference, as the Inquisitor briskly states that he no longer recognizes Calcazar's leadership. I'd be lying to you if I told you that I didn't pump my fist at that answer. You can imagine by now how this fight goes, even with the difficulty cranked, but that's something that I've basically accepted at this point. When it's over, Calcazar shouts out about it being too soon to unleash the Catan Shard in any capacity. That doesn't matter, as Nomos waltzes in to state that it was this creature that willed his being into existence. And then the Shard of Catan breaks free from its prison. I initially thought that Nomos was going to turn traitor upon discovering its origin, but apparently it's just here to fight alongside us. The Catan Shard has a whopping 21,000 health and is really goddamn cool looking. Obviously this one is a bit different since the dude is jacked out of his mind on armor and deflection stacks, meaning that we can't even begin to harm the Star God until it takes a turn. It creates some clones which make it vulnerable, and here's where things get stupid again. I'm having the time of my life and just stacking damage and AP on Pascal, and then eventually the guy's like, alright, fuck this, and paralyzes Pascal entirely. I tried to swap places with him, but then my guy just got paralyzed too. Still, at this point the Shard is under 5,000 health, and I'm thinking, I got this. What I didn't realize is that Argenta is wielding a fully automatic grenade launcher. I mean, how could I know? She hasn't had a full turn in 2 chapters. So yeah, I obliterated like 3 of my people at the least, so I had to reset the battle and try again. And this time when Pascal gets got, I only wound up taking out Heinrichs when it was Argenta's turn. And my god, she's been holding on to every last shot that she didn't get to take until now. I shot this guy 28 times with the Sister of Battle before she ran dry, leaving him at 1 hit until death. So I unleashed the greatest weapon humanity has to offer, a fully kitted out Tesla Cybertruck plugged into a suburban house's power supply.
I'll do it.
When the battle is over, the Star God is automatically contained within the prison that Calcazar worked so hard to build. It's here that it comes to consciousness, as everything before this was it fighting on autopilot while not thinking about you specifically. Realizing that you've defeated it, it tries to offer a solution that will benefit everyone, but Nomos steps in right there to put it down. Your ending choices are as follows. Either you allow Nomos to erase the entity, you free the Star God and pledge to serve it, or you deliver the final blow yourself. The Shard tries to sway you by summoning an alternate reality version of Theodora who you can talk to for the briefest of moments. It's strange because there's still this narrative path that the writers have pushed throughout the entire game. The idea that your guy could be attached to Theodora, that he mourns her loss. And I just can't see a reality where that's even remotely possible unless my guy is brain dead. I mean, it's not like we had a montage where the two got close to each other. He was brought on as a complete stranger, told about his lineage, and then all hell broke loose. I know this seems silly given how unimpressed I was with the generic pacing and writing of the prologue, but it did try to move things along while still implanting knowledge in your head. So to have an even longer prologue where you and Theodora got close to one another seems like an even bigger mistake in terms of pacing. So maybe the way that the prologue was written is a necessary evil, which I am fine with. But the idea that my guy wouldn't basically just roll his eyes at Theodora's appearance after discovering her true nature post-mortem is, I don't know, I guess a little silly. Then again, Abelard still sings her praises constantly despite finding out everything also. Makes me think that the writers missed a couple of opportunities there. Communicating with the Shard of Catan is an experience in and of itself. All you have to do is simply think about it for it to effortlessly communicate with you. To call it a god is literal in every sense of the word. It doesn't ruminate on concepts of time, space, or reality, it simply views those as facets to manipulate and bend when it feels the need to. It only exists to sate its hunger. Even this is but a fragment of its full power, the shard part of it limiting its capabilities. As such, what it promises you is ascension into something more. And we can act like this is the heretical choice. I mean, hell, it really is. But the word heretical holds no meaning when face to face with a genie who can grant you actual godhood. The Rogue Trader is the perfect vessel for this offer. I wouldn't find it out of place for someone who's considered outside of the law, whose main goal is profit and plunder, to take this deal in a heartbeat. If anything, Theodora is the embodiment of what a Rogue Trader is in that regard, and someone like Chorda is abnormal. And even so, I could see her taking this offer in order to serve the Imperium better. So yes, this is the choice of your classic heretic, but it's so much power that it almost bleaches the word into something meaningless. I don't know if this is intentional, but I have to think that it's the reason for this option not needing a heretical check in order for you to make it. On the other hand, having Nomos interact with its precursor will allow it to absorb the shard's power and effectively destroy it. However, whatever will happen afterwards is up in the air, as no one knows what kind of power that Nomos will inherit, or what it will do with it. Still, we have been piloting Nomos towards becoming a beacon of humanity, and I think that that's gotta count for something. After watching the two clash, the game ends as the steel curtain closes on the Star God and its echo, taking us into some ending slides. Alright, here we go. So my guy went on to turn the expanse around and create a pocket of the galaxy where compassion is more common than usual. Nomos aids him in this endeavor by obliterating anyone who threatens the expanse, causing all to revere it with absolute awe and fear. Gotta wonder what the Imperium thinks of that. Oh hey, look, they hate it. And they immediately declared my guy a traitor and sent in a fleet to fucking annihilate everything that he built in a blink of an eye. What the actual fuck? I mean, don't get me wrong, that's hilarious and completely suitable for the 40k universe. But Jesus Christ, what a turn. All forces report we have intel about a utopia of happy people. Deploy the Space Marines. Thankfully, Nomos is able to erect a barrier that cuts off the expanse from the Imperium entirely, making the new utopia have to rely on itself now. Which, if I didn't interact with Nomos throughout the game or decided to not allow him to take the C'tan's power, I think everything I built would have been eviscerated by the forces of the Emperor. Either way, we effectively established a new human faction free from the tyranny of the Imperium, and that's actually really damn cool. Chorda's still dead and her domain weakened and crumbled soon after. Winterscale, on the other hand, dedicated his remaining life to helping people before dying stubbornly after refusing medical help. Thanks, Steve Jobs. Amernat's discontinuation of the cycle caused a brief civil war that was resolved in the blink of an eye and wound up with the explorators beginning to slowly spread out to discover new technology that they weren't allowed near before. I basically chose the anarchy ending throughout this whole thing. Like I said, heresy doesn't matter if we're not part of the Imperium. Now, I will say that there is some clashing between what you established and what happens with specific factions. It's not impossible that what happened to them couldn't have happened before you were denounced as a traitorous nation, but when you read the slides in order, it doesn't come off that way. In this case, one of the factions that you traded with were pirates. They decided to turn over a new leaf and started killing off cultists in order to survive after piracy began to get cracked down on. But before they could continue to prove their worth, the Imperium sent ships to destroy every pirate that they could. So that had to have happened before our utopia was declared as treasonous, but again, it doesn't read that way. Either way, these ending slides are thorough. I mean, really thorough. I think every major and many minor decisions are talked about. From how you handled Footfall and its residents, to what became of the Final Dawn, to what happened with Rykad Minoris after it was enveloped in warp energy, to the people that you saved during that event, to what happened to every single planet under your domain that you were able to build on, and the consequences of your choices depending on what you did build on each of those planets. It's a lot. Far too many games that do these end slides don't touch on these little moments, and seeing the opposite happen here really makes me want to see what else can occur at the end with different choices. I mean, I could go on for another 20 minutes or so just rambling about the events that occur after the game, how they relate to each other, what specific characters did, and how their actions rippled out to affect other characters and factions. The game goes on and on, even covering obscure people who I had a single conversation with and didn't even mention in the video. So yeah, no, I'm good. I'll just talk about what happened with the companions. Abelard dies, but in a cool way. Surrounded by family and shit, you know how it is. Dude took the reins of his house and piloted it towards having much more political influence. Argenta left to start her own minor order of battle sisters and led them to glory in the name of the Emperor. When the Imperium denounced my rogue trader house, she found herself unable to denounce it herself and decided to instead go into exile. Sad, but kind of expected. Actually, no, I expected her to also denounce my guy without hesitation, so I guess I did get through to her in the end. Kind of some crazy character development in the final hours there. Heinrichs became the new Lord Inquisitor. That's it. It's crazy how these end slides are willing to go full Warhammer on you and tell you that some people that you met died horrible deaths or the like, but then they softball your companions into a nice and neat little package. They don't say shit about Heinrichs having to choose between the Inquisition and my fledgling empire, they just kinda leave it at that. That said, the writers are at least realistic about your romance with Cassia. She has a duty to her house and needs to pass on her genes with someone very specific that can ensure that they come through. So our relationship only lasts a little bit before falling away as she took up her leadership mantle. Amernat went on to spread on the good word and all that, which we kind of already covered. Yurliet did indeed accompany the rogue trader for a while, but felt lonely while he kept running off to plow Cassia. So she disappeared for a while before re-emerging as a leader of an Aldari group of Corsairs, which are yet another faction of Aldari that think that every other path that their race chose is complete bullshit and are more or less rebel space pirates. So that's actually really fitting for her with everything that she went through. Ulfar is a Viking. Yeah, he just takes command of a unit, goes off and fights shit, trying to die in battle over and over. Funny enough, the unit that he takes over is the other Space Wolf leader's unit who died when the followers of Amranat abandoned him because of that one time when he cluelessly followed the Inquisition's orders to attack. And that's it. It feels like I've spent a lifetime on this game, but hitting that last slide had equal parts relief and sadness wash over me. When you spend that long reading about all of these different entities at play, their emotions, their ideals, their actions and reasoning, it's tough to send all of that off at once to accept that the journey is over. I got attached to this game, even with its flaws and shortcomings. Because at the end of the day, you can build an elaborate game with super in-depth mechanics and flawless graphical displays of awe-inspiring cinema. But that stuff will never elicit the same response out of me as good writing will. And this game is a paragon of that philosophy. I completely understand if someone looks at its simple graphics, lack of voice acting, and pretty straightforward combat and goes, that's just not my thing. But if you're someone who plays for the story, it's really hard to not recommend Rogue Trader. And part of that is going to honestly be due to my lack of familiarity with the 40k universe. Before this game, I was more familiar with Warhammer Fantasy than I was with 40k. I can confidently say that that isn't the case now, and it's because it's impossible to go through this entire thing without learning at least a little bit more about its setting. For some, the reliance on 40k's lore being a big factor in many of the reveals might actually hinder the writing and make it a bit more surface level. And it's very difficult for me as someone who is new to the series to tell if the plot is written well while including these ideas or if it's written well because of these ideas. If I had to guess, it's going to be a bit of both. Knowing what Necrons are and how they work doesn't mean that you'll immediately connect the dots of why the Drakari are stealing stars. But it does mean that you'll immediately understand the Catan threat upon seeing the dead and dying stars. One of my favorite things about this game is that it takes nearly every scrap of information, every seemingly random character, and applies them to some kind of later storyline. Sometimes a person you find will only appear in the chapter that they're designated to and follow that trajectory in a very direct way. But there are a lot of times where you'll meet someone who appears to be a minor footnote in the story, only for them to show up later in a more prominent role. As an example, I honestly believe that divulging the details of Asclepius's infiltration onto our ship was a mistake in my script that I'd have to delete later on. But sure enough, he winds up offering his body up as a shell for Nomos to engage in the ending and completely change its course. This is one of the first games where I'm having problems trying to remember if there are any loose ends and failing to come up with anything substantial. Now, all of that said, this game's writing does have flaws. My biggest one is the entire Final Dawn cult and how that whole ordeal is handled. Because they very much are set up to be one of the biggest enemies in the game, and even get an entire chapter where they're the only real threat at the beginning. And then the writers go off doing their own thing and setting up other ideas, which is fine, but when the entire length of Chapter 3 lasts as long as it does, and then you don't encounter any real facet of the cult until the tail end of Chapter 4, well, then the cult idea feels like a footnote, as if there was either cut content or just too many competing ideas. Honestly, the game doesn't need to be longer at all, and the other threats in the game are much more compelling than the Final Dawn. Maybe I would change my mind if I went down the heretic path, but as things stand, I would 100% cut the Final Dawn cult away from the game and focus more on interactions with Calcazar and the other rogue traders. Actually, as much as the Drakari plotline was explained towards the end of the game, I do wonder if there was a bit of clashing of ideas in the writing room. It does feel like some of the writers really wanted to work in the Drakari as a main point of the game, while the other writers wanted to go more down the intrigue of being a rogue trader and what that encompasses. And I feel like maybe those ideas are a bit sloppier when intertwined than I thought. For me, someone who this is all new to, I really enjoyed Chapter 3's settings and ideas. But maybe if the Drakari weren't as involved, the cultist and rogue trader plots could have had a little bit more room to breathe. I have to imagine how people feel about all of this is personal preference, and some are going to love the way that it went, and others are going to be a bit more mixed. I do think that jumping from cult to rogue trader intrigue to Drakari to rogue trader to cult to Necrons is probably too much no matter how you cut it. Like I said before, someone probably went, "We gotta get Necrons in here." But regardless of how you feel about the writers overreaching or not, they do tie together loose ends and pull the plot together really damn well in my opinion. And as much as they give you the path of being a generally good person, those around you still adhere really well to the grimdark writing of the 40k universe, and will generally take what they can and stab you in the back if they feel it benefits them. These guys did a great job at introducing me to a universe that I had no clue about and explained things just enough to sate my interest while still keeping to the roots of the lore, and they deserve a lot of credit there. Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader isn't going to be everyone's cup of tea, but it was certainly mine. And while yes, I was sponsored for this video, I feel like I did an adequate job of fairly assessing the game. It's an emotional, plot-driven game with quite a bit of RPG mechanics shoved into a lacking at times but still functional system. And hopefully I did decently enough at conveying that in these past 5.5–6 hours. Thanks for watching. This was such a strange video for me to try to get out during the birth of my daughter, but here I am. If you want to check out Rogue Trader for yourself, feel free to check out the link in my description. The game is on Steam, PS5, and Xbox Series, and recently got new DLC to add on to the already sprawling story. There's also online co-op, which was something that I was going to try to set up for the video with a friend, but man, I'm really busy lately. I have no idea what I'll be doing next, but thank you for your patience while I figure that out. Until then, I have some non-Warhammer merch on my merch shop. I have a Twitch that I may return to one day. I have a Twitter where I rarely tweet. I have a Discord where people chill and chat in the meantime. And I have a Patreon. And that's it. Have a good one.